Chapter 5:15. The situation that Qin Yu worried about the most didn't occur. The Calamity Immortal Realm's Supreme Elders still had their own statuses. Even if they attached great importance to the unexpected change in the Demon Ascension Gate, they still didn't personally appear to inquire. This was naturally good news for Qin Yu. Even if he was prepared, facing a Calamity Immortal Realm's Supreme Elder would inevitably cause him to be extremely nervous. There was no telling if there would be a mistake. The true demon guards stood guard outside the door. Across from them were the two demonic pathmasters who were responsible for questioning Qin Yu today. Their auras were tyrannical, they were both peak blue sea characters. However, the cultivator on the left had a gentle expression. As he saw Qin Yu enter, he nodded in acknowledgement. As for the one on the right, his attitude wasn't friendly at all. His icy cold eyes were like blades, filled with a chilling intent. "Name!" Li Yunqi shouted out loud. Qin Yu frowned. He glanced at him and said, "Yao Bin. Black Demon Sex Yao Bin? That's me." Li Yunqi sneered. Identity confirmed. "Yao Bin, today I will question you on behalf of the demonic path. You must tell us everything you experienced after entering the Demon Ascension Gate's small world. I advise you to tell us the truth. If you are discovered to be hiding something, you won't like the consequences." Sun Shui nodded. "Fellow Taoist Yao Bin, this matter is of great importance. The Calamity Immortals are paying close attention to it, so you must think carefully before you speak. Don't forget anything." Li Yunqi frowned, a bit dissatisfied with Qin Yu's attitude. But the two of them had similar statuses, so he could only snort. Sun Shui faintly smiled, not caring. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. After several breaths of silence, he slowly said, "On the day the Demon Ascension Gate opened, I entered the small world with fellow Taoists and met fellow Taoist Sun Zifu and the others." And sure enough, as he spoke to hear, Qin Yu saw a bright light flash in Sun Shui's eyes. He seemed to have made some judgments in his mind, and his tone became even calmer. He recounted his experiences in the small world as they were. Of course, most of what Qin Yu said could be substantiated. There were some key points that he used the Spring and Autumn Annals style to gloss over in a few sentences. Li Yunqi interrupted Qin Yu several times, asking him to elaborate. But, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find anything wrong. There were some things that they didn't know about Qin Yu's story and some things that they had verified from other aspects. Now that they compared them, Qin Yu's story was much more believable. 9 truths and 1 falsehood was naturally the hardest to unravel. When Xian Zhao saw that he wasn't a match for the Monster Emperor, he used a secret technique to escape. As for me, I didn't have the slightest confidence in facing the resurrected Monster Emperor, so I also ran away. Qin Yu picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip, indicating that he had finished speaking. Li Yunqi was flustered and exasperated. "Tell me in detail. After Zhao Qianyuan left, what did you do?" At this critical moment, how could he allow himself to be so perfunctory? Qin Yu set down the teacup. "What does fellow Taoist Zhao want to know? I've already said it very clearly. After Xian Zhao escaped, I didn't dare to stay for long. I followed closely behind and escaped from the small world. Could it be that fellow Taoist Zhao believes that in that sort of situation, I wouldn't be in a hurry to escape and would have the mind to do something else?" Li Yunqi's face was livid. That was not what he wanted to know. Yao Bin seemed to be obedient, but in fact, he was so slippery that he didn't get any useful information at all. It was almost certain that Yao Bin was the last person to leave, but who knew what had happened? Zhao Qianyuan had already escaped, so how could Yao Bin possibly contend with him? Taking a deep breath, Li Yunqi coldly said, "Yao Bin, how did you leave the small world?" Qin Yu looked at him, his eyes filled with pity, as if he were looking at an idiot. Li Yunqi slammed the table. "Yao Bin, I'm warning you, you had best be honest and answer my questions. This bastard, just what kind of eyes did he have? He really deserved to be burned to death. Qin Yu's voice turned cold. Fellow Taoist Li, the method I use to escape from the small world is my greatest secret. Li Yunqi sneered. I ask questions on behalf of the demonic path. You must answer all my questions. Qin Yu was silent for several breaths of time. He nodded and sighed. It looks like I have to say it. There are some parts of what I said before that I wasn't too clear on, so I will have to say it again. Li Yunqi's eyes brightened. Hurry up and speak. Brat, are you scared? If you want to be honest now, it's too late. No matter how cooperative you are, how did you leave the small world? Don't even think about skipping over this question. Qin Yu nodded. As I said before, another group of cultivators suddenly fell into the demonic path, and the monster tree puppets crazily attacked them. In addition, the matter of the monster race Great Emperor resurrecting was too terrifying, so many people decided to flee. The first person to successfully escape was Dong Hanju. So the rumors were true. Fellow Taoist Dong was born with a bead in his mouth, and this bead can actually summon 7 colors. The reason Dong Hanju was able to escape was because of the power of this bead. Now, I will explain the process in detail. Li Yunqi's face turned green. He shouted, "Shut up!" Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Dong Hanju was the future star of the Dong family and had an extremely high status in the Dong family. The bead he was born with was his greatest secret. If the information about this bead were to be exposed today because of his inquiry, Li Yunqi clenched his teeth. Let's skip this part and continue. Qin Yu nodded. Next is Su Guzi, Zhou Fengwang, and Mu Qinghuan. I must say that fellow Taoist Su's attainments in array formations are truly unfathomable. He was actually able to lay down a secret array to tear apart space. Unfortunately, the final result was that Su Guzi died and Zhou Fengwang and Mu Qinghuan borrowed the power of the array to escape. As for the specifics, let me slowly explain it to you. Li Yunqi stood up. His movements were too fast and too fierce. He bumped into the table and nearly overturned it. The teacups fell to the ground with loud crackling sounds. Qin Yu had an innocent expression. Fellow Taoist Li, what is it? Li Yunqi took a deep breath and then another. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold himself back and would jump over and strangle this bastard to death. Even this part can escape. This bastard was absolutely doing this on purpose. Dong Hanju's matter was already tricky enough, but he actually dared to mention Su Guzi's death. Now that the entire Su family had gone crazy, if he asked something he shouldn't ask, then the Zhou family and Mu family wouldn't be easy to provoke. They would absolutely make him suffer the consequences. Qin Yu readily accepted his advice. Good, then continue. When Xian Zhao's dragon spear struck out with a heaven-shaking strike, he truly became the incarnation of a divine dragon and massive dragon scales appeared on his spear. He was crying. Motherfucker, you can't play with me like this. I don't want to know anything at all. If the Zhao family knew that Zhao Qinyuan's secrets had been exposed, wouldn't he be torn to pieces? Thinking about it, he feared that even 80 pieces wouldn't be enough. Li Yunqi shuddered and a cold chill ran down his spine. Sun Shi's lips curved up in a smile and he finally relaxed. It was clear that this Yao Bin was a smart person. That surname Li had a member of his family die, so he didn't like anyone he saw. And now, it was unknown who he was listening to, but if he wanted to obtain something from him, it seemed that there was no hope. Li Yunqi flew into a rage. Yao Bin, if you want to die then don't drag us down with you. This matter involves the secrets of everyone's cultivation, so how could it be made public? Qin Yu's complexion was cold. It seems that fellow Taoist Li hasn't drunk too much. Since you know this, why are you still forcing me? Li Yunqi jumped into the pit. His face turned the color of pig liver, but he couldn't say a single word. This was the same as Qin Yu using his own words to ruthlessly slap him in the face. Sun Shi stepped forward to smooth things over. If this surname Li were to shed all pretense of cordiality, then no one would have any face left. If the lords of the mansion were to learn of this, he would have the impression of being incompetent. Fellow Taoist Yao, please calm down. Fellow Taoist Li was worried about the small world, so his words were a bit rash. Please don't take it to heart. As cultivators, which one of us doesn't have some secrets? We naturally don't want others to know about this. This is understandable. He paused and continued to say, today's questioning has been very clear. How about we end things here first? What does fellow Taoist Li think? Li Yunyi's complexion darkened. I have no objections. Surname Yao bastard, I will remember you. We aren't finished yet. Qin Yu stood up and cupped his hands together. If that's the case, then I will bid my farewells first. He turned and left. Li Yunyi flicked his sleeves and left. Just as he was about to leave the city lord mansion, Sun Shiyi caught up to him. Fellow Taoist Yao, please wait a moment. Qin Yu turned around. Fellow Taoist Sun, is there something you need? Sun Shiyi was full of smiles. His voice was warm and friendly. I'll be rude and call fellow Taoist Yao little brother. You saved my family's young master, and as your uncle, I am deeply grateful. He was truly grateful. After the small world opened, Sun Zifu, who had buried himself underground, was rescued. After crying and howling for some time, the Sun family soon discovered just how he had survived. Some people hated Qin Yu for meddling in other people's business, but there were also people who were extremely grateful to him. Sun Shiyi was one of these people. Because he had no children, he regarded this nephew of his, Sun Zifu, as his own son. He always had high hopes for him. Qin Yu was enlightened. So fellow Taoist Sun and Sun Zifu are actually uncle and nephew. Sun Shiyi smiled. What, you don't want to call me big brother? Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Big brother Sun is too serious. It's just that I and Sun Zifu are of the same generation, so I fear it might be a bit inappropriate. Sun Shiyi waved his hand. Even if this little brat cultivates for several hundred more years, he still might not have the qualifications to call me little brother. From now on, just call me nephew. With these words, young Master Sun had lowered his seniority. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. Sun Shiyi lowered his voice. The changes in the small world are too great and the demonic path is placing great importance on it. But this matter might also have other consequences. Brother Yao, for the next few days it would be best if you stayed in Heavenly Demon City and didn't casually leave. He straightened himself. I still have to report to the lords, so I won't send you off. You and I will have plenty of opportunities to get closer in the future. He cupped his hands together and bid his farewells. That surname Li was short-sighted, but he wasn't an idiot. If this Yao Bin could obtain such a high evaluation from Zhao Qianyuan, then he definitely wasn't an ordinary person. His future achievements would be limitless. Since the Sun family had a chance to form a relationship with him, he naturally had to manage it well. Perhaps there would be unexpected harvests in the future. The Sun family was rich enough to rival an entire nation, and their strength couldn't be underestimated. But, in terms of peak strength, they were just barely passable. Otherwise, why would he cast his net so wide in hopes of harvesting something? Shaking his head, Sun Shiyi quickened his pace. He gathered his thoughts and began to prepare to report to the lords. Although Li Yunqi didn't like Qin Yu and wished that he couldn't leave the house, facing a calamity Immortal Realm superpower house, he didn't dare to speak half a word of lies. At most, he would describe Qin Yu's wild and unruly nature. After that, Sun Shiyi said it again. Basically, he was cleared of suspicion. After receiving the signal, the two bowed, drew back several steps, and left. In the main hall, because space couldn't withstand the fluctuations of strength, it began to distort. This wasn't intentional, but was a natural result of the aura dissipating. A blurry figure slowly said, "With what we have now, there is no way we can find any useful clues from these juniors." Another figure said, "Ever since the Demon Ascension Gate was established, my demonic path has never suffered such a great loss. Of the 11,300 disciples, less than 20% survived. The demonic path's 100 years of cultivation will be destroyed in a single day. We must clearly investigate this matter. Why did the slumbering monster race great emperor suddenly wake up? On the upper left, the white-robed demon attendant suddenly said, "This time, the demonic path's junior elites have suffered serious casualties, but that doesn't mean we haven't gained anything. Today, this Yao Bin is equal to 10,000 people. Even so, the greatest problem is that the ancient tree monster has withered and the small world will soon collapse. This is the demonic path's greatest loss." The atmosphere suddenly froze. If it were only the young disciples that had suffered heavy casualties, then although they were angry, they wouldn't be so solemn. After all, the demon ascension gate was opened once every 100 years and the demonic path had a deep background. Even if this generation of disciples were destroyed, they could naturally replenish themselves after another 100 years. There wouldn't be too much of an impact. But the price of a small world being destroyed was far too heavy, so heavy that even with their status they found it hard to bear. This was because a small world represented an endless source of demonic power. It could raise a massive number of demonic path powerhouses. Once it was destroyed, it would be far more difficult for the outstanding demonic path disciples to awaken their bloodlines. The demon attendant lightly said, "Countless years ago, my demonic path's ancestors didn't have a small world, but they were still able to create an unrivaled pressure and establish the transcendent orthodoxy of the demonic path. Now that it has been destroyed, although this is a great loss, from another perspective it might not be a bad thing. In the end, when a cultivator cultivates, they can only rely on themselves. If they are strong enough, why would they need to rely on external objects?" A woman spoke up, her voice young and tender. "Lord Demon Attendant is right. Who cares if the small world is destroyed? Do you think that the prestige of my demonic path today will be affected by this?" She paused for a moment and then continued to say, "There is another problem right now. How will we announce this matter? Right now, the entire land of divinity and demons has gathered at Heavenly Demon City. An accident had occurred at the Demon Ascension Gate's grand ceremony, and the demonic path's young disciples had suffered heavy casualties. This news had already spread out through various channels, but most people didn't know the specifics. Nearly 10,000 disciples had died. Of course there were heavy casualties, but 2,000 or 3,000 could also be described as such. As long as the demonic path had the heart to suppress this, it wouldn't be difficult to hide the true losses. The reason they did this was because of Face, the solemn and transcendent demonic path, one of the two great influences of the land of divinity and demons, had suffered such a great loss without even knowing what had happened. If this matter were to spread out, it was inevitable that they would lose Face. The fewer people that died, the less Face they would lose. Several great figures present had also thought of this matter, but no one was willing to speak up. Yen Lu had a close relationship with the demon attendant, so it was best for her to speak up now. The grand hall fell silent. The demon attendant lightly said, "My demonic path has always pursued a perfect heart. If we suffer a loss, we suffer a loss. If we forcefully suppress it, do you think we can pretend it didn't happen? We are just deceiving ourselves and others." His eyes were cold and his majesty seemed to come from above the highest heavens. "The accident that occurred in the small world will be reported to the world. My demonic path will not let this matter go. No matter who it is, where it comes from, what sort of background it is, once this matter is discovered, all of their clans will be executed. We will use the blood of millions to comfort the dead juniors of the demonic path." Slaughter intent rose, incomparably domineering. Yen Lu's eyes instantly blurred. As for being scolded to her face, she didn't care at all. He was truly worthy of being called the Lord Demon Attendant. He hadn't changed at all from the past and still made one unable to close their legs. Qin Yu left the City Lord mansion and boarded the True Demon Guard's speed car. This time, there was no one following him. Qin Yu relaxed just like when he came, leaning back in the soft seat and closing his eyes. But only he knew what sort of pressure he had withstood when he was questioned. 8 terrifying auras flickered in and out of existence, lingering around him the entire time. Although they didn't personally appear, the great figures still paid him the necessary attention. If it weren't for Qin Yu's preparations and his strong will, he would have already been dripping with sweat. How could he have been able to play around with Li Yunqi? Luckily, his performance should have been good, otherwise it would have been impossible for Sun Shi to chase after him. He should have passed this hurdle. As he thought about how Sun Shi had told him not to leave Heavenly Demon City in the near future, Qin Yu faintly smiled. The small world had been sealed off and the Soul Guard stone had lost its function. The ranking method of past years was no longer applicable. It seemed that there would be some changes to the demonic path's disciple recruitment this time. Qin Yu believed that his name would inevitably be among them. After returning to Dawnperch residence, the True Demon Guards bowed and bid their farewells. Their tone was much more respectful than before. Qin Yu bowed in return and turned to enter the inn. After taking just a few steps, someone greeted him. The shopkeeper's face was as bright as a chrysanthemum. He bowed and apologized, saying that he had eyes but failed to see and had neglected the Lord. He then pulled over Duan San and praised him, saying that from now on he would be the one to specifically serve Lord Yao Bin. Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. He didn't want to be entangled with them any longer. He lightly said, "I'm a bit tired. Don't disturb me." As he spoke, he walked towards the rear courtyard. Duan San eagerly followed, his face flushed red with excitement. The servants of Dawnperch residence all had eyes as wide as rabbits. To be able to serve such a powerhouse was something to be proud of. This was seniority. After experiencing such an incident, as long as Duan San didn't make any mistakes, he would definitely be placed in an important position. And most importantly, if he served Lord Yao Bin well and managed to form a relationship with him, the benefits would simply be unimaginable. The shopkeeper sneered and turned to leave, completely ignoring the pleading eyes of these people. Who told them to not have Duan San-er's eyesight and try to curry favor with him from the start? The servant responsible for guiding the guests in the rear courtyard was now filled with regret. As he thought of Duan San-er's depressed face when he left, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. This fellow, he really knew how to act. Did he have to spend a great deal of effort to prevent himself from laughing out loud? That bastard Duan personally opened the door. Of course, it was no longer Qin Yu's single room, but the best courtyard of Dawnperch residence. After the shopkeeper explained the situation, the people who lived here moved out without a word. Qin Yu wasn't surprised. He nodded and walked in, flicking his sleeves and closing the courtyard door. Duan San was so happy that he nearly snot came out of his nose. Lord Yao Bin nodded to me, cough cough, I can't be arrogant. I have to continue to work hard and obtain more of the Lord's approval. Perhaps this might be the chance for him, Duan San to change his destiny. As for that snobbish daughter of old second son's family next door, she was dressed in crude clothes, had a large face, a thick waist, and a small chest, and yet she still thought that she was the most arrogant person in the world. She should just go and do whatever she wanted. Chapter 5:16. In the lands of the extreme north, snow fell all year round and it was bitterly cold. It was still that roughly hewn cave. But today there were even more people here. Whether it was men or women, they wrapped themselves up like a thick rice dumpling to resist the increasingly strong black ice energy. They knelt on the bone-chilling rocks, their eyes solemn and respectful. Lord Sage, I ask you to reconsider. The man who spoke was tall and large. His palms were pressed against the ground and his joints bulged out. His aura was fierce and firm. The white-robed sage didn't seem to feel the chill of the outside world. He slowly shook his head, a faint smile on his lips. I've worked hard to set it up for so many years. Now that it has been successfully opened, there is no reason to give up halfway. To be able to use this ruined body of mine to exchange for a new life for my race, I am very happy. The tall man wanted to say something else but was stopped by the sage. The sage slowly swept his eyes around. Look, you are all the most outstanding people of my race, but even you have no choice but to wear thick furs to resist the cold. What about your people, your livestock? We are a group of people abandoned by the world. If we don't want to be exterminated, we can only seek our own path to survival. Go. Return to the side of your people who need you. Help them survive and wait for the chance to change the fate of my race. That day won't be too far away. Everyone touched their foreheads to the ground. We will follow your will. We wish you good health. They turned and left one after another. Many people began to shed tears, because by the time the Lord Sage's message arrived, he should have already left. This was a kindness to their race. All monster tribes would forever engrave it in their hearts. The sage softly said, "Bi-Chi, stay here." The tall man respectfully bowed and stood to the side with his head lowered. After everyone left, there were only 2 people left in the cave. It was completely empty. The sage had a blank look in his eyes. It was unknown what he was thinking, but he didn't speak for a time. Bi-Chi hesitated for a moment. He respectfully said, "Lord Sage, are you worried about the future of our race?" The sage regained his composure. He smiled apologetically and shook his head. "No, I have already made my preparations, and you are outstanding enough. I believe that you can become an outstanding king and lead the monster race to rise. Today, I want to tell you something else. In the demonic path, there is an extremely outstanding youth. His existence is likely to become a great hidden danger for the monster race. So, after my race returns to our ancestral land, you must find him and kill him." Bi-Chi frowned. "Are you speaking of Zhao Qianyuan? He is indeed a great threat. I swear that I will kill him at all costs." Sage shook his head. "It wasn't him. Zhao Qianyuan must be killed, but the person I am talking about is even more important." He raised his hand and pointed out. A speck of light appeared, swaying like a snowflake. It fused into Bi-Chi's forehead. "Remember this person. We must find him." Bi-Chi's heart turned cold. He cupped his fists together and said, "Lord Sage, do not worry. I will definitely kill him." It was actually an unfamiliar face. When did such a proud son of heaven appear in the path of devils? But since it was an order from the sage, he only needed to remember it and follow it. Sage nodded. "Go back. Reorganize the army and train up the fiercest vicious beasts. When my monster race reappears in the world, you will be the sharpest sword in our hands." Bi-Chi knelt down and kowtowed heavily. "Please take care." He stood up and strode away. Sage watched him leave, a bit of hesitation in his eyes. He knew that he should immediately find Qin Yu and kill him. But the storm in the Demon Ascension Gate's small world had yet to calm down. If he were to attack now, it was likely he would arouse the suspicions of the demonic path and affect his entire plan. Thus, after thinking it over, the sage finally gave up on attacking. "Even if you are outstanding enough and have obtained many great strokes of good fortune, you are still too young. Even if I die, I won't give you enough time to grow and harm my race. So, you will definitely die. The only difference is whether it is sooner or later. You must die." A calm and deep voice echoed through the cave, producing echoes, as if it were some powerful prophecy. Heavenly Demon City. Qin Yu was startled awake from his cultivation. In that moment just now, a great fear rose in his heart, as if he had been locked onto by a vicious beast in a rainforest. But now, when he tried to sense it again, there was no such feeling. It was like everything just now had been an illusion. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. He frowned for a long time and took a deep breath to suppress his tumbling thoughts. He closed his eyes and tried to cultivate again, but he couldn't calm his heart no matter what. Unknown dangers always caused one to be more anxious. After several failed attempts to enter meditation, Qin Yu simply stood up. He pushed open the training room's stone door and walked into the courtyard. This was the best courtyard of Dawnperch Inn, and it naturally lived up to its reputation. The courtyard was large and the scenery was beautiful. Qin Yu quietly looked around for a moment. He felt the heavy feeling in his chest lighten a little. He looked up at the sky, opened the courtyard door, and walked towards the inn's front yard. This was already the third day after he left the City Lord mansion. Everything had been calm and peaceful, but Qin Yu knew that the demonic path was surely investigating what happened in the small world with all their strength. When he went out this time, he also had the intention of finding out more information. After all, the situation in the small world had been far too strange. It was like there was an invisible hand manipulating everyone from start to finish. Qin Yu thought of that great hand that pressed down from the heavens. Its might was limitless and terrifying. If it weren't for the demon head appearing in the skies at the critical moment and forcing it back, it would have been difficult for him to stand here. Duan-san ran over like a gust of wind. His bent waist was so large that it left one worried, as if he might snap at any moment. "Lord Yao Bin, what do you need?" Qin Yu lightly said. "Find a quiet seat and bring some light dishes. Also, make sure the wine is good." Duan-san smiled. "Lord Yao Bin, rest assured that our snowflake wine is famous far and wide. The shopkeeper has a 100-year-old jar in his collection. I will immediately bring it over for you. My lord, please come this way. We will go to the third floor." Because Duan-san was far too enthusiastic, Qin Yu received a great deal of attention along the way. Luckily, when the true demon guard had invited people, many people had been scared away, so there weren't many people that saw Qin Yu. Thus, most of them only glanced at him out of curiosity. They thought he was some rich playboy with a great background and didn't want to provoke trouble, so they all looked away. The third floor was close to Bright Dawn Lake. At this time, a gentle breeze was blowing, bringing with it a bit of moisture. Looking down, one could clearly see young men and women playing on the lakeside. There was a young girl in a swimsuit lying on a chair. At first glance, all of her beauty was reflected in her eyes. It was truly wonderful. Even if she didn't have any dark thoughts, just looking at her was enough to make one happy. Qin Yu nodded and sat down. As Duan-san saw the smile on his face, he felt his spirits rise 100 times. "My lord, please wait a moment. I will immediately go and prepare." Perhaps this was the fastest speed in Dawnperch Restaurant's history. Not long after Qin Yu sat down, 12 plates of hot and cold fruits were brought in. The shopkeeper also personally brought in a jar of wine. Just by looking at the warm color of the wine jar, one could tell it was aged. When it was opened, the fragrance of wine wafted out. Qin Yu drank the wine and ate the delicacies carefully prepared in the kitchen. Without batting an eyelid, he heard the conversations of several people at a table not too far away. Yesterday, the demonic path had announced to the world what happened in the small world. They didn't conceal anything at all, and the casualties were disastrous. This caused the entire land of divinity and demons to shake. Almost all large influences immediately issued statements of condolences to the demonic path disciples that had died and expressed sympathy for the demonic path. At the same time, they strongly condemned these acts of terrorism that stirred up chaos in the world. Soon, the demonic path issued a second announcement. They would not hesitate to pay any price to find the person who killed the demonic path disciples. No matter who it was, as long as they knew something and didn't report it, they would be punished the same as the murderer, and their entire family would be exterminated. As the several people at the table spoke of this announcement filled with monstrous killing intent, their faces were filled with pride. The only one that dared to publicly threaten the entire world and forcefully announce the extermination of their entire family was their demonic path. Qin Yu couldn't help but reveal a look of praise. He wondered who it was that made such a public announcement to the world, revealing the tyrannical strength of the demonic path, as well as a powerful will. Thinking about it, it should be some great figure that soared above the highest heavens. Exterminating their entire family was truly fierce and overbearing. He lifted a hand and drained his cup. The Sure family brother and sister were also on the third floor, but they were too far away so Qin Yu didn't notice them. Little sister, let's go. Let's try our luck. Perhaps there will be a chance. Sure Ziji clenched his teeth. If we wait any longer, we will only be sitting ducks. Sure Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. She had always been overcautious, but she never imagined that their Sure family would be forced into a desperate situation. If they didn't think of a way to save themselves, they would really be ruined. At this time, she naturally had to try any chance she could. She took a deep breath and nodded. Big brother is right. We cannot wait any longer. Sure Ziji stood up. Let's go now. The two of them stood up. But as luck would have it, before they arrived, two figures had already arrived at the window overlooking the lake. They were also a man and a woman. Sure Qingqing's eyes flashed with annoyance. This Yao Bin was an elusive person. If she couldn't speak with him today, she didn't know when she would see him again. And what the Sure family lacked the most right now was time. It was all her fault for being too conflicted just now, otherwise how could someone else have rushed ahead of her? Sure Ziji's complexion paled. He strode forwards. The experiences of these past 2 days had caused the proud and arrogant young master of an aristocratic family to be filled with rage. Suddenly, the woman in front of him turned around. Sure Ziji's eyes instantly blurred and he drooled. In his eyes, this woman's face was blurry, but there was an indescribable beauty to her. She was simply the most perfect woman in his fantasies. Her eyes were filled with warmth and tenderness. His breathing deepened and his heartbeat quickened. Big brother! Sure Qingqing was shocked. She looked at him dripping with sweat, his face flushed red, his breathing labored, and his appearance of infatuation. She hurriedly pulled him back. But this pull wasn't able to rouse Sure Ziji. Sure Qingqing didn't care about her face. She picked up a cup of cold tea from the table and splashed it onto his face. The red-faced young master Sure suddenly sobered up. He looked at his little sister's anxious expression as well as the teacup in her hand that hadn't been set down yet. His heart trembled and a cold chill surged through him. At the same time, his legs weakened and he swayed. Sure Qingqing said, Big brother, what's wrong? Sure Ziji's eyes were filled with fear. He looked at the two people in front of him. It's nothing. Let's return to our room first. His voice was hoarse. Okay. Sure Qingqing wasn't stupid. She had already realized something was wrong. She quickly called over the juniors of her family and supported Sure Ziji away. Qin Yu looked at the man sitting across from him. This man was incomparably handsome and had a calm bearing. He looked to be in his 30s and his eyes were warm and clear, filled with the vicissitudes of life. Next to him was a beautiful woman who exuded a mature aura. Her waist was slender and her chest was straight. Her figure was graceful, like a ripe peach that seemed as if a single touch would cause water to flow out. The man was handsome and the woman was charming. No matter how one looked at it, this was a couple that made one envious. But at this time, all Qin Yu felt in his heart was nervousness. No, it was more accurate to say that he was extremely nervous. Whether it was the purple moon or the cosmic sea-cross spell, both of them had endowed Qin Yu with an extremely keen sensing ability. Moreover, after activating a portion of his great Tao body, he could almost see the invisible rules of the world. The man and woman in front of him seemed ordinary, but in Qin Yu's eyes, the rules around them twisted, forming a complete chaos. It was like they were walking black holes. Qin Yu didn't doubt that either man or woman had the terrifying strength to easily crush him. Calamity, immortal realm. And in Heavenly Demon City, In the current situation, the only calamity immortals that dared to appear in public were super powerhouses of the demonic path. Could it be that what he did in the small world had already been exposed? But if it was exposed, Qin Yu didn't believe that they would wait 3 days before returning. This was because the temptation of demon blood crystals was something that not even a calamity immortal could resist. Forcefully maintaining his composure, Qin Yu displayed 120% of his strength. He frowned, a bit puzzled. He hesitantly asked, "Is there something you two need?" The white-clothed man had a light expression. He smiled, "Meeting here is fate. Won't you invite us to drink a cup of wine?" Qin Yu suddenly said, "You two must have smelled the fragrance of wine. This snowflake wine is indeed rich and mellow. I was just feeling lonely drinking it alone, so you two came at just the right time." He lifted his hand. Duan San-er, who had already noticed him, ran over. "My lord, what are your orders?" Qin Yu said, "Add 2 more sets of chopsticks." The food was soon delivered. Qin Yu personally poured wine cup. He smiled and said, "Please." Duan San-er drew to the side. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just who were these 2 people? How arrogant! Duan San-er viewed Qin Yu as a benefactor that could change his destiny. He instinctively didn't want Qin Yu to suffer any losses. Even if it was something as trivial as this, but that woman was truly beautiful. With just a single glance, he almost had a shameful hard time. The white-clothed man picked up a wine cup and sniffed it. He nodded, "It's really good." He lifted a hand and drank it. He closed his eyes, as if savoring the aftertaste. The woman beside him suddenly said, "Yao Bin, how much of what happened in the small world did you hide?" Qin Yu's complexion changed. He asked, "Who are you two?" The woman lightly said, "You only need to answer." Qin Yu took a deep breath. His complexion darkened, as if he would erupt at any moment. At this time, the white-clothed man opened his eyes. "We were just curious and asked. If little friend doesn't want to answer, then don't say anything." Qin Yu's complexion was cloudy and uncertain. After several breaths of time, he sighed. "Whatever. Since I already have my heart set on the demonic path, even if I don't say anything today, do you think I can always avoid it?" He faced the 2 people. "It's true that I hid something, but everyone has secrets they don't want others to know. I can only say that I have already said everything I know about the key matters." The white-clothed man smiled. He placed the wine cup on the table. With a light cracking sound, the world around Qin Yu instantly shook. His heart began to beat uncontrollably. It pushed his blood through his blood vessels and raced through his body at high speeds, emitting a deep rumbling sound. Across from him, the white-clothed man's eyes brightened for a moment before he composed himself. He glanced at Qin Yu and stood up. "Because of the sudden change in the small world, there have been serious casualties. The demonic path has decided to absorb all the cultivators that managed to leave the small world alive. So, congratulations, little friend, you will soon be able to fulfill your wish and become a member of the demonic path." He turned and walked out. The beautiful woman who exuded a seductive aura swept her eyes over Qin Yu, a bit surprised. Then, she followed behind the white-clothed man. It was only when they reached the ground floor that Qin Yu regained his composure. He gradually regained control of his body, and his heartbeat returned to normal. He stood up and walked to the opposite side of the 3rd floor. When he looked down, he could no longer see the figure of the man and woman. Qin Yu's complexion was cloudy and uncertain. He muttered, "Just who are they?" The white-clothed Lord Demon Envoy had a calm expression as he walked along the long willow embankment of Bright Dawn Lake. There were many people coming and going, but not a single one of them could see him, much less touch him. Often, when there was still some distance between them, they would be pushed away. And what was strange was that from start to finish, no one noticed him at all. Yen Lu's footsteps were light as she followed behind him. From time to time, she would look up at his back. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and longing, without the slightest bit of the dignified bearing of a calamity immortal. Finally, the Lord Demon Envoy stopped. He faced bright Dawn Lake, his eyes calm and tranquil. Yen Lu pulled back her hair. "Do you value this young man very much?" The Demon Envoy lightly said. "He has enough qualifications for me to value him." Yen Lu curled her lip. "Let's not talk about his strength first, but he is quite slippery." The Demon Envoy said, "In today's situation, if it were anyone else, they would have to pretend that they didn't know our identities." He paused for a moment and continued to say, "Having a brain is always better than having no brain. At least in this dangerous world, you can live longer." Yen Lu's eyes sparkled. "Do you really think highly of him?" The Demon Envoy shook his head. "I only have a suspicion." His eyes suddenly sharpened. "For all these years, this junior hasn't had the slightest bit of fame spread out. But one day he soared into the world, and became a peerless proud son of heaven of the demonic path. How could there be so many Zhao Qinyuans in this world? So, this in itself makes one suspect him." Yen Lu revealed a thoughtful expression. "You are saying that Yao Bin might be related to what happened in the small world?" The Demon Envoy stepped forwards. "I have no evidence and this is only my guess. But, I will suppress him for a period of time. If there is a problem then, it will naturally be exposed. If there isn't, then consider this a tempering experience for him and I will compensate him in the future." The Demon Envoy turned his back to Yen Lu and avoided her gaze. A trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. In truth, he wasn't good at lying, especially when he was deceiving a woman who had loved him for so many years. But, he couldn't allow any mistakes to occur in this matter. He had to be careful. As the revered Demon Envoy of the Holy Palace, he had suddenly led the true demon guards to Heavenly Demon City. This had already aroused the attention of all sides, and every move he made would be interpreted. But at this time, besides a bit of guilt, the Demon Envoy was also filled with excitement and joy. In fact, he even had to work extremely hard to maintain his calm. After waiting for countless years, this day had finally arrived. He would hide his thoughts and secretly pay attention to Qin Yu's growth until one day he had enough responsibility. Chapter 5:17. The Sure family brother and sister received an urgent message from their home. Although they were worried, their faces lit up with joy. This was because the message said that a noble family of the demonic path had returned to their fiefdom, and the Sure family had taken this chance to seek refuge with them. After some consideration, the other party had agreed to accept them. This proved that the Sure family was no longer a rootless duckweed. Now that they had their own backing, it wasn't as easy as others to move against them. The meaning of their father's message was for them to immediately return home so that they wouldn't fly into a rage out of shame and be schemed against by others outside. The Sure family brother and sister were overjoyed. There was no need to say anything more. They immediately ordered the cultivators at home to pack up and leave. Duan San watched as the group of people happily left. Yesterday, these people had been frowning and distressed, but now they were so happy. He couldn't understand what was going on. It was as if he didn't understand why he had suddenly come into conflict with a guest. He clearly hadn't cursed anyone at all. He opened his mouth to speak, but the guest across from him didn't give him a chance to explain. With a kick to the chest, Duan San felt his chest tighten, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled and he was barely breathing. "You disgraceful thing, don't think that just because you've latched onto my thigh that you can be arrogant in front of me. Today I'll let you know why flowers are so red." Qi Yunshu was dressed in silk robes and a jade belt, his aura overflowing with arrogance. The shopkeeper was sweating profusely. He bowed and smiled. "Young Master Qi, please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to the level of this dirty trash. You disgraceful thing, you actually dare to be so rude to young Master Qi. See if I don't skin you alive later. Hurry up and scram." Chi Yunshu coldly sneered. Hold on, I'm in a bad mood today, so I want to make fun of him. You don't need to worry about this matter, otherwise don't blame me for not giving you face. The shopkeeper's smile stiffened. He wanted to say something more, but under Chi Yunshu's icy cold gaze, he swallowed his words. As the head shopkeeper of Dawn Perch Restaurant, he could be considered a top character. There was no need for him to be so cowardly, but as luck would have it, the Chi family was one of the hidden masters of Dawn Perch Restaurant. He was someone who worked for others, so how could he dare to act tough in front of his master? He couldn't bear to look at Duan-san. He sighed and drew back. Chi Yunshu's face lit up. He coldly sneered and waved his hand. What are you all standing around for? Bring this brat over. This young master wants to know who gave him the courage to do this. A group of burly guards rushed up and started punching and kicking Duan-san. Although these people held back, Duan-san-er's face was still bruised and swollen, and his whole body softened into a puddle of mud. By the time he was pulled over, he had already fainted. A cloud of cold air smashed into his face, instantly freezing the skin on his face. A stabbing pain pierced straight into his heart, and Duan-san woke up with a pitiful scream. As he opened his mouth and pulled on his facial muscles, the frozen skin quickly burst open, revealing slender cracks that quickly flowed out. Chi Yunshu frowned in disgust. He took out a jade ruler and lifted Duan-san-er's chin. Brat, tell us who your backer is. Let's see if they can shake us. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave today. Duan-san was startled. From these words, he could hear a ruthless and bloodthirsty tone. If he didn't give a satisfactory answer, these people would really kill him. Of course, in order to maintain basic order, these people would be punished afterward. But, at most they would be fined some spirit stones. As for killing someone, there was no need to think about it. Young master, what do you want to know? His mouth was leaking air, and most of his teeth had fallen out. As he thought about how he had been so high-spirited just now, Duan-san almost cried. Chi Yunshu waved his hand and the jade ruler emitted a loud cracking sound. Duan-san-er's bruised cheeks suddenly swelled up and 2 more teeth flew out. That's not the right answer. Think carefully about what I asked. Duan-san-er's head was spinning. There were layers upon layers of people in front of him, but as he heard these words, his heart still shrank. Chi Yunshu and the others had deliberately stirred up trouble today. They naturally didn't have any intention of making things difficult for him, and Duan-san was well aware of this. He didn't have the qualifications to do so. Yes, even if someone wanted to make things difficult for him, that still depended on whether or not he had the qualifications. Since they didn't want to make things difficult for him, then as he thought about what Chi Yunshu was asking him, Duan-san shivered. He already guessed the only possibility. These people had come for Lord Yao Bin. To put it more elegantly, this was called a fire at the city gates bringing disaster to the fish in the moat. To put it more crudely, this was being unjustly attacked. If he said Yao Bin's name, then he shouldn't have anything to do with it. But did he really dare to say it? Yao Bin was someone that even the true demon guards had politely asked to leave. If he angered him, then he could simply move a finger and he would be beyond redemption. Moreover, he might even implicate his little sister. If he didn't say it, then at most he would be the only one who would suffer. He might not really die. Duan-san wasn't stupid. He knew how to calculate this debt. Young Master Chi, it was all because I had eyes but failed to see that I offended you. It has nothing to do with anyone else. I ask young Master Chi to be magnanimous and spare my rotten life. Chi Yunshu slapped his hand down again. Both sides of his mouth swelled up. Brat, I'll ask you one last time. Will you speak or not? This time he was truly angered. He had been entrusted by someone to come here, not to show off his power and prestige. He had already made a promise to the others. If he didn't obtain anything, then that would be the same as picking up a stone and smashing it on his own foot. Duan San felt as if his bones were cracking. The pain was so intense that his vision darkened. He forcefully shook his head, but he couldn't speak. Qi Yunshu was enraged. Good. Very good. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish. Beat him to death, and if anything happens, I will take responsibility. Duan San closed his eyes. But the expected storm of blows didn't arrive. Instead, there was the sound of several heavy objects falling to the ground. Then, pained groans entered his ears. Duan San opened his eyes and saw a black-robed figure in front of him. He choked with sobs and struggled to kneel on the ground, kowtowing. Qin Yu's voice was calm. There's nothing else for you to do. Leave. Qi Yunshu was startled. He was immediately overjoyed. Who are you? This brat had actually jumped in here himself. This was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in search of nothing. Qin Yu had no expression. Screw off. He was disinclined to bother with this sort of thing that couldn't be brought to the surface. But, just who was it that had deliberately set him up today? Things weren't simple at all. Qi Yunshu was enraged. He clenched his teeth. You bastard! Who do you think you are that you dare to be so rude to me? Men, capture him for me. The ones who were truly here to capture him weren't some useless people on the ground, but true masters, his father's bodyguards. In order to mobilize these people, Qi Yunshu had spent a great deal of time and effort. He had paid a great price to have his family relent. But as long as he could accomplish this, everything was worth it. Whoosh, whoosh, 3 figures howled forwards, all of them holding sabers in their hands. Their faces were firm and determined. Qi Yunshu lifted a hand and pointed. It's him. In the next moment, 3 radiant saber lights howled forwards like waterfalls falling from the highest heavens. Just looking at them was enough to shake one's soul. What a strong saber intent. This was a true killing saber. It was unknown just how many lives had been cut down to condense such a concentrated killing intent. Moreover, the strongest thing was that although these 3 saber lights weren't one, they came from the same source. It was as if they had cultivated the same saber technique, so when they slashed down, they complemented each other. 3 sabers were one saber, coming straight at them. Qin Yu's eyes flashed, a bit of surprise in them. 3 early Blue Sea cultivators could actually erupt with killing power comparable to a revered level master when they joined forces. However, this was only enough to surprise him. As for worrying, that wasn't necessary at all. He lifted a hand and pressed forwards. The radiant saber lights seemed to crash into an invisible mountain, trembling and collapsing. The 3 saber-wielding people revealed shocked expressions. They nearly couldn't hold onto their weapons. With stuffy coughs, they were forced backwards, each step causing the ground to crack. After several steps, the 3 of them were barely able to stop themselves. Their blood tumbled and the webbing between their thumb and forefinger had been split open by the saber hilt, causing blood to constantly drip down. As they looked at Qin Yu, their eyes were filled with awe and shock. This was because they knew that this person could easily crush their attack. If he wanted to kill them, it wouldn't be difficult at all. One of the guards cupped his hands together. Thank you for showing mercy. He turned and said, Young master, it's time for us to leave. To have such strength at such a young age, he definitely wasn't a good opponent to provoke. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't have any intention of dealing a heavy blow, it was best to leave first. Qi Yunshu was stunned. He never thought that these guards that his father always boasted about as being incomparably fierce were actually so useless. With just a single saber strike, they had been forced back by someone and each of them had been injured. This was too shameful. His face flushed red. He stomped his feet and cursed, Trash. All of you are trash. He pointed a finger at Qin Yu. You bastard, you know who I am and yet you dare to touch my people? Qin Yu had a calm expression. I don't know who you are and I have no interest in you. I am only reminding you not to provoke me again. The complexions of the 3 guards changed. From this calm voice they could feel a bit of blood. They said, "Young master, if you don't leave now, we will report today's events truthfully to the old master." Chi Yunshu's complexion paled. He turned and walked away. The 3 guards relaxed. They cupped their hands together towards Qin Yu and quickly followed behind. Just as Chi Yunshu was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and coldly glared at Duan-san. Nothing had gone smoothly today, and it was all because of this brat. Originally saying that he would make fun of him was only an excuse, but now he really was a punching bag. "Duan-san, or is it? I heard you have a little sister and she looks quite good." Duan-san stiffened, fear in his eyes. Chi Yunshu turned his head and coldly sneered. "There will always be a time when she isn't around, right? At that time, just watch as I play with them to death." Qin Yu frowned. His silent appearance caused Chi Yunshu to feel much better. He couldn't help but laugh. This was the style that a young master should have. Wherever he lost face, he would take it back from there. Humph humph. Those that dared to oppose him would never have a good ending. Qin Yu let out a breath, a bit of helplessness on his face. Why is it that there are always people who vividly interpret the words "the ignorant have no fear"? The complexions of the 3 guards changed. They turned and raised their sabers. Although they were angry at Chi Yunshu for acting so recklessly, they couldn't watch helplessly as something happened to him. But this time, Qin Yu didn't give them a chance to use their sabers. A gust of wind blew past them, and the 3 guards were sent flying backwards, blood spraying out from their noses and mouth. Chapter 518. Don Perch Restaurant was deathly silent. The shopkeeper's legs trembled and his face was ashen. He never thought that a minor matter would develop into such a situation. He opened his mouth, wanting to say that he should let go of young Master Qi first and that anything could be discussed. But he was suppressed by Qin Yu's aura and didn't dare to make a single sound. Qin Yu stared at the ruthless Chi Yunshu, his eyes indifferent. He had no thoughts of inquiring about any information from him. This sort of brainless young master was clearly someone else's pawn. Even if he continued to investigate, he wouldn't be able to obtain any result. Qin Yu suddenly felt very irritated. He had dealt with the Black Demon sect, tempered himself in a small world, rushed into the City Lord Mansion, and even been shocked by 2 mysterious calamity immortals a few days ago. It wasn't easy for him to reach where he was today. He was just about to smoothly enter the demonic path and achieve the crucial step of his revenge, so why did he have to stir up trouble? Couldn't he just be honest and live in harmony with each other? The pupils of the 3 guards shrank. They could feel the cold aura coming from Qin Yu's body. He really did have killing intent. "Sir, don't be impulsive. Today's matter is all my family's young master's fault. If you can be magnanimous, our Qi family will be eternally grateful," a guard hurriedly said. Qi Yunshu didn't believe that Qin Yu would really dare to move against him. He had always been a lawless person, thinking that he was number 3 in this world. "Brat, you are dead. I guarantee you that you will die a miserable death." Even though his neck was being grabbed, and it was incomparably difficult for him to speak, young Master Qi still spat out these words. His eyes were filled with even more hatred and malice. Qin Yu suddenly smiled. It was as if he had suddenly found an important reason to smoothly make a decision. "Let go of junior apprentice Brother Qi." A cold and gloomy voice sounded out. A young cultivator with a slightly blue complexion appeared on the scene. Qi Yunshu was overjoyed. "Senior apprentice Brother Ma." His eyes were filled with excitement. "Hurry and save me. Kill him." The 3 guards' complexions darkened. They were worried about their young master's intelligence when he wasn't online. "You are still in someone else's hands, so why are you shouting so arrogantly? Aren't you afraid that he will shake your hand and snap your neck?" Ma Yunsong had a calm demeanor, and he had the demeanor of a great master. He calmly nodded and said, "Junior apprentice brother, rest assured. Since I am here, I won't allow anyone to touch you. He was overjoyed. As he spoke, he had finished his preparations. His cold eyes fell on Qin Yu, a sharp light flashing in them. During this period of time, the sect was striving for the support of the Qi family. If he could save Qi Yunshu, then that would absolutely be a great merit. Brat, thank you for giving me this opportunity. A sound wave that couldn't be heard by the human ear suddenly exploded in the air. Many people's eyes instantly went blank, and their consciousness fell into darkness. Although this darkness only lasted for an extremely short period of time before disappearing, it still caused the people in the inn to reveal expressions of horror. Curtain of darkness! A guest shouted in a low voice, instantly igniting the crowd. An old man who was watching the excitement had his calm expression wiped away, replaced with a grave expression. At such a young age, he actually managed to cultivate the curtain of darkness, the soul-burying sect's guardian divine ability. It is truly inconceivable. No wonder he's so confident. He's a young expert from the soul burial sect. It is rumored that when one cultivates the canopy of the dark heavens to a high level, one can cover 1 trillion living beings with a single thought, causing their souls to sink into eternal darkness. They will be cut off from the outside world, and become a living dead that has lost its consciousness. You and I were only affected by the shockwaves, so we can recover in a short period of time. If we were to face it head-on, I fear we would have to spend the rest of our lives in bed. Everyone sighed with emotion. Whispers spread into his ears, and in addition to the awe and reverence in everyone's eyes, Ma Tsongyun straightened his back even more. His expression was indifferent, but there was also a bit of pity and helplessness, as if he were trying to act cool. Why did you have to make me do it? Everyone looked at him. As expected, he came from a famous sect and didn't rely on his strength to act recklessly. Even if he had a reason for what happened today, they still couldn't bear it. The eyes of many young women began to shine. It seemed that as long as little Ma was willing, he could enjoy a free warm bed service tonight. Until a cultivator hesitantly said, "It seems that young Master Qi is still being held?" The surroundings fell silent. Ma Tsongyun was forced to leave the environment he was enjoying. He looked at the person who spoke with dissatisfaction. His curtain of darkness had reached small success. As long as he was struck, there was no way he could break free. What was with this fellow's eyes? He really hadn't let go. Could it be his mortal body's instinct? Yes, that must be it. Ma Tsongyun coughed. Junior apprentice Brother Qi, you can free yourself now. Qi Yunshu's face turned purple. He cursed inwardly. You bastard, come and try. My hand is like cast iron. I can't move at all. Ma Tsongyun felt that something was wrong. He took a deep breath and was about to step forwards when a calm voice echoed out from behind him. Junior apprentice nephew Ma, come back. You are not this little friend's match. His robe was half black and half white, his hair was half white, and his shoes were one black and one white. Although his attire was strange, when one looked at him, one's heart would naturally feel at peace. It was as if they were looking at someone close to them. At this time, he faintly smiled, his voice gentle and light. Little friend, how about letting him go first? Qin Yu remained silent. His smile didn't change. Today was only a misunderstanding. Let him go and explain things. What did you say? Qin Yu interrupted him. Taoist Black-White paused for a moment. I said that as long as you let him go, I can explain. He was interrupted again. Previous sentence. Taoist Black-White's smile became even warmer. I asked you to let him go. Qin Yu nodded. I'm sorry, I was a bit distracted just now so I didn't hear you clearly. His next words were like a slap to the face. Why? He was apologizing at first and then suddenly changing the topic. Was this really okay? Taoist Black-White thought that he had a good recuperation, but he was so angry that blue veins popped out from the corners of his eyes. If it weren't for his status, he would have already cursed out loud. He winked at Chi Yunshu, but the normally clever and clever apprentice nephew Ma had been struck so hard that he had lost his soul. He simply didn't see anything. His mind was filled with only one thought: he's fine, he's fine, he's fine. How could he be fine? Taoist Black-White cursed him for being trash in his heart. Then, he could only step forward. Little friend, do you know that you should forgive and forget? There will always be people in this world that you cannot afford to provoke. The Qi family's young master has a precious status. If something happens to him, you won't be able to leave Heavenly Demon City. Do you really want to take this step? Qi Yunshu's brain was lacking oxygen and he was seeing stars. But, he still insisted on his right to speak. Elder Black-White, don't waste words with him, kill him. The three guards had dark lines on their foreheads once more. They discovered that the way everyone looked at their young master had turned into one of pity and concern for a mentally handicapped child. This level of intelligence, Taoist Black-White angrily cursed in his heart. If I had confidence I could kill him without injuring you, why would I need a brat like you to blabber here? Ma Tsongyin's curtain of darkness had already reached a certain degree of maturity. After this person received it, he didn't show any reaction. Either his soul was tyrannical or he had a treasure on his body. This wasn't easy to deal with. The key point was that they had already stepped forward today, so they had to deal with this matter. Otherwise, let alone being on good terms with the Qi family, both sides would definitely fall out. As Taoist Black-White was distressed, Qin Yu suddenly said, I will give you one more chance. As long as you can subdue me like apprentice nephew Black-White, I will cup my hands and let him go. Taoist Black-White couldn't be bothered with this irritating way of addressing him. He happily said, Really? Qin Yu nodded. Of course. Good. I will also display my curtain of darkness. I ask for your guidance. The words indicated that in his heart, he already considered Qin Yu a cultivator on the same level. Since everyone was on the same level, it was reasonable for him to attack with his full strength. One couldn't help but admit that an old fox was indeed an old fox. With just a few words, he was able to play all sorts of tricks. The people of Dawnperch residence all had strange complexions. This was because Qin Yu's decision gave off the feeling that he wanted to take this chance to step down from the stage and release Black-White. This was completely different from his previous style. Wasn't he supposed to be cold and indifferent, unafraid of power? Just now he had a face that said, Don't think I don't dare to kill you, but now he was acting like this. TSK, he really was shameless. Everyone looked at him with eyes full of contempt. As for how to step down, wasn't that simple? As long as Taoist Black-White attacked, he could take advantage of the chance to shake him a few times and then spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, saying that he was fierce and that they would meet again in the future, everything would be fine. Taoist Black-White also thought this in his heart. He looked at Qin Yu with a deep meaning in his eyes, as if saying that he understood and didn't need to worry. Hee, brat, do you know where my reputation as Taoist Black-White came from? Clothes, shoes, hair, and the like aren't important at all. Being white on the outside and black on the inside is a profound boundary. If you don't die today, how can I be on good terms with the Qi family? Haha, you can go in peace. There was another invisible humming sound. Everyone could hear it, but their minds only wavered for a moment before they regained their clarity. Of course, this wasn't because Taoist Black-White's curtain of darkness was weak, but because all of his strength was gathered within himself, with only a small amount of his aura leaking out. This made it even more terrifying. Qin Yu stiffened. Everyone had expected this. Next, he would spit out blood. Little brat, your acting skills are far from good. Unfortunately, while the audience had guessed the opening, they didn't know what would happen next. Within Qin Yu's soul space, Purple Moon and Mimi were busy fighting for food. A mass of black fog shivered and was instantly eaten up. Qin Yu said, Is that enough? Mimi beamed. Not bad, it really is delicious. Purple Moon's light dimmed and she maintained a cold and aloof posture. She didn't respond to Qin Yu's words, but looking at her appearance she should be satisfied. Shuar, his consciousness returned to his body. Qin Yu slowly said, "The soul burial sect's curtain of darkness truly lives up to its reputation. There really weren't many foods that could catch the fancy of that little lass Mimi and Purple Moon." Taoist Blackwhite's mind shook, even concealing his disappointment. This boy was actually completely fine. His lips twitched and he squeezed out a smile, making an expression as if he were saying that their cooperation was quite good. "I also admire your strength." Today, Kacha, a clear sound spread out. The entire dawn perch in fell deathly silent. Everyone's eyes widened, as if they had seen a ghost. They stared at Qin Yu, at the corpse in his hand whose neck was bent at an exaggerated angle. Qi Yunshu's bloodshot eyes widened. There wasn't much panic in them, only disbelief, as if he were saying, "How could you dare to kill me?" But Qin Yu had killed him. His actions were so clean that it surpassed everyone's expectations. If it weren't for the fact that he had to bring food for the two guests in his soul space, he would have already done it. Since there was no need to wait, why waste time? If he killed someone, there would definitely be trouble. At the very least, he would have thoroughly offended this Qi family. But Qin Yu had his own reasons. The reason Qi Yunshu came here today was to draw him in, and this matter was inextricably related to the demon blood crystals. Qin Yu didn't have any evidence, but he didn't need any evidence for this matter. He could freely prove himself. Thus, he killed someone. He used Qi Yunshu's death as a warning to everyone who tried to do something to him. He wasn't a soft persimmon. If they wanted to pinch him, then they would have to be prepared to die. Perhaps he was a bit impulsive, but Qin Yu had to display the toughest attitude possible. Because once he retreated, these people would only take a yard after taking an inch. Chapter 519. Wasn't he supposed to take this chance to step down? How could he suddenly kill someone? This change in direction was a bit too big and nearly broke his waist. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, their minds blanking out. After an unknown period of time, some people finally regained their composure. They subconsciously shivered and began to draw back. They had never been afraid of things becoming too big for them to watch. But today's matter had surpassed their limits. If they continued to stay here, they might be caught up in a disaster. At that time, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. Of course, it was best to leave as soon as possible. There was no lack of smart people. Even if they didn't think of this at first, they still reacted as they saw the surrounding people draw back. In a few breaths' time, the dense crowd outside dispersed in all directions. There was a guest staying at Dawn Perch Inn who didn't even return to his room. He turned and ran out of the inn. He absolutely couldn't stay here any longer. This was Heavenly Demon City's Qi family. Although they weren't a noble family of the demonic path, their true strength wasn't any worse than a true noble family of the demonic path. Although Qi Yunshu wasn't favored, he was still the son of the Qi family's main bloodline and had an incomparably honored status. Now that he was killed in his family's sphere of influence, how could this matter be settled? Taoist Blackwhite shivered. He could no longer maintain his calm and gentle tone. "You killed Qi Yunshu, you actually killed him. This madman, did he not know that the Qi family's old ancestor liked this ignorant and incompetent grandson of his? Bastard, if you want to die then you actually want to drag them down with you. You really deserve to die." Qi Yunshu had died on the spot. Although it wasn't directly related to them, would the Qi family really think so? They would definitely vent their anger on them. Now, the only method was to kill this brat and use his head to exchange for the Qi family's forgiveness. Qin Yu's eyes were calm. Since he decided to kill someone, he had naturally prepared himself for the consequences. "I killed him, but what do you want?" He let go and the corpse fell to the ground. This carefree attitude, he simply couldn't tolerate it. Taoist Blackwhite roared out, "You evil beast, die for me!" Bang, a wild aura shot into the skies. The ground shattered inch by inch. Countless beautifully trimmed flowers and grass were uprooted and turned to dust. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. Although he looked a bit strange, his strength wasn't bad. But compared to Zhao Qianyuan, he was far worse. At this moment, 3 cold, killing intents suddenly erupted, locking onto Taoist Black-White. He frowned and stopped what he was doing. Turning his head, his pupils shrank and he quickly restrained his aura. True Demon Guard. A layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on Taoist Black-White's forehead. Even if the position of the Holy Palace's Supreme Elder was currently vacant, the true Demon Guards were still the Holy King's personal guards in name. To oppose a true Demon Guard was the same as offending a Holy King. At other times it might have been better, but the various influences of the demonic path were all trying to gain the support of the Holy Palace. For something like this to occur at such a critical juncture, Taoist Black-White didn't doubt that he would die an incomparably miserable death in order to quell the anger of the Holy Palace. A true Demon Guard asked coldly, "What do you want to do?" Taoist Black-White squeezed out a smile. "This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I was just about to capture this murderer. Fellow Taoists, please take a look. The Qi family's direct descendant Qi Yunshu was killed by this murderer just now. His methods were extremely cruel." The Qi family, the 3 true demon guards furrowed their eyebrows, but they soon relaxed. "This matter will be investigated by the demonic path. You may draw back." In terms of cultivation, even if the 3 true demon guards joined forces, they still might not be Taoist Black-White's match. But, as the personal guards of the Holy King, their status was extremely high and they naturally had the confidence to do so. A true demon guard stepped forwards. He cupped his hands together and smiled. "Fellow Taoist Yao Bin, we meet again." He had already seen these 3 people when they brought him to the City Lord Mansion last time. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "May I ask why you 3 have come here?" The true demon guard said, "Today, the 3 of us have been ordered to deliver the documents and seals." His smile widened. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Yao Bin. After today, you are a member of the demonic path. I wish fellow Taoist a bright future." Taoist Black-White's eyes widened. He finally understood. No wonder this matter had to be investigated by the demonic path. This was the privilege of demonic path cultivators. Even if they committed a crime, they could only be punished by the demonic path. No one else was allowed to interfere. Wasn't this very overbearing and unreasonable? That's right, this was how it was. But the demonic path had this sort of qualifications and confidence. However, the attitudes of these 3 true demon guards seemed a bit too gentle. Even if they were facing someone from the demonic path, they should still remain cold and aloof. Could it be that this Yao Bin's status was different? Taoist Black-White suddenly had a premonition that Qi Yunshu would die in vain today. In other words, because of Qi Yunshu's death, he was doomed to incur a great deal of trouble. As Taoist Black-White thought of this, he nearly cried. Everything was fine, so why did something like this have to happen to him? What an unlucky year. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He hadn't heard of this news yet. So how come the true demon guards had suddenly come? Moreover, they had come at such a perfect time. His thoughts raced. But at least this matter was beneficial to him. He quietly received the items and expressed his thanks to the 3 people. The true demon guard swept his eyes over Qi Yunshu's corpse. His eyes flashed. "Fellow Taoist Yao Bin, when a demonic path cultivator faces danger, they can randomly kill someone." He paused for a moment and continued to say, "Of course, even if the fault lies with fellow Taoist, as a demonic path disciple, you can still enjoy immunity. All you need to do is pay some spirit stones." This was the same as obtaining a legal license to kill someone. Moreover, it was issued by the demonic path, one of the strongest influences in the land of divinity and demons. No matter how he looked at it, it gave off the feeling of a gangster. But Qin Yu had to admit that this feeling wasn't bad at all. He smiled and said, "Thank you for the reminder, but for today's matter, I won't compensate you with a single spirit stone." Since he wanted to express his most unyielding attitude, he naturally had to do it to the end. In any case, he had already offended the Chi family, so he didn't fear the enmity between them deepening. The true demon guard's eyes brightened. He told Qin Yu that 3 days from now, someone would bring him away. Without saying anything further, he cupped his hands together and bid his farewells. Since both sides weren't familiar with each other right now, going too far was as bad as falling short. Qin Yu sent the 3 people away. Taoist Blackwhite didn't say a single word. He grabbed the still dazed Ma Tsongyun and brought Qi Yunshu's corpse with him. With a gloomy expression, he quickly left. At this moment, Blackwhite's mood was even worse. This was because he thought of something even worse. Offending a tyrannical junior wasn't anything at all. Offending a demonic path disciple wasn't anything at all. But, when both sides superimposed on each other, that meant he had offended a tyrannical demonic path disciple. Moreover, he was very young and seemed to have great potential. This was truly hard to bear. Who knew just how far this boy would be able to walk in the future? Although he had a considerable status in the soul burial sect, and the chances of him being punished in the future weren't high, even a 1% chance was enough to make him feel uncomfortable. After sending off the 3 true demon guards, Qin Yu returned to the inn. Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 knelt to the ground with red eyes. "Thank you, my lord, thank you, my lord." He didn't know what Qin Yu was thinking, but from what he saw, it was clear that Qin Yu had killed someone today to help him. How could he not be grateful? As for whether or not the Qi family would retaliate against him because of this, he no longer cared. After all, he had picked up his life today. Once he returned, he would immediately arrange for his little sister to leave. As long as he stayed in Heavenly Demon City, the Qi family shouldn't try to track down his little sister's whereabouts. That was enough. The empty and messy Dawnperch Inn was in a mess. The shopkeeper's complexion was pale white, and he seemed to have lost his soul. He hadn't done anything wrong today. Qi Yunshu's death absolutely couldn't be blamed on him. But in this world, there was no such thing as absolute fairness. The Qi family's young master had died in the business he was responsible for, so how could he have any good ending? Perhaps the best result would be being expelled from Heavenly Demon City. If he offended the Qi family, he feared he wouldn't have any foothold in Heavenly Demon City in the future. He had toiled his entire life, starting from a small servant boy. How much pain and suffering had he suffered in order to climb up to his current status? Now that he had become nothing, who could accept that? Moreover, he wasn't alone right now. His entire family was counting on him to make a living. The shopkeeper looked at Qin Yu. He should hate this person. If it weren't for him, would he have fallen to such a state? But he didn't dare to. Qi Yunshu had killed him just like that, and from the current situation, he didn't seem to have suffered any harm at all. Moreover, he was just an old man without any power or influence. Duan San crawled up and walked in front of the shopkeeper. He fell to his knees. "Uncle, although we are separated by several generations and our bloodline is thin, I know you took care of me, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to enter Dawnperch Inn. Today, I have stirred up trouble for you. I fear this nephew will never be able to repay you in this life. In my next life, I will work like an ox or a horse to make it up to you." The shopkeeper's lips trembled. He let out a long sigh. "Hurry up and leave. The further you go, the better." Duan San smiled. "I will send my little sister away and then stay here. Otherwise, the Qi family definitely won't give up. I will have to give them an explanation." This explanation was his life. If he died, his little sister would live. The shopkeeper was a shrewd man. He quickly understood this point. He patted Duan San-er's shoulder with a trembling hand. "Originally, I wanted to raise you into my successor. You brat, you are willing to endure hardship and you are also smart, But what a pity your life isn't good. Qin Yu could see that Duan San was exuding a carefree and relaxed aura. This had nothing to do with strength or breadth of mind. Rather, it was a calm and unhurried expression that came from disregarding life and death. With a thought, he guessed what the two of them were thinking. He couldn't help but reveal a bit of appreciation in his eyes. This Duan San was actually someone who cared deeply about relationship. When he was threatened by Qi Yunshu, he didn't say anything even when death was at hand. Although there was an 80% chance that this was because he was afraid of his little sister's retaliation, if he cared so much about family, he couldn't be too bad. If it were him, he would likely make the same choice as Duan San. Subconsciously, Qin Yu thought of Gu Ling. Was that girl doing well? Although the world was vast, he had very few family members. Ning Ling was one, and so was Ling. A person's fate was mysterious and wonderful. Duan San racked his brains to curry favor with Qin Yu, but when he fell into a hopeless situation and was prepared to welcome death, the opportunity actually fell into his hands. Qin Yu called out to Duan San who was about to leave. I looked through the document just now. Demonic Path disciples have the right to recruit several personal servants. If you are willing, I can give you 2 spots. Duan San was stunned. The shopkeeper kicked him to his knees. You little brat, what are you waiting for? Duan San quickly kowtowed, tears flowing down his face. He knew that Qin Yu was saving his life, and even his little sister's life. Otherwise, with a weak and frail girl like her, without him to shelter her from the wind and rain, just how long would she be able to live? It wasn't that he couldn't think of it, but that he didn't want to think of it. He didn't dare to think of it, because as long as he was alive there would be hope. How could he bring his little sister down with him? Before his mother died, Duan San had promised to protect his little sister for the rest of his life. Even if he didn't accomplish this, if he died in front of his little sister and saw his mother in the underworld, she probably wouldn't be too angry. But now all difficulties had vanished. He didn't need to die and his little sister wouldn't leave him. Good, this was far too good. Snot and tears mixed together. Duan San-er's face was a mess. He looked up at Qin Yu with teary eyes. From this moment on, he made up his mind. In this life, for the rest of his life, he would use it to repay this kindness. Qin Yu's eyes were a bit sore. It had been a long time since he had this sort of mood swings. He took a deep breath, his voice unconsciously gentle. Go. Bring your little sister here. He turned and walked towards the back courtyard. He paused for a moment and then said, Go to the courtyard I live in. Don't stay outside. Chapter 520. The 3 true demon guards left Dawnperch Inn and boarded a speed car to return to the City Lord Mansion. The one who had been speaking with Qin Yu was clearly the one with the most prestige out of the 3. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes in meditation. The 2 true demon guards looked hesitant. They looked at each other and one of them said, Big brother, aren't your words too straightforward today? Wang Chao opened his eyes. We're all brothers, so there's no need to hide anything. Do you two think that I shouldn't remind Yao Bin about killing people? The corners of his mouth turned up. Fine. Let's not talk about anything else. Even if the Qi family finds out about what I said today, what do you think they can do? Do they dare to deal with me? The true fiend guard glared. They dare. Wang Chao smiled. Isn't that enough? Remember, us brothers were lucky and we suffered a great deal to become true demon guards. As long as we have this identity, no one can touch us unless we commit a great crime. The 3rd true demon guard said, Big brother, that's not what we mean. Although we're not afraid of the Qi clan, there's still the tyrants of Heavenly Demon City. You and I have relatives and friends behind us. If we offend them, they won't dare to do anything on the surface, but it's still disgusting if they do something behind our back. Wang Chao pointed and said, Second bro, listen carefully. Third bro's words are more accurate. However, I can't explain too much about this matter. You just have to remember that I have my reasons for befriending Yao Bin. After pausing for a moment, he decided to reveal a little more. Whether the three of us can achieve meteoric success in the future will most likely depend on this person. He wouldn't tell them that he had inadvertently seen the demon envoy and Lord Yen Lu enter Dawnperch residence in private. Furthermore, they wouldn't say that it was Yao Bin who had troubled the two of them to come here. With Lord Demon Envoy's status, would he make a trip just for a nobody? Even though Wang Chao didn't know why, he knew that this was his opportunity. Although life was long, there were only a few opportunities in the world. He would definitely not miss it. Qi family, dominating the Heavenly Devil sect for tens of thousands of years, its inheritance lasting for 10 generations. Geniuses came forth in large numbers and experts were as common as the cloud. That was exactly what he said. Although such a Qi clan was unable to be conferred the title of a noble family due to certain reasons, its true strength and foundation were already sufficient. In the Heavenly Demon City, it might be a little too much to describe them as absolute, but it was definitely not common. But today, a direct descendant of the Qi clan was casually killed in the Heavenly Devil City like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. This sort of matter hadn't occurred for many years. Thus, when Qi Yunshu's corpse was sent back to the Qi family by Taoist Blackwhite, the entire Qi family residence was instantly set ablaze. The violent killing intent soared to the heavens. Countless cultivators in Heavenly Devil City were shocked. They widened their eyes and waited for the Qi clan's response. This matter had already spread through the entire Heavenly Devil City at the fastest speed possible through the mouths of the scattered cultivators who had left Dawnperch residence. The killer, Yao Bin, was now one of the new disciples of the demonic path. Soon, the Qi family's response spread to the outside world. The Qi family's old ancestor personally appeared to suppress the agitated Qi family juniors who wanted to kill and take revenge. His original words were, "If you don't want to live, then don't implicate the entire Qi family. That is a disciple of the demonic path. Touching him is disrespect to the demonic path." These words were a bit boastful, but the general meaning was correct. Killing a demonic path disciple was absolutely not a trivial matter. Unless it was done stealthily or in some special situation, once it was discovered, the demonic path would never let this matter rest. In terms of protecting one's own people, no one dared to call themselves first. In the entire land of divinity and demons, if the demonic path thought they were second, then no one dared to call themselves first. Many people were disappointed. They couldn't help but secretly say some sour words. What 10,000-year-old Qi family? They were also characters that bullied the weak and feared the strong. Those who said these words didn't understand the way of survival of a wealthy family. This was because no matter what you wanted to do, your slogan had to be correct. And the slogan you shouted often had nothing to do with what you wanted to do. In fact, both sides even contradicted each other. In the ancestral temple, Qi Yunshu's corpse lay on the cold floor. His complexion was pale white and his eyes were still wide open, filled with disbelief at the moment of his death. Qi Dongtai's eyes were half closed. He sat in a high chair and his voice was light. "I already said that people shouldn't be too arrogant, otherwise sooner or later disaster will fall upon them. Sixth brother was obedient in front of me, but once he left the family he acted like a tyrant. Although I am old, my eyes aren't blind, so I naturally know this. That's why he suffered a fatal disaster today. He only has himself to blame." An indifferent voice spread out in the ancestral temple. The heads of the fourth branch lowered their heads, not daring to speak up. Everyone knew that although the old man cursed and cursed, the truth was that in his heart, the one he liked the most was this ignorant and incompetent Qi Yunshu. He had once privately told an old servant that this little monkey resembled him the most when he was young. Although he appeared calm on the surface, it was unknown just how angry he was in his heart. And indeed, Qi Dongtai's eyes flashed open. "But remember this. For our Qi family to rise from being small and weak to become one of the overlords of heavenly demon city, and for our lineage to continue to this day, that is not because we understand reason, but because we are ruthless enough. Sixth brother is in the wrong, but even if he deserves to die, we can only ask our ancestors to punish him and kill him. There is no reason for others to do so. Right now, many people are looking at the Qi family as a joke. But let them laugh because the truth trumps all. I will not allow Yao Bin to enter the demonic path alive. He killed people in heavenly demon city, so he must remain here. The third branch head fell to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face. Thank you, old ancestor. If sixth brother knows this in the underworld, he can rest in peace. He had over a dozen sons, so it was worth debating just how sad he was. But, on the surface, he had to pretend to be in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Qi Dongtai frowned in disgust, as if he didn't like third brother's exaggerated performance. But, as he thought about how his son had died, he endured his reprimanding. He turned and said in a soft voice, "Go. Let him die a bit more peacefully." The old servant that had followed him for many years grinned, revealing 2 missing yellow teeth. He nodded and left, vanishing into the shadows. Looking at this old fellow who was even older than their father, and seemed as if he could kick himself at any moment, the other 4 heads revealed looks of awe. Their father's strength, besides the legendary old ancestor who was still in life and death seclusion, was naturally the strongest in the Qi family. But this old servant was the one they feared the most. Since their father had sent him today, Yao Bin was doomed. Qi Dongtai closed his eyes. Let's wait here. There will soon be a result. I cannot allow sixth brother to die alone. Dawn Perch residence. Yesterday's bustling hustle and bustle had dispersed. All that was left behind was a desolate scene. In the entire inn, besides a few servants on duty, there wasn't a single person to be seen. Because the illumination array formations had been destroyed, large swathes of the area were in a state of darkness. As one walked in, they subconsciously felt a bit of fear. The old servant's figure walked out from the darkness. He looked up and grinned. Not too far away, a servant opened his mouth, but no words came out. He clutched his neck and fell to the ground. Blood gushed out from his nose and mouth, quickly soaking the ground. The old servant slowly walked forwards. His speed was slow, his footsteps echoing in the empty inn. But what was strange was that every time he passed through the darkness, his figure seemed to fuse into it. When he appeared again, he was already far away. So, it didn't take much time for the old servant to enter the rear courtyard. He stood in the light and looked at the independent courtyard in front of him. He nodded, as if he appreciated the construction style of this gate. Then, he lifted a hand and slapped it forward. The incomparably sturdy door that was reinforced by the array formation seemed to have suffered a terrifying corrosion. Without a sound, it directly turned into countless black ashes that scattered down. Wisps of black fog spread along the ruins of the array formation, destroying the entire array formation. There was no alarm at all. With a smile, the old servant walked up the steps and entered the courtyard. And at this time, the dead servant in the front courtyard had already been discovered. But when those people went up to investigate, they all fell to the ground, bleeding from their head and dying. The shopkeeper's eyes widened. He shouted, "Don't go over there! Stand back!" After walking a safe distance away, he turned to look at the rear courtyard, a deep worry in his eyes. Creak, in the quiet night, the sound of the door opening was particularly grating to the ears. The old servant's eyebrows rose up, a bit of surprise on his face. He looked up. Qin Yu stepped out, his eyes calm. "A Qi family member?" The old servant shook his head, his voice unpleasant to the ears. "No, I am just a dog that follows the young master." Qin Yu waved his hand. "Forget it. I wasn't curious about your identity to begin with. If you want to kill me, then do it." The old servant cackled. Youngsters these days are truly amazing. But since you cooperated well enough and didn't try to ask for help, I will give you a quick death." Countless black threads appeared out of thin air. They were like a giant spider web that had already quietly sealed off the entire courtyard. As the old servant lifted a hand, these black threads rapidly grew, approaching Qin Yu. This gloomy and decaying aura was a curse. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. But before he could ask anything, Mimi's excited cheers echoed out from his soul space. "Qin Yu, I discovered that following by your side was the best decision I ever made. You are simply a divine tool that automatically hunts for food. I want this curse, I want it, I want it." Black lines immediately covered his forehead. "Little girl, what do you mean by I want it, I want it?" Whenever you brought up this topic, it felt extremely dirty. "Divine artifact? Divine artifact, my ass." The purple moon suddenly brightened. A deep purple light covered his soul space, but it left a small area for Mimi. This was a tacit understanding between the two sides. The little girl was flustered. "Curse, what do you want it for? Be careful that you don't get a stomachache. If you defecate in Qin Yu's soul space, he definitely won't be willing." "I can eat it, I don't need you to share it with me. Big sister, you should go to sleep." "Alright, but I want more than half. I want half, I absolutely cannot be less." It was clear that Mimi was being pushed back again and again. But these words seemed to reveal an important piece of information. Purple Moon's gender was Big Sister? How did he know this? Moreover, it seemed that there was a great deal of communication between the two sides. Qin Yu's heart suddenly filled with sorrow. This was because he discovered that although he was the master of Purple Moon, she was cold and aloof and hadn't spoken a single word to him at all. He couldn't think about this. Tears welled up in his eyes. As his thoughts raced, the black threads had already arrived. They wrapped around Qin Yu's body, layer after layer, submerging him. The old servant revealed a look of surprise. After listening to Taoist Blackwhite's words, he originally thought that he would have to spend some effort. He always felt that something was wrong. But since he was entangled in his curse net, unless he was at the Calamity Immortal Realm, it would be impossible for him to escape this calamity. Was Yao Bin at the Calamity Immortal Realm? What a joke. So what was the reason? Did he need to know? Since Qin Yu wanted to die, he was happy to save time. But soon, the old servant couldn't be happy. This was because he discovered that Qin Yu still hadn't died. Moreover, the power of his curse was being consumed at an astonishing rate. In just a short period of time, he had lost 10% of it. 10% of the curse was enough to poison half of Heavenly Demon City to death, but he still hadn't died? This boy was truly strange. Did he have some sort of treasure that could absorb curse power? But if he thought he could rely on this to preserve his life, he was far too naive. Chapter 521. Qin Yu couldn't remember when he had become the nemesis of all dark and gloomy powers. Whether it was poisons or curses, he didn't reject them. The more the better. Each and every one of them had a fiendish appearance. They were simply food carts with red flags on them, blowing their horns and giving their all for the guests in their soul space. This sort of spirit was worthy of praise. Unfortunately, these food carts of love were destined to be one-off. It was a small regret that they couldn't be encouraged to work harder and continue to work harder. Within the layers of black curse threads, Qin Yu's lips twitched. He felt a bit ashamed of his lack of compassion. Others were already pitiful enough, so how could he mercilessly mock them? Between people, the most basic emotions had to be taken into account. I can't laugh, I have to be solemn and dignified. But it's really hard to endure. In particular, through the cosmic Seacross spell, Qin Yu could faintly feel the fluctuations of the old servant's thoughts not too far away. You have a lot of curse strength. Hee, I'm only afraid you don't have enough. 20%, 30%, 40%. The calm and composed old servant suddenly revealed a dignified expression. With so much curse strength, even a peak blue sea would be able to kill several of them, yet this boy hadn't died yet. No, something must have gone wrong. A trace of unease gushed out from the old servant's heart. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, as if something bad was about to happen. Perhaps he should be more cautious and investigate the situation before doing anything. The old servant's thoughts stirred. He wanted to take back the curse strength, but in the next moment his complexion changed. This was because he discovered to his amazement that the curse that wrapped around Qin Yu's body seemed to grow onto him. He simply couldn't take it back. No, not only could he not take it back, but he couldn't break it. It was like a pair of terrifying shackles that connected the two of them together. The old servant took a deep breath. His incomparably old face seemed to stir up a whirlwind. All the wrinkles twisted and twisted, making him look fierce and terrifying. Open! With a loud shout, the black threads began to burn. Within the black and gray flames, they were burnt to ashes. The old servant's back instantly bent, as if he had consumed too much strength. He didn't even look at Qin Yu, who was wrapped up in the black and gray flames. He turned and left. His body sank into the darkness, fusing into it and vanishing from sight. The older one was in Jianghu, the more timid they became. This saying was absolutely reasonable. This old servant had lived to this day, and had killed countless people in his life. What scene had he not seen? However, it was precisely because he had seen so much that he understood what it meant to fail miserably in an easy task. He had seen it with his own eyes many times. The Qi clan was very powerful, and they had many ways to kill Yao Bin. There was no need for them to take the risk. Even if they were to retreat in defeat today, they could always find another opportunity in the future. He was old and his spirit was not good, but he never lacked patience. Therefore, the old servant walked neatly without any hesitation. In the courtyard, the ash-black flames gradually extinguished, revealing Qin Yu's calm face. His eyes flashed with a bit of surprise. Shadow step. It turned out that he was not the only one who knew how to do this. Although Undying was still in a deep slumber state, he had clearly recovered a great deal. This was because he could now use the supernatural ability he gifted Qin Yu. So, after a moment of surprise, Qin Yu said in a soft voice, "The guests haven't eaten their fill yet, so how can I let you leave?" He stepped into the light and shadows, his body blending into it. Outside the Dawnperch Inn, under a large tree, the street lamp illuminated the mottled shadows of the tree. Somewhere in the shadows of the branches, there was a sudden movement. The old servant walked out, his face pale. He turned his head and looked at the quiet Dawnperch Inn. His face darkened. For so many years, as long as he took action, he would always succeed. He never imagined that today he would be pecked in the eye. This boy was too strange. He had to tell the young master as soon as possible so that he could be more careful and not be careless. However, with the young master's personality, the more outstanding this Yao Bin's performance was, the heavier his killing intent would be. He would definitely think of a way to keep Yao Bin in Heavenly Demon City. The old servant's eyes blurred, revealing a bit of infatuation. The young master's personality was just so likable. He coughed several times and was about to leave when his complexion changed. He whipped his head around. The shadows of the trees parted like water. Qin Yu smiled and said, "Since you've come, why go back? Life in this world is filled with hardship. Let me help you free yourself from them." The old servant cried out, "That's impossible! You actually know the shadow transformation art." Qin Yu shook his head. "I call it shadow step. I don't know what shadow transformation art is, but that isn't important. Let's continue." The old servant turned and ran away. Seeing the old servant disappear into the shadows, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He followed. In a corner, two people appeared one after another. Then in an alley, in a loft, Qin Yu's lips curved up. Indeed, the so-called shadow transformation art was extremely taxing on the soul. After using it again and again, The old servant's aura weakened a great deal. That was about enough. Then, it was time to end this. If he played around too much, he would end up ruining himself. Schwa, shadow transformation art appeared once more. The old servant was panting for breath. His originally pale face was now devoid of blood. He raised his head and glanced at the distant, brightly lit and majestic mansion. Joy flashed in his dim eyes. If he used the shadow transformation art once more, he would be able to smoothly enter the Qi family. At that time, he would be safe and the young master would naturally protect him. The old servant smiled. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the feeling of his soul turning into nothingness. Then, he stepped forward. His body began to transform, fusing with the shadows beneath his feet. Just as he was about to finish, a hand reached out from the shadows. Qin Yu calmly said, "Just what are you thinking of doing?" The old servant was shocked. He didn't care about exposing himself. Just as he was about to cry out for help, he froze. His weak soul could no longer resist the suppression of the cosmic Seacross spell. Faint traces of purple moonlight shined into his soul space. At this time, the purple moon also attacked. This was quite strange. It seemed that the curse strength within the old servant's body was to its liking. Bang! A terrifying strength erupted from Qin Yu's body. The old servant's body tensed and the curse strength in his body surged out like a broken dam. If this sort of feeling had to be described, it would be like someone smashing open your skull, taking out a tube, and forcefully sucking it in. Just thinking about that feeling made one's hair stand on end. In fact, the pain the old servant was withstanding right now was absolutely far more terrifying than this. This was because the cursed strength in his body had already fused together with him. Every inch of his flesh and blood, every inch of his bones, every inch of his organs was twitching. Indeed, if one walked by the river, sooner or later their shoes would be wet. In this life, he had killed far too many people and his retribution had finally arrived. The old servant knew a long time ago that ever since he stepped onto the curse path, he was doomed to die a miserable death. But, he didn't regret this, because this was what his young master needed. For his young master, he was willing to do anything, even if his young master never knew what he was thinking. But, was this important? The old servant used up the last of his strength to straighten his curled back. He looked up at the Qi family's residence not too far away and let out a light breath. His pupils began to slacken, his life had been far too tiring. It was time for him to take a good rest. After several breaths of time, Qin Yu loosened his hand, allowing the thin corpse to fall to the ground. He glanced at the Qi family and then stepped into the shadows. Ancestral Temple. Qi Dongtai, who was sitting in the high chair with his eyes closed in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of black blood. The fourth branch head was frightened. He said in panic, "Father, what is wrong?" Qi Dongtai had a blank look in his eyes. After several breaths of time, he suddenly stood up and walked outside. A moment later, the main doors of the Qi family opened. Qi Dongtai silently walked out, heading straight towards the willow tree not too far away. A corpse was quietly lying beneath the willow tree. Its body was bent over, as if it had suffered a great deal of pain before dying. Even so, its face was calm and peaceful. The fourth branch head's pupils shrank, revealing a look of fear and alarm. This was because the one who had died beneath the willow tree was his father's old servant. How could this sinister and terrifying old dog quietly die like this? They were shocked speechless. But, deep in their hearts, they couldn't help but feel a bit more relaxed. Of course, the sorrow on their faces didn't lessen in the least because of this. This old dog had followed his father since he was a child, and was the person he trusted the most in his life. In his heart, his status was likely even higher than that of his sons. Qi Dongtai took a deep breath. He squatted down and slowly reached out a hand, closing the old servant's eyes that were staring at the Qi family's residence. When the eyes left his face, the steady palm actually began to gently tremble. The third branch head fell to his knees. Father, the dead cannot come back to life. Please restrain your grief and don't harm your body. Chi Dongtai spun around and sent him flying with a slap. Father! The third branch head's face was swollen and purple. His eyes were filled with innocence. Chi Dongtai harshly said, Shut up! If it weren't for the little beast you gave birth to, Xia Yan wouldn't have died today. If you weren't my son, I would have killed you right now. No one had the time to gloat. Everyone was silent out of fear. They looked at the old ancestor who was like a volcano, their faces filled with panic. The old ancestor cultivated his mind and soul and hadn't lost his temper for many years. Even when Qi Yunshu died, he was still able to maintain his calm. It could be imagined just how bad his mood was right now. No longer paying attention to the people kneeling on the ground, Chi Dongtai picked up the dead old servant from the ground. He suddenly discovered that the old servant was as light as a feather, without any pressure at all. A sour feeling surged in his heart. He looked up and forcefully suppressed these emotions. Then, he turned and walked towards the Qi family residence, whispering to himself, Xia Yan, we have been friends for a lifetime. I naturally know what you are thinking in your heart, but I cannot accept it. Thus, I pretended that I didn't know. In truth, I wanted to tell you a long time ago that there was no need for you to live so hard. But I was greedy and didn't want you to leave the Qi family. I hoped that you could help me strengthen the Qi family. You stayed in the Qi family your entire life, but when you finally died, you died outside the walls of my Qi family. I find this hard to bear. But don't worry, I know who killed you. I guarantee you that he will leave with you. Of course, I am well aware that the person who killed you isn't easy to deal with, so I will quietly wait for a chance. I ask that you be more patient. What I promised you, I will definitely accomplish it. Climbing up the stairs, Chi Dongtai looked up at the main entrance. How many years has it been since you entered or left from the main entrance? You said that this was the right of the master and that as a servant, you had to abide by your duties. You told everyone that you were a dog at my side, but I always regarded you as my brother. Today, this young master will bring you home from the main entrance. Chapter 522. Someone from the Qi family had died. This couldn't be hidden from the eyes of those with a clear mind. When it was determined that the one who died was the old servant beside the Qi family old ancestor, countless people widened their eyes in shock and panic. Then, with the fastest speed possible, they withdrew all the people they sent to investigate. The old servant had always declared himself to be a dog, but in truth he had an extremely high status in the Qi family. Sometimes he could even issue orders on behalf of the Qi family old ancestor. When the heads of the Qi family's fourth branch met him, they had to greet him like a nephew, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. If such an important character died in the night, would the Qi family old ancestor give up? Moreover, if Qi Yunshu was added in, the Qi family had already lost 2 lives to Yao Bin's hands. As for why it was Yao Bin, this question didn't need an answer and there was no need for evidence. Everyone was afraid that they would be implicated by the Qi family's crazy revenge, so they couldn't wait to retract their feelers. But what surprised them was that the Qi family was abnormally quiet. They actually didn't respond to this matter at all. But this time, no one went to mock the Qi family. This was because the old servant's death had already demonstrated their tough stance. Even if one became a disciple of the demonic path, they would still make them pay with their lives. Their current silence couldn't be because they had given up. The greatest possibility was that they were waiting for a chance. This matter wouldn't be easily forgotten. City Lord Mansion. The Lord Demon Envoy played with a ball of light in his hands. Light and shadow flickered within. It was the complete process of how Qi Yunshu and the old servant had been killed. Xia Yan's curse power is quite strange. He was actually able to ignore it, no, to be more accurate, he plundered all of the curse power in Xia Yan's body. He whispered to himself and then revealed a smile. This brat Yao Bin is even more mysterious than I imagined. This was for the best. He feared that Tai Bin was too weak and wished that he was even fiercer than he was. The more cards he had in his hands, the less likely it was to die. This was because the road he wanted to walk was far too dangerous. His 5 fingers closed and the ball of light was annihilated. The Lord Demon Envoy calmed down and looked outside. Yen Lu walked in with light step. She was like a honey peach, each and every movement of hers filled with charm and charm. Lord Demon Envoy seems to be quite leisurely today. I'm surprised that you aren't cultivating. Ripples of light flowed in her beautiful eyes, as if she was silently saying something, causing one to be unable to help but be mesmerized. The Demon Envoy had a calm expression. Why have you come? She rolled her eyes at him. Fortunately, she had come to understand his thoughts over the years. If he was unwilling to talk about it, there was no need for her to pester him about it. Yen Lu placed her hands on the long table and lowered her waist. Her chest became more and more shocking. She said softly, I came to remind you, Lord Demon Envoy. It seems that many people are interested in the kid you've been paying attention to. The Demon Envoy was expressionless. So what? Yen Lu blinked. When a mature woman made such a childish gesture, it was especially alluring. Are you really not worried at all? Although that brat has some cultivation and his methods are ruthless enough, the ones paying attention to him are all big tigers. If you're not careful, you'll die. The Demon Envoy lightly said, If he dies, then he dies. What does it have to do with me? He looked up, his eyes sharp. I don't like being tested by others. You are no different. Yen Lu humphed. After saying that she didn't want to say anything, she turned and walked away, leaving behind a graceful and charming woman. The Demon Envoy furrowed his eyebrows. As expected, she had sensed something. But he had brought Yen Lu with him because he had no other choice. Otherwise, if he were to go out alone, he would definitely be sensed by someone's divine sense. Luckily, Yen Lu wouldn't ruin his plans and she wouldn't randomly say anything. Otherwise, that would truly be troublesome. Thinking about the situation Yao Bin was facing right now, the Demon Envoy frowned. Perhaps he should think of a way to find a protective talisman for him. Although it might not be able to scare away all the wolves, it would at least give him a layer of protection or, at the very least, in a dangerous moment, it would give him a chance to intervene and protect his position. Otherwise, once others discovered his true thoughts, Yao Bin would undoubtedly die. In a dark study, the doors and windows were tightly shut. A dim yellow oil lamp emitted a weak light that was swallowed up by the darkness, leaving one feeling particularly depressed. A figure was sitting behind a round table. His back was facing the door, as if he were savoring the charm hidden in the darkness. Elder, our probing failed. That trash Qi Yunshu was killed on the spot. The Qi family retaliated, but unfortunately, the curse master they sent also died not too far away from the Qi family's residence without leaving behind any useful information. The black-clothed man fell to his knees. This subordinate was incompetent. Elder, please punish me. As he spoke, his voice was clearly distorted, dry and without any emotion. I already know what happened, so I don't blame you for this. I underestimated Yao Bin's reaction. I never thought he would dare to counterattack in such a strong manner. He paused for a moment before continuing, but we didn't come away empty-handed. The black-clothed man revealed a puzzled look. Elder, please explain? The figure seemed to smile. Qi Yunshu died and Xia Yan also died. The Qi family has already formed a mortal enmity with Yao Bin. As long as there is hatred, there will be a motive to attack. We must find a way to obtain this motive so that we can openly deal with Yao Bin in the future. However, there are many people interested in him right now. We have already attacked once, so there is no need to be in such a hurry to attack again. Let the others rush ahead. Remember, sometimes when you watch from the sidelines you can discover many things that you can't. The black-clothed man said, This subordinate understands. It is just that if we delay for too long, don't worry, It is impossible to refine and absorb the demon blood crystal in a short period of time. Taking a step back, even if Yao Bin really manages to do it, I still have a way to make him spit it out with interest. The black-clothed man didn't say anything else. After bowing, he stood up and left. The figure turned around. Because of the dim light, it was extremely blurry. It didn't seem to be the face of a person, but rather a fierce demon mask. Yao Bin, the lost demon blood crystal, is it on you or not? I'm really looking forward to it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Everything was calm and tranquil. The mess in Dawnperch Inn had already been cleaned up. Stepping on the light of dawn, a cultivator quickly arrived. He flew straight to Qin Yu's residence and respectfully said, "Lord Yao Bin, I have come on orders. I ask that you follow me to the City Lord Mansion." The courtyard doors opened from within. A slightly cramped Duan San had changed into the grey robes of a servant. He cupped his hands together and bowed. "Please wait a moment. My master will be here soon." The messenger cultivator was startled, and then revealed a look of envy. Being a servant wasn't a glorious matter, but one had to look at who they were following. A servant of a demonic path disciple could also be considered a member of the demonic path and could follow them into a small world. Just the heaven-defying cultivation environment alone was enough for countless cultivators to flock to. Thus, every time the demon ascension gate opened, there would be countless demonic path cultivators. Some of them came from extraordinary backgrounds and would take the initiative to apply to become a servant of a new disciple. Besides having a bit of good looks, this boy's aura was ordinary. Yet, he had actually been chosen. He really had some dog's hit luck. Chapter 523. Following behind Duan San out of the courtyard was his sister, Duan Jiu. She was really like a Jiu flower, a delicate and beautiful girl. She wasn't tall, but every part of her body was proportionally balanced. Because she was weak and sickly all year round, her skin was pale, and one could see the tiny light blue blood vessels beneath her skin. Now that she was wearing the same color-made dress as Duan San, it didn't hide her beauty at all. Instead, it made one want to protect her from the bottom of their hearts. When the reporting cultivator saw Duan Jiu, he was stunned for a moment. Looking at the similarities between the two of them, a look of understanding appeared on his face. He seemed to have found the reason why Duan San was chosen. So when Qin Yu arrived, he could clearly sense something strange in this person's eyes. Of course, when Qin Yu seriously looked at him, he found that this person had already changed into an extremely respectful appearance. Gossiping and whatnot, of course it was okay, but if one didn't know when to stop, that would be asking for trouble. "Lord Yao Bin, the transmission array has been prepared. You and the other disciples will enter the demonic path's small world in batches today. Please follow me to the City Lord Mansion as soon as possible to avoid affecting the transmission arrangements." Qin Yu nodded. "Let's go." The current shopkeeper of Dawnperch Restaurant was still the old man who loved money. He stood at the place where the front yard and backyard connected, watching Duan San and Duan Jiu walk over. His eyes were slightly excited. However, the two sides didn't communicate, otherwise it would only bring more trouble to this old man who was about to leave. Duan San swore in his heart that if he was successful in the future, he would find a way to repay this uncle of his. Sitting in the flying carriage arranged by the City Lord's mansion, Duan San and Duan Jiu slowly calmed down. But looking at the luxurious decorations inside the carriage, they couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. Qin Yu saw this but didn't say anything. There were some things that couldn't be solved with words alone. They would just have to get used to it in the future. He smoothly arrived at the City Lord's mansion. Today, when he looked at the majestic mansion again, although it was still as majestic as before, it was no longer as terrifying and oppressive as before. It seemed that because of the changes at the Demon Ascension Gate, the demonic path supreme elders that had gathered here had already left. Qin Yu's heart relaxed. This was absolutely a good thing for him, because at the very least, no one had managed to obtain any evidence against him. As for suspicions, as the last person to leave the ancient tree monster, even if everyone knew that he didn't have the strength to complete the hunt, he still couldn't completely wash away all suspicions. But now, Qin Yu was a member of the demonic path, and his performance was outstanding. Many people knew of his existence. Even if there were people who harbored ill intentions, they wouldn't dare to make things difficult for him without evidence. However, in the future, he would have to be more careful and try not to give others anything to use against him. Inside the city lord's mansion, one of the palaces had disappeared without a trace. In its place was a massive formation that was incredibly complex and took up an area of several acres. A group of expressionless demonic path array masters were seizing this time to make final adjustments and experiment. Right now, the one who stayed behind to manage the teleportation was the master of Heavenly Demon City, a thin purple-robed old man. Although his appearance wasn't anything to look at, for him to be able to control the Heavenly Demon City of the demonic path for over 1,000 years, his strength couldn't be underestimated. Even if he restrained his aura, it still left one's chest feeling heavy. After Qin Yu arrived, he verified his identity and smoothly received his transmission number. The fourth batch, because the demonic path had decided to absorb all the surviving cultivators from the small worlds, there were nearly 2,000 new disciples. This was the highest number of disciples the demonic path had ever recruited in history. In addition, there were some demonic path disciples that brought servants with them like Qin Yu, making the number even more astonishing. Even though the transmission array was temporarily strengthened, the entire transmission process had to be divided into 5 batches. The first batch of disciples enter the transmission array. With a loud shout, the crowd began to clamor. Several hundred new demonic path disciples flew out with excited expressions. In order to leave the demon ascension gate's small world alive, the demonic path disciples had to have good luck. But besides luck, everything else wasn't certain. Strictly speaking, out of the nearly 2,000 new disciples, there weren't many that truly met the requirements to become a demonic path disciple. This was because when the sage controlled the ancient tree monster avatar and hunted them down, the ones he chose were relatively outstanding demonic path cultivators. For many people today, being able to become a demonic path disciple was a completely pleasant surprise. Because of this, besides setting the highest number in history, the quality of the disciples was also the lowest in history. It was known as the worst batch since the founding of the demonic path. The massive array formation on the ground lit up. Boundless strength erupted, instantly distorting space. The radiant divine light made it hard for one to look at it directly. Bang! A straight beam of light smashed into the skies, breaking apart the vault of heaven and forming a rainbow-colored vortex. A moment later, the humming sound subsided and the light slowly faded away. The distorted space was restored to normal. The first transmission array formation ended. Many cultivators revealed excited expressions. They thought that this was truly worthy of being the demonic path. Even though it was only a single transmission array formation, it still created such a majestic momentum. And most importantly, after today, they would officially become members of the demonic path. After an hour of adjustment, the second transmission array formation began. As if they had gained experience, they paused for a moment and then began the third transmission array formation. The fourth batch of disciples enter the transmission array. Qin Yu turned and ordered, "Follow me." Duan San-er and Duan Jiyu nodded. The two of them had never seen such a grand scene before. They were already nervous beyond belief. Luckily, Qin Yu took care of them. He didn't advance too quickly and the two of them followed closely behind. Because of this, when they arrived at the transmission array formation, it was already filled with cultivators. Qin Yu handed over the transmission number and smoothly entered the array formation. but Duan San and Duan Jiu were stopped. This batch has already been filled. Wait for the next batch. Qin Yu turned and said, They are my servants. Since that's the case, I will go with them. The array master had no expression. You have already entered the transmission array. If you leave now, it will affect the safety of the array formation. Do not delay. He lifted a hand. Prepare to be transmitted. Qin Yu frowned. Duan San hurriedly said, Master, you can go first. This is the City Lord Mansion. No one will make things difficult for us here. The array formation began to shine with light. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Be careful. I will be waiting for you. Bang! A beam of light shot into the skies, crashing into the vault of heaven. His field of vision instantly darkened. When it recovered, Qin Yu discovered that he was in a sea of stars. Beneath his feet was a giant jade disc carved with countless runes. It slowly rotated, carrying everyone through the sea of stars. Everyone's eyes widened. As they looked at the scene before them, their faces were filled with awe. Qin Yu's complexion didn't change, but his heart shook. This was because he discovered that the sea of stars in front of him wasn't an illusion. In other words, they had borrowed the power of the array formation to tear open the world barrier and arrive at the outer realm. Could it be that the small world of the demonic path's holy land was actually outside this world? Suddenly, the runes on the surface of the jade disk beneath their feet began to shine. A barrier of light appeared, covering everyone within. In the next moment, a meteor with a long flaming tail howled into everyone's line of sight. Everyone cried out in alarm. Their hearts leapt into their throats. Luckily, they didn't collide with each other. The two sides passed each other several miles apart. Even so, the terrifying strength carried with it still caused the jade disk to violently tremble. Everyone found it hard to steady themselves and their faces paled. An hour later, a point of light appeared. It was like a lighthouse, guiding the jade disk forward. Suddenly, as if it had crashed into an invisible stream of water, the jade disk clearly became sluggish and began to slowly squeeze out of this area. In the next moment, everything opened up in front of everyone. A brand new world appeared in front of them, and in the skies hung 9 great suns. Chapter 5:24. 9 great suns shined brilliantly, but they didn't dazzle the eyes at all. There wasn't any burning heat, only endless warmth. Bathing in the sunlight, one felt as if they were soaking in a hot spring. Their entire body was warm and faint traces of heat constantly fused into their bodies. Qin Yu silently felt the warm energy spread through his body, his heart shaking. This strange energy could actually simultaneously nourish the mortal body, magic power, and soul. Although the amount was small and the degree of improvement was almost imperceptible, if it were accumulated over time, the increase would be considerable. Moreover, the entire Holy Land's small world was filled with rich heaven and earth spiritual strength that nearly condensed into mist. With such a cultivation environment, it was no wonder that countless people were willing to become servants in order to join the demonic path. The demonic path's holy land forbids any noise. Everyone, follow the directions and enter the designated area. Once everyone has arrived, we will send you away. External Affairs Protector Exian frowned, a gloomy look in his eyes. The great figures had decided to recruit nearly 2,000 disciples, so they naturally had their own considerations. Protector Exian didn't dare to express any dissatisfaction, but the sudden increase in work had left him battered and exhausted for the past several days, so he naturally wasn't in a good mood. He had originally only prepared for 200 new disciples, but now it had increased by 10 times. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he still wouldn't have enough time in several days. Without any other choice, Protector Exian could only temporarily select a batch of houses that he had prepared as rewards for outstanding disciples in the last great examination. Because of this, he had received no small amount of complaint. If there were some outstanding characters in this batch of disciples, Protector Exian would feel a bit better. At the very least, he would be able to form a good relationship with them today. Perhaps they would be of great use in the future. But look, all you could see were crooked melons and cracked dates. It was simply a tragic sight. He really couldn't understand why the lords would accept such trash. This was simply dragging down the overall quality of the demonic path. In truth, this was also the attitude held by the vast majority of cultivators in the demonic path. Therefore, after the initial excitement, shock, and joy, the high-spirited newbies subconsciously shrank their necks when they were stared at by unfriendly gazes, and they obediently landed on the ground. The first 3 batches of people were all here, and the earliest batch had already waited for over 2 hours. From this, it could be seen that they didn't regard these new disciples as anything special at all. Qin Yu smiled inwardly. Indeed, bullying the weak and fearing the strong was a fine traditional virtue. Even in the demonic path, it was a widespread inheritance. He closed his eyes and meditated. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve. At the same time, he began to think about how he would act after entering the demonic path. The truth was that the main theme had already been set. If Qin Yu wanted to rise up as soon as possible and obtain enough authority to become a pivotal figure in the demonic path, he needed to display a sufficiently outstanding performance. Thus, he couldn't keep a low profile. It was just that with the appearance of the demon blood crystals, there were many people that were secretly harboring evil intentions. If he continued to maintain a high profile, then it was likely that someone would grab hold of him. This matter must be carefully considered. There weren't many good men and women in the demonic path. If the demon blood crystal was exposed, then Qin Yu was sure that he would immediately be dismembered and then cleanly divided up by others. It had to be known that the demon blood crystal was still within his body. Although it was constantly nourishing his mortal body, at this rate of absorption, it would take at least 8 to 10 years for it to become his own. What a delightful yet headache-inducing matter! As Qin Yu was lost in thought, he was awakened by a loud rumble. The last batch of cultivators had arrived. He looked up into the skies. Ripples rose up in space as a giant disk squeezed out from within. In the next moment, everyone on the disk revealed shocked expressions. The cultivators to the left and right couldn't help but reveal looks of pride, as if they had forgotten that not too long ago, they were also like bumpkins. But now, Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to show that he was experienced and knowledgeable. He swept his eyes around and soon found the siblings Duan San-er and Duan Jiu. He frowned, revealing a cold intent. The 5th batch of cultivators flew off the disc. Duan San-er's figure shook and he nearly fell from the skies. Duan Jiu quickly caught him, preventing him from suffering the tragic fate of falling to his death as soon as he entered the Holy Land. Even so, he still caused everyone to roar with laughter. Protector Xian's eyes twitched. Although this person was only wearing the clothes of a servant, the servants of a dignified demonic path, Holy Land, were all top figures. Yet, such a shameful thing had actually mixed in. Humph! With a cold snort, Protector Xian ordered his assistant to take care of the following matters. Then, he turned and left. If he continued to watch, he feared that his blood pressure would rise and his blood vessels would explode. Duan San-er's face flushed red with shame. "Master, I've lost face for you." Duan Jiu tried to defend herself. "Big brother, it was clearly someone who deliberately injured you." Duan San-er shouted out, "Shut up." He could guess that the reason he was being targeted was because of Qin Yu. But now, his master had just entered the demonic path, so it wasn't appropriate for him to cause unnecessary trouble. However, some people clearly didn't want to see them leave like this. A new disciple walked over and coldly said, "Junior apprentice brother Yao Bin, right? Your servant is too insolent to think that he would dare to offend me. Today, I only had one of my subordinates give him a small punishment. I hope that you will discipline him well. Next time, it won't be so simple." He spoke with an aggressive and arrogant attitude. Behind him, A tall and bald fellow with a fierce face grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, as if he didn't care at all. His words instantly attracted everyone's attention. After a moment of surprise, they immediately revealed looks of excitement. No matter what the reason was, it was fine as long as there was some fun to watch. Moreover, after entering the demonic path, as cultivators of the same generation, they were destined to compete with each other. If the two of them had a conflict because of this, they might be severely punished. Wouldn't that mean they could eliminate two competitors ahead of time? Brother Yao Bin, do something! They've already come knocking on our door, so how can we endure this? Erupt with your little universe and punch that guy's face to pieces. I'm optimistic about you. Duan-san hurriedly said, Master, it's just a small injury. There is no need to worry about it. Duan Jiu bit her lips, her eyes full of anger. How was this a small injury? If it weren't for her big brother's quick reactions, he would have already been sent flying out of the transmission disc. That would have killed him. Qin Yu keenly discovered a flash of urgency in this Gong Yu's eyes. He really was doing this on purpose. After the Qi family, was there someone else who couldn't restrain themselves and wanted to attack him? Today's plan wasn't too clever, but these youths were proud and arrogant. If they were angered and a battle broke out on the first day, no matter what the reason was, they likely wouldn't end well. This person in front of him must have obtained some sort of promise so he wouldn't worry if something happened. If he was caught, the results wouldn't be good. His thoughts raced. After figuring everything out, Qin Yu's complexion returned to tranquility. His eyes were deep and faint. Senior apprentice Brother Gong, right? I have no idea whose dog you are today, but I'm sorry, but I will have to disappoint you today, because I won't come into conflict with you. But I will remember you. In the future, there will be opportunities for fellow apprentices to get closer. What does Senior Apprentice Brother Gong think? Gong Zhen's complexion stiffened and anger flashed in his eyes. He clenched his teeth, preparing to forcefully attack and force Qin Yu to break the rules together with him. But he saw Qin Yu turn and walk towards a demonic path cultivator. After a long time, he finally gave up. Senior Apprentice Brother, if I had attacked just now, what would have been the result? The demonic path cultivator revealed a strange look. He hesitated for a moment and said, If a new disciple breaks the rules, the punishment is always heavy. If you had attacked, the best result would have been 50 strokes of the paddle, and you would have to stay in the dungeon for some time. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Thank you for telling me, Senior Apprentice Brother. The person chuckled several times. There is no need to thank me. You should think about just who you have offended, otherwise it will be hard for you to have peace in the future. This person had good intentions. Qin Yu nodded and remembered his appearance. This person had been sent here to greet a group of mediocre, new disciples. It seemed that this person hadn't been doing too well in the demonic path. If there was a chance in the future, Qin Yu didn't mind helping him out. Zhang Xian was very curious. How could a new boy be targeted by someone? Although he had warned him, he didn't believe that this calm boy would have a good ending. To dare to secretly plot against him on the first day, the person behind the scenes must be quite capable. Even if he could avoid it once or twice, could he avoid it every time? It was only a matter of time before he met with misfortune. But this sort of situation wasn't rare in the demonic path. He had only said a few words of advice on a whim and didn't place it in his heart. If Zhang Xian knew that the boy across from him was thinking of supporting him in the future, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. All right, everyone follow me. We are going to your residences. Protector Xian's assistant gloomily said. He smacked his lips and couldn't help but curse, what a bunch of lucky bastards. Because these residences had important uses, whether it was their location or the scale of construction, they were all very good. Many senior disciples found it difficult to obtain one, but now they had been given to these poor people. The assistant felt extremely unbalanced. They sped along the way, passing through mountains and rivers and across plains. The vastness of the demonic path's holy land was revealed to everyone. There were over 2,000 people here, attracting everyone's attention. After they learned that these were new disciples, the demonic path cultivators all revealed mocking expressions. So it was this bunch of good-for-nothings that had walked into Dog's Hit Luck. As they looked around, their lips curled up even more. They really were trash that had turned into dregs. An hour later, the group finally arrived at their destination. In front of them was a towering mountain. The mountain was tall and straight, exuding a cold and arrogant aura. The assistant was the first to land. He glanced around with a bit of reluctance in his eyes. This place should have been his own residence. He couldn't think about it, it hurt his heart. As new disciples, you will be placed here. Starting from the foot of the mountain, the heaven and earth spiritual strength will gradually increase, and the size of the residences will also increase. In order to be fair, the distribution of residences will be based on your cultivation. You will have to rely on your own ability. The assistant flicked his sleeves and a pure white crystal fell to the ground. Strike this stone with all your strength and it will release red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple lights. The difficulty of the 7 colors will gradually increase. Let's begin according to the transmission order. The first new disciple to attack took a long time to gather his strength. With a loud shout, he punched out. The pure white crystal emitted a faint hum and a dark red color flashed across its surface. The assistant's lips twitched. He waved his hand. The last one, stand at the back. The person turned and drew back in shame. Then came the second person. His performance was slightly better. Although he was also red, the color was much richer. He stood in front of the first person. Red, 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 it was no wonder that he was looked down upon. It had to be known that even a Holy Land servant with a bit of strength could strike this testing stone. Ordinary disciples were at least orange, and it was normal for them to be yellow. But these people. Chapter 525. Before Qin Yu made his move, the one with the best performance was blue. Although his color was a bit dim, for better or worse he was still a 5th-grade disciple. This result was considered quite good even amongst the veteran demonic path disciples. Without accident, he would surely have some achievements in the future. The assistant revealed a smile. He whispered some words and agreed that once he settled down, everyone would come out to eat a meal and be intimate with each other. This scene caused everyone's eyes to heat up. But this was the cold and cruel reality. Those without strength would never obtain respect. Duan Jieyu looked at the newly promoted disciple who was trying his best to maintain his composure but couldn't hide it no matter what. She gently pursed her lips. She knew that this person was fierce and belonged to a master that she couldn't come into contact with before. But there was one thing she was sure of, and that was that her master was stronger than him. That night at Donperchin, she and her big brother had hidden in a room and witnessed the entire process of the old servant's appearance and escape. Although it seemed as if her master hadn't done anything at all, her big brother had told her that this was true fierceness. Duan Jieyu thought about it and agreed. To stand there without moving and then finally scare away the enemy, what could be called fierceness if that wasn't fierceness? What's more, she later heard the news that someone in the Qi family had died that night. It was someone extraordinary. From that day onwards, the shopkeeper uncle's attitude towards her master became even more respectful. What would her master do today? Duan Jieyu blinked her eyes, a bit of anticipation growing in her heart. Of course, part of the reason for this anticipation was to tell these people not to think of bullying her and her big brother anymore. They were following a very fierce master. In fact, Qin Yu's performance didn't disappoint Miss Duan. When it was his turn, he calmly stepped forward. His steps were steady and unhurried. The assistant glanced at him and then lowered his head. He picked at his nails, his expression listless. Early Blue Sea is still far from being called a revered. He's another trash that stepped on dog shit to enter our demonic path. TSK in the past, in order to enter the demonic path, just how much suffering did we have to endure and how much effort did we put in? You might be putting on an act now, but what use is that? Whether you're a mule or a horse, we'll find out soon enough. Hum. This sort of trash, even if he was lucky enough to enter the demonic path, he was still doomed to be at the bottom. If he failed the decennial examination 3 times in a row, he would still be kicked out. While he was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound, and the ground beneath his feet began to tremble slightly. The assistant's thoughts were in a mess. He was startled when he heard the commotion. Before he could regain his composure, he looked up and saw the demonic path disciple who was maintaining order next to him. This person is called Zhang Xian. He has a calm temperament and he does things with a sense of propriety. It's just that his luck isn't too good. He made a mistake in his early years and wasn't taken seriously. Originally, he was thinking of finding an opportunity to promote him to a steward of the External Affairs Department. Although he was just an assistant protector, he still had the qualifications to be a small leader. But what happened today? Although his status wasn't high, for better or worse he was still an old man of the demonic path. For him to reveal such an idiotic expression in front of a group of newcomers was simply shameful. The assistant decided in his heart that Zhang Xian could not be used. He had no shrewdness at all and would definitely fly into a rage when something happened. There was no value in grooming him. The assistant sentenced him to death in his heart. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Xian with some curiosity. Just what was happening? Then, his mouth opened a little at a time. The exaggerated angle made one secretly sigh with emotion. He was truly worthy of being a demonic path disciple. His muscles and bones were amazingly flexible. Just look at his mouth. It was so big that it could almost fit an ox inside. Unfortunately, no one had the time to look at the assistant's disgraceful appearance. This was because everyone at the foot of the mountain felt as if they had been struck in the head with a stick. Their heads buzzed and they lost the ability to think. At the foot of the mountain, the testing stone that had been placed on the ground was still constantly trembling. It was because of its trembling that the ground began to shake. The rich purple color was like a blossoming flower, wantonly unfolding in the air. That kind of purity was dazzling and dazzling. The assistant's entire mind was immersed in it. He didn't know how long he swayed before he finally regained his composure. Then, his lips began to tremble. Deep purple, this was absolutely deep purple. Moreover, Qin Yu's fist had caused the testing stone to tremble? This proved that the strength of his fist had surpassed the limit that the testing stone could withstand. Although the testing stone for new disciples was only the introductory version, the highest strength it could withstand was still at the peak blue sea level. Thinking of this, the assistant's scalp tingled. If he didn't see this with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Peak blue sea. This boy actually had peak blue sea strength. The assistant closed his mouth with great effort. He was so excited that his entire body shivered. At this time, he felt as if he were standing at the turning point of his destiny. Whether he would be mediocre or rich in his next life, it would all depend on this person in front of him. What nonsense! To have peak blue sea strength in the entrance test, even looking at the demonic path, this sort of character was extremely rare. To say that he had a bright future was already underestimating him. His future was simply limitless. Perhaps one day in the future, he would become an influential figure of the demonic path. If he could be on good terms with him while he was still humble, was there even a need to think about how much of an investment he would receive? This was a lucky chance bestowed by the heavens, a lucky chance bestowed by the heavens. The assistant was extremely excited. He hurriedly took out the list of new disciples. He had to remember this boy's identity first. As soon as he said his name and hinted that he already knew he was extraordinary, the distance between the two of them was instantly pulled closer. As for this Zhang Xian, his luck was truly good. He had seen the entire conversation between the two of them when Qin Yu questioned them. At that time, Qin Yu hadn't revealed his strength yet, so this could be considered an early investment. He would definitely leave behind a good impression. Comrade Zhang Xian was worth cultivating. Perhaps one day, he would suddenly have a reversal of fortune. As for Comrade Zhang Xian, he was still confused. He looked at Qin Yu in front of him, and then at the trembling purple testing stone, his face filled with confusion. Duan Jieyu clenched her fist. Her pale face flushed with excitement, like a bright red apple, extremely alluring. Master was indeed the fiercest, and he was even fiercer than she had imagined. Purple, this was the highest level of purple. She proudly swept her eyes over the shocked and dazed figures around her. She couldn't help but look up, revealing her snow-white neck. We are servants personally chosen by Master in the future. There won't be anyone that dares to bully Big Brother. Gongjin stiffened. The bald servant behind her had a fierce and ferocious expression on his face. His eyes were filled with fear. Before they acted, they had also inquired about some information, but they weren't clear. They only knew that this surname Yao was somewhat strong. But if one could become a demonic path disciple, no matter how weak they were, they still had some skill. Gongjin didn't care about this at all. But now who could tell her why he had peak blue sea strength? Peak blue sea, that was a peak that many people would never be able to reach in their lives. If he could take another step forward and become a calamity immortal, Gongjin's face was drained of blood. Fear gushed out from the depths of her heart, drowning her. Countless eyes fell on Qin Yu, revealing a deep awe. The assistant had finally found Qin Yu's identity information. He swept out with his divine sense and remembered everything. He revealed the brightest smile on his face, and was about to step forwards when a sneer sounded out from the crowd. So what if he's a peak blue sea? How could someone over 100 years old, or even older, compare to us? 100 years old, the assistant paused. Another new disciple said, "This is fellow Taoist Yao Bin from the Black Demon sect. According to what I know, fellow Taoist Yao joined midway, and had a profound blue sea cultivation in the past. And he has stayed in the Black Demon sect for over 80 years. This person's information was even more accurate. Everyone's spirits rose. If he was a blue sea 80 years ago, then how old was he now? A conservative estimate would be 200 years old, or even more. What else is there to say? He's just an old fellow. When we reach his age, we might not be any worse than him. Moreover, a blue sea that was over 100 years old had limited potential. If he made another breakthrough in the future, it was unlikely he would step into the calamity immortal realm." The assistant looked over. As he saw Qin Yu's calm expression and that he didn't refute him, he was secretly disappointed. But he still squeezed out a smile. Fellow Taoist Yao Bin's cultivation has blasted out a deep purple color. There is no doubt that he will be the champion. Fellow Taoist can choose any courtyard on this mountain. His tone was friendly, but compared to the excitement from before, it was as different as the heavens and earth. If one didn't reach the calamity immortal realm, then in the demonic path, they would never be able to reach the highest heavens. Peak blue sea, the demonic path, had accumulated over tens of millions of years. There was truly a great number of them. Every year, there would be a peak blue sea cultivator that neared the end of their lifespan and couldn't make a breakthrough. They would die in their cave dwellings with hatred in their hearts. A lifetime of bitter cultivation, tens of thousands of years of struggle, all turned into bubbles. Of course, a peak blue sea was still an absolute powerhouse. Even in the entire land of divinity and demons, they could be considered an overlord. It was just that in the demonic path, the halo of such a powerhouse was greatly weakened. Qin Yu had a calm expression. He had replaced Yao Bin's identity, so he naturally couldn't refute these facts. But he believed that the true high-level figures of the demonic path would definitely know the truth. For instance, the two at Dawnperch Inn. His performance today was enough, and it would soon reach the upper echelons, attracting more attention for himself. And now, this kind of attention could become a protective barrier around one's body, causing those with ill intentions to feel fear in their hearts. As for what the people in front of him thought, what they thought. Was that important? To be honest, Qin Yu didn't care at all. Therefore, he withdrew his hand and calmly walked to the side. Humph! When the tiger is away from the mountain, the monkey is king. In this generation of disciples, there are several proud sons of heaven. For instance, the Zhao family's scion, Zhao Qianyuan. He is a peerless proud son of heaven. The Dong family's Dong Hanju is also a rare character, and there is also the Western Tomb's highest Dutian, whose Dao arts are unparalleled under the heavens. As for Zhou Feng Wang and Mu Qingluan, those two proud daughters of heaven are also outstanding existences that illuminate the highest heavens. These true proud sons of heaven have already been chosen by the elders to be their disciples. They entered the Holy Land ahead of time to cultivate and aren't together with us. Gong Zhen sneered again and again. Otherwise, how could our limelight have been stolen by an old fellow today? Since he had already offended them, there was no longer any fear. These words resonated with everyone. Many people nodded inwardly, looking at Qin Yu with a bit more ridicule in their eyes. So what if he was a peak blue sea? They were all disciples of the demonic path, so how could he dare to attack them? Moreover, it was unknown who was stronger and who was weaker in the future. As long as he didn't reach the calamity immortal realm, there was no need to fear him. Duan Jieyu's chest heaved up and down. She was so angry that her lips turned white. Why did these bastards always target my master? But was what they said true? Did her master really not have any potential left? Duan San let out a deep breath. He patted her shoulder and smiled. Our lives were saved by master, so why do we need to think so much about it? We just need to remember that no matter what happens, we are all master's servants. It is enough that we work for master loyally. Duan Jiyu quietly explained, I know that Big Brother is just not worth it for master. He is a good person. It was no wonder that when her big brother was injured, her master chose to endure it. So he had his own difficulties. Chapter 526. Qin Yu's complexion didn't change at all because of Gong Zhen's words. Just like how a mountain wouldn't care about a weed that had taken root beneath its feet. But when his eyes inadvertently fell onto Duan Jieyu, he saw her sad, angry, and depressed expression. His eyes flashed. In particular, there was even a trace of pity in her eyes. Qin Yu was left speechless for a second. Even someone as high profile as him was pitiful today. How could this be? Of course, this wasn't anger, but a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He turned to look at Gong Zhen and his eyes turned cold. When I don't want to talk to you, I can ignore you, and when I'm impatient I can slap you. Of course, I won't do that, but slapping you with words is the same. Gong Zhen sneered. What, am I wrong? Qin Yu lightly said. How many of these people do senior apprentice Brother Gong know? He shook his head. Saying you know is too much of a compliment. How many have you seen? Gong Zhen's face flushed red, as if he had been ruthlessly humiliated. He clenched his teeth and said, All the proud sons of heaven of the demonic path are like divine dragons. I have never seen any of them before. He looked up, a taunting look in his eyes. Could fellow Taoist Yao know of them? He was clearly returning these words to Qin Yu, but he didn't expect Qin Yu to seriously nod. That's right, I know them. Gong Zhen was startled for a moment. Then, he mercilessly laughed out loud. When it comes to bragging, I truly admire you. Fellow Taoist Yao, do not forget that all the proud sons of heaven of the demonic path will hear of today's events sooner or later. At that time, your faces will be ugly. Qin Yu suddenly said, After watching for so long, it's about time you came out. Strictly speaking, you were the one who sold me out, so you should feel some guilt in your heart. These words were abrupt, leaving everyone stunned. They didn't understand what he meant, but soon their eyes widened, as if their eyeballs would pop out of their sockets. Zhao Qianyuan stepped forwards. His hands were empty and he didn't carry his symbolic dragon spear. But his calm and unruffled aura made it so that no one dared to underestimate him. Moreover, he was wearing a dark red robe with a golden collar. This was proof of his status as the demonic path's demon son. The assistant ran forwards beneath everyone's shocked eyes and bowed. I greet Scion Zhao. His words stunned everyone. Their eyes were in a trance, as if they were facing a legend. Scion Zhao in the demonic path. Besides that person, there shouldn't be anyone who dared to call himself that. In other words, he really was Zhao Qianyuan. Zhao Qianyuan walked in front of Qin Yu and looked him up and down several times. He faintly smiled and said, "I'm fine. It looks like there's nothing wrong with you." That's a relief. After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands together and bowed. What happened that day was indeed my fault. I ask Brother Yao for forgiveness. Qin Yu's eyebrows rose up. Successor, why are you being so polite? Zhao Qianyuan stood up. I've discovered that Brother Yao's breadth of mind seems to be limited. I don't want this matter to cause trouble for me in the future. He turned around and said seriously, I can testify that Yao Bin really knows those people you just mentioned. He then added, he knows all of them. Qin Yu had a calm expression. I just arrived today so I didn't prepare anything. I won't keep you as a guest, but if you come some other day, I'll treat you to a drink. Zhao Qianyuan readily agreed. Dong Hanzhu is also here. He can't forget about you. Next time I'll bring him along. Qin Yu nodded. All right. Without staying for too long, Zhao Qianyuan left. But his appearance had already suppressed everyone so much that they couldn't breathe. Those mocking gazes turned to all once more. This was Zhao Qianyuan. If he could personally come here to testify and speak as equals, could he be an ordinary person? Gong Zhen's complexion paled. Her face darkened, not saying a single word. Qin Yu walked over to Duan Jieyu's side. He looked at the smiling girl and lightly said, Some people fart like thunder and their tongues are like cannons. It's fine to listen to them, but do you really want to lower yourself to their level? If you're really impatient, then one day you can make a move and the world will be peaceful again. I don't remember too clearly. Where did I hear this phrase from? If you can make a move, then don't make a fuss. Although it sounds a bit pretentious, sometimes it really does make sense. Duan Jiyu nodded, a bright smile blooming on her face. The girl hesitated for a moment. Then, her voice was as quiet as a mosquito. Master, can you help me ask His Highness the successor for an autograph? Qin Yu was stunned. He thought that when he was in the limelight and slapped the other side into a pig's head, was it really appropriate for her to speak like this? Humph, this was indeed the thoughts of a young girl. Chasing after stars wasn't a good idea, otherwise one would suffer a great loss. The following test wasn't surprising at all. With Qin Yu taking action, everyone was suppressed to the point of being overshadowed. The assistant smiled. Fellow Taoist Yao Bin, the residence at the summit was specially decorated when it was built. Not only is it the most luxurious, but the cultivation environment is also better. He didn't fear others mocking and flattering him. To be able to stand on equal footing with Scion Zhao, so what if he was over 100 years old? Qin Yu nodded. Alright, then this one. Since he decided to keep a high profile, this residence was naturally suitable for him. Perhaps some people still disapproved of this, but no one dared to continue expressing it. Even Gong Zhen had a gloomy expression, not saying a single word. Qin Yu had just said that if there came a day when he was impatient, then he could make a move and calm the world. Wasn't this the same as saying that he wanted to deal with him? Although he constantly told himself that he was someone with a backer, Xiao Gong still couldn't help but feel flustered. The residence at the summit was truly luxurious. There were large palaces here, and even several hundred people could live here. The entire residence was situated high up in the clouds. After entering, Qin Yu discovered what the assistant was talking about. 9 shining mirrors floated in the skies, corresponding to the 9 suns in the skies. They gathered more light and sprinkled it down. That mysterious energy that could nourish the soul, mortal body, and magic power was actually several times richer than in the outside world. It wasn't easy to manage such a large residence. Luckily, the assistant knew how to manage things. Soon, 10 men and 10 women were sent over to take care of all the miscellaneous chores in the courtyard. These servants were originally dissatisfied with being transferred here to serve a new disciple. But when they entered the courtyard and sensed the surrounding environment, they were stunned for a moment before revealing looks of ecstasy. They knelt to the ground and bowed to Qin Yu. This sort of cultivation environment was considered outstanding even in the demonic path's holy land. Only protectors, demon sons, and elders could enjoy such a cultivation environment. They were only inferior slaves and didn't have the qualifications to serve Qin Yu. But they never imagined that they would be so lucky today. Qin Yu nodded and received them, not saying much. He had the assistant smile and told them that if they needed anything in the future, they could ask him. Duan San-er and Duan Jiyu were a bit nervous. This was because of the 20 new slaves. There were many more outstanding people than them, whether it was in terms of cultivation or beauty. Luckily, Qin Yu's arrangements allowed them to feel more at ease. From now on, those 2 will be the leaders. Just listen to their orders. You may leave. Like this, the first day after entering the demonic path's holy land passed. Zhao Qianyuan had promised to come as a guest in the future, but he never imagined that he would come the next day. Dong Hanzhu also came with him. After learning the identities of the 2 people in front of them, the slaves who had been wondering just who their master was were suddenly shaken and filled with excitement. The competition within the demonic path was fierce, and it was important to follow their master. Perhaps in the future they would have a chance to leap over the Dragon Gate. Looking at it now, their new master was obviously an extremely thick thigh. They quickly and respectfully welcomed the 2 people in. Then, someone ran off to report. When Qin Yu received Duan San-er's report, surprise flashed in his eyes and he immediately stood up. Zhao Qianyuan calmly smiled. I spoke to him yesterday and he insisted on coming today. I didn't think there was anything else, so I agreed. This could be considered an explanation. Dong Hanzhu was straightforward. I want to know just how strong you are. Qin Yu waved his hand. There will be a chance in the future. I don't want to fight right now. Dong Hanzhu frowned. He was interrupted by Zhao Qianyuan. Right now, Brother Yao isn't in a good position to fight with you. Dong Hanzhu thought for a moment and slowly nodded. His bright eyes became tranquil once more. He swept his eyes over Qin Yu's residence, a bit dispirited. This fellow, so he came here to fight. Qin Yu looked at Zhao Qianyuan. There seemed to be a deeper meaning to his words just now. He ordered Duan San-er to prepare a banquet and then led the 2 into the main hall. As Qin Yu's assistant heard that Zhao Qianyuan and Dong Hanzhu had come to pay a visit, he immediately sent a message to Protector Xin. Protector Xin had been worrying about how he had missed the chance to befriend Zhao Qianyuan yesterday and express his goodwill to Qin Yu. He was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly ordered people to prepare a superior banquet and then chose a jar of wine from his collection to personally deliver it. The assistant stopped him. Protector, Yao Bin and the other 2 are clearly old acquaintances. Since they have reunited today, they will naturally reminisce about old times. If you rush over now, I fear you won't be welcomed. He looked at Protector Xion's complexion. Protector Xion, you only need to pass on some goodwill today. There will be plenty of chances to get closer in the future. Protector Xion nodded. You're right. He thought of something else. There seemed to be someone in the sect who wanted to deal with Yao Bin. He investigated a bit but didn't find anything. It could be seen that the one who did this was absolutely of a higher rank than him. In this sort of situation, expressing a bit of goodwill and waiting for the situation to become clearer was indeed the best choice. After thanking Protector Xian, Qin Yu opened the jar of wine and poured wine for the two. He raised his cup and said, "Thank you for coming today." He was well aware that with Zhao Qianyuan and Dong Hanzhu here today, no one would dare to casually look down on him in the future. Yesterday, Zhao Qianyuan had appeared and even apologized in front of everyone. This was also because he wanted to support Qin Yu. Qin Yu was well aware of this and remembered it in his heart. Zhao Qianyuan raised his cup. In the Demon Ascension Gate's small world, there were some misunderstandings between us. Now that things have passed, how about we write them off? Dong Hanzhu solemnly nodded. He knew that they were speaking of the time when they had worked together to have him bear the monster race's bloodline curse. Qin Yu smiled and said, "Let's not mention the past. The weak had no status. This was a particularly cruel point in the demonic path. In that situation, Qin Yu had taken the initiative to deliver himself to their doorstep. His strength wasn't bad, so he was certainly the best choice. Since there were no irreconcilable contradictions between them, turning hostility into friendship in the current situation was the wisest choice. If this sort of person really wanted to take revenge for the smallest grievance, then even if they were happy for a moment, they wouldn't be able to go far. In this world, having one more friend was always better than one more enemy. Moreover, Zhao Qianyuan and Dong Hanzhu were both peak-proud children of heaven. In the future, they were destined to become great figures of the demonic path. Zhao Qianyuan smiled. The corners of Dong Hanzhu's lips also relaxed a bit. In truth, everyone's thoughts were similar. Zhao Qianyuan drained his cup and placed it down. He said, "All new demonic path disciples will undergo an extremely important test." He paused for a moment, a solemn look in his eyes. "Does Brother Yao know what this test is for?" A bolt of lightning flashed through Qin Yu's mind. "Demon body?" Zhao Qianyuan nodded. "That's right, it is the demon body. Before this, I stopped Brother Dong from fighting with you because of this. Brother Yao, you must take this test seriously and enter it in your best condition. Trust me, this is extremely important." Dong Hanzhu said, "The demon body is the most important part of the demonic path's cultivation methods. Soon, the great supernatural powers of the demonic path can only be displayed with the demon body. Moreover, the most important point is that the seat of the Holy Palace is currently vacant. As long as the demon body enters the highest saint rank, they can directly take over and become the master of the Holy Palace." His eyes blazed with heat. Although the master of the Holy Palace is only a nominal leader, he has the authority to control the entire demonic path. Between the heavens and earth, he is a supreme existence, it isn't just you and me. In theory, all demonic path disciples have this chance. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had learned of the great secret hidden within the demon body. It was no wonder that Yu Qi had brought him back to the land of divinity and demons, because he had cultivated the demon body. The banquet didn't continue for too long. After sending off Zhao Qianyuan and Dong Hanzhu, Qin Yu suddenly took a deep breath, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Could he try for the position of master of the demonic path? As soon as this thought appeared, it wildly swelled. If he succeeded. Chapter 527. The demonic path placed great importance on the demon body cultivation talent of new disciples, especially in the current situation where the seat of the Holy Palace was vacant. 2 days after Qin Yu received Zhao Qianyuan and Dong Hanzhu's reminder, he received news from the External Affairs Division that he would be undergoing the examination tomorrow. The examination process seemed quite complex and required the aid of a special environment. All new disciples that needed to undergo the examination had to arrive on a large speed car at a set time. Qin Yu didn't have the bad habit of putting on airs as a master and appearing at the end. This was especially true after he confirmed how important today's examination was to him. There was still an hour before the scheduled time, so he arrived at the foot of the mountain early. After verifying his identity, he boarded the speed car. It was clear that he wasn't the only one who was interested in today's demon body talent examination. There were already many people sitting on the speed car. As they saw Qin Yu arrive, their complexions changed and the atmosphere became a bit tense. On the first day, although no one jumped out to make things difficult for Qin Yu besides Gongzhen, everyone didn't get along well with him. Qin Yu's expression was light. He only glanced around before looking away. He casually chose an empty seat and sat down, closing his eyes to rest. Time quietly passed. The number of new disciples boarding the speed car increased. But the seat next to Qin Yu was still empty. Not just that, but every disciple that passed by him would subconsciously hold their breath and quicken their steps, as if they felt uncomfortable just being near him. Qin Yu was happy to enjoy the peace and quiet. Then, a loud voice sounded out in his ears. The demon body cultivation focuses on blood vitality. Young people have a burning blood vitality, and the earlier they start cultivating, the more likely they are to succeed. If they are too old, I fear they will only achieve half the results with twice the effort. It was Gongzhen. This fellow that he had slapped in the face with his words was still as loathsome as ever. He didn't seem to have learned at all. Actions were always more powerful than words. This saying was indeed true. Qin Yu decided that once he stabilized his footing, he would make this fellow regret his actions. Senior apprentice Brother Gong is right. Today, another person jumped out. In my opinion, some people should honestly stay in their residences and cultivate. If they go to take the examination with us youths, they will only be humiliating themselves. After all, what we're looking at today is cultivation talent, not cultivation. The third person to speak was actually a woman. She covered her mouth and smiled, her charm overflowing. Senior apprentice Brother Gong, Junior apprentice Brother Bao, please don't speak like that. Otherwise, he might become angry out of shame and attack us. The three of us are too young and aren't his match. Moreover, shouldn't we respect our elders? This woman spoke very politely, but she kept calling him old mister and respecting the elderly. Her mouth was really crafty. Qin Yu was immediately amused. Although he couldn't deal with them right now, he was prepared to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Bringing them along wasn't a bad idea either. So when he opened his eyes, he saw two men and a woman in front of him. Luckily, the demonic path's large speed car was very spacious, allowing the three of them to stand in the aisle. Facing Qin Yu's eyes, the corners of the three people's faces were filled with ridicule and provocation. They were clearly telling him that they had come for him, so what could he do about it? Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He said in a low voice, "What use is there in arguing? Facts speak louder than words." Gongzhen's lungs nearly exploded with anger. "Now you know how to use the word talk? Yesterday when you were insulting me, I didn't see you having such a high level of awareness." But the more he acted like this, the more it showed that this surname Yao was angry. In Gongzhen's opinion, not only was he venting his anger, but he had also made great progress. Thinking about it, his anger disappeared. He raised his eyebrows and sent a message. "Come on you bastard, hurry up and hit me. Aren't you a badass?" The speed car was silent. In truth, no one was stupid. If Gongzhen and the others kept provoking Qin Yu again and again, there must be a story behind this. Because news of the demon blood crystal was too important, the high-level figures of the demonic path had issued a gag order. Thus, it hadn't spread out. Some people knew about Heavenly Demon City's Qi family, but some people thought that the Qi family didn't have the ability to do so. But, was the reason really important? Everyone looked at Qin Yu, waiting to see how he would respond. But, most people believed that he would choose to ignore them like before. In fact, this was indeed the best way to deal with the current situation. Although it was a bit cowardly, it was better than being schemed against by others. But today's development was different from what everyone expected. Qin Yu looked at the mocking faces of the several people. He clenched his teeth and said, "Do you dare to make a bet?" Gong Zhen sneered, "What bet?" Qin Yu said, "Let's use today's demon body talent test as a bet. If the test result is bad, then you have to agree to a condition that you won't cause any material harm." Bao Yihan's eyes brightened. "All right, let's make a bet." Gong Zhen was annoyed that this brat had stolen all the merit. She hurriedly said, "Today, all the cultivators on the speed car can testify for us. If you go back on your word, don't blame us for being rude." The female cultivator smiled. "Senior apprentice Brother Yao, count me in." He was just an old thing. No matter how tyrannical his strength was, his blood vitality was old and he didn't even have the qualifications to cultivate the demon body. As for the condition that he wouldn't cause any material harm, as long as she used it carefully, it would be more than enough to complete the mission. She certainly couldn't miss out on such a chance to earn merit. The three of them appeared calm on the surface, but they were inwardly pleasantly surprised. They never thought that the impenetrable and slippery Yao Bin would actually jump out on his own initiative today. As they thought of the rewards they might obtain after completing the mission, their hearts began to heat up. As for whether or not they would lose, that was impossible. It had to be known that there were three of them. As long as one of them defeated Yao Bin, then he would be finished. Moreover, these three didn't believe that they would lose to an old fellow whose blood vitality was so old and frail. Qin Yu coldly snorted and closed his eyes. His ears finally quieted down. He faintly smiled and began to think about how he would play after this. Although he didn't know what the demonic path's testing method was, Qin Yu's demon body had risen to the sovereign level and he was confident in his own cultivation talent. Even if he couldn't do anything this time, he would still teach them an unforgettable lesson. He would also warn everyone that his temper wasn't too good, so it was best not to provoke him. The speed car was extremely fast. Even so, it took them nearly 6 hours to arrive at the testing area. Gong Zhen, Bao Yihan, and the female cultivators sneered as they got off the speed car first. Qin Yu didn't join the crowd. Instead, he waited for most of the people to arrive before he stood up and left the speed car. What entered their eyes was a massive crater. However, this volcano seemed to have been dormant for many years. At the edges of the crater, there were many traces of magma solidifying. One could imagine that countless years ago, this dark and cold mouth had once recklessly spewed out destructive strength. Outside the crater, there were already many people waiting. The ones responsible for guarding the crater were the true demon guards. This was within everyone's expectations. Since the demon body was related to the throne of the Holy Palace, it was natural for the true demon guards to come. 3 black-robed old men with indifferent expressions appeared. They were clearly the leaders of the crowd. Their cold eyes swept over everyone and they waved their hands. "Begin." It seemed as if they weren't interested. One couldn't blame them for being indifferent. The quality of this batch of disciples was simply too poor. Moreover, they had already been confirmed. If it weren't for the rules, they wouldn't have bothered wasting time here. Since this was the case, they had to hurry. The sooner they passed the formalities, the sooner everyone could return. The crater in front of you is where the test will take place. Listen to my orders. Restrain all of your strength and jump in. Remember, no matter what you feel in the crater, do not use your strength to resist it. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you. After a sacred palace cultivator finished speaking, he winked and the true demon guards guarding the crater retreated like a receding tide. Jump! No one hesitated. There were nearly 2,000 new disciples. Even if some of them were anxious, none of them dared to hesitate at this time. The pitch-black and icy crater swallowed up everyone that fell down like dumplings, like the maw of a giant monster. When it was Qin Yu's turn, he jumped down. His field of vision was quickly covered by darkness. Then, he felt his surroundings fall silent. His divine sense was suppressed by an invisible strength, unable to reach out. But after carefully listening for a long time, he could hear the absolute silence around him. This allowed Qin Yu to determine that he was alone. What about the cultivators that jumped down with him? Qin Yu didn't know where they had gone. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be that today's test had been tampered with and someone wanted to deal with him? But in this sort of grand occasion where the Holy Palace was leading, who would be so fierce? Wouldn't they have some scruples? As Qin Yu was lost in thought, his body was suddenly wrapped up by a gentle strength. Then, his rapidly sinking body began to slow down. Like a falling feather, he swayed for a moment before finally floating in the air. Qin Yu tried moving his hands and feet. This strength seemed to be entrusted to him and didn't have any intention of imprisoning him. He carefully sensed that there was no uneasy aura around him. Qin Yu relaxed a little. It seemed that in this situation, someone wasn't trying to harm him. Suddenly, Qin Yu keenly felt a trace of a cool aura appear from nothingness, drilling into his body through his pores. It slowly wriggled, starting from the surface of his skin and slowly penetrating deep into his flesh and blood. What followed was an unbearable numbing feeling, like countless ants were crawling in his heart. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. It wasn't as fierce and painful as it was fierce and painful. Rather, it was warm, soft, and difficult to resist. Thinking of the Holy Palace cultivator's warning just now, Qin Yu clenched his teeth and allowed this cool aura to penetrate into his body. Luckily, his will had always been firm and he had experienced many tempering experiences, so his thoughts remained calm. At this moment, Qin Yu was suddenly enlightened. Perhaps the standard to measure the talent of a demon body was the amount of cool aura one's body could absorb. With this thought in mind, he controlled his body to relax even more. He didn't defend himself at all, allowing the cool aura to explore deeper into his body. Time slowly passed. Although the numbness and itchiness were unbearable, Qin Yu believed he could still withstand it. Originally everything was normal, but when the first wisp of cool aura touched the demon blood crystal stored in Qin Yu's body, it was like a spark falling into a boundless sea of oil. Bang! Terrifying flames instantly erupted. The burning sensation caused Qin Yu to deeply understand what it meant to be in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Luckily, what was burning wasn't the demon blood crystal, but the cool aura that broke into his body. Or, it was more accurate to say that it was the product of the cool aura fusing with the demon blood crystal. When the cool aura was exhausted, the flames extinguished with it. Qin Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. Just as he was rejoicing that he had just survived a calamity, his eyes widened, filled with shock and anger. The cool aura that seeped into his body was like a shark that smelled blood. After a brief pause, it desperately rushed towards the demon blood crystal. At the same time, the speed at which the cool aura outside entered his body suddenly rose by dozens of times. Even with Qin Yu's calm state of mind, he was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. Just a wisp of cool aura had caused him to experience pain that broke through his limits. Now that he rushed over like a hive of bees, he might even ignite all the demon blood crystals at the same time. At that time, even if he didn't burn to death, he would still die from the pain. Qin Yu had already thrown all thoughts of resisting to the back of his mind. His little life would soon be forfeit, so who cared what the consequences were? But just as he thought of resisting, before he could erupt his strength, his entire body stiffened. The cool aura that flowed into his body suddenly turned into an invisible cage that nailed him to the ground. Bang! What a vast expanse of brilliant flames. It was like the most gorgeous fireworks in the world, tumbling and spinning, weaving together into a beautiful picture. Unfortunately, this was happening within Qin Yu's body, so it was destined that no one would be able to see it. He could only appreciate it for himself. And what was even more unfortunate was that Qin Yu was thinking about how he hadn't died yet. He simply didn't have any thoughts of appreciating it. What a pity, outside the mouth of the volcano, as all the new disciples jumped in, space began to rapidly fluctuate. Then, as these fluctuations spread out, countless overlapping spaces appeared. If one looked carefully at each overlapping space, they would see the same dark nothingness. But soon, they began to change. Countless points of weak light gushed out from this darkness, constantly wriggling and growing. Some of them soon turned into candlelight that continued to grow brighter. Of course, a large portion of the dark nothingness didn't change after the flames reached the candlelight level. Although they didn't have much hope for these new disciples, as the 3 Holy Palace elders in charge of today's examination saw this, their lips couldn't help but twitch. Let alone discovering talents, the performance of these people was simply a waste of precious materials, a waste of resources. It had to be known that a single examination consumed a considerable amount of resources. As the 3 Holy Palace elders thought about how nearly 2,000 people had been examined today, they nearly grasped their hearts. This time they had really suffered a great loss. After the candlelight level was the bonfire level. Of the nearly 2,000 new disciples, only a few dozen had reached this level. The only thing that comforted the 3 Holy Palace elders was that although most of these people had stopped growing, there were still 7 dark spaces where the flames were continuing to rise. After the bonfire level was the star level. This was already considered a passing grade. As long as one diligently cultivated, there was a chance that they would be able to enter the next level of the demon body. But this was only a hope. The chances of success were 20 to 30%. Of the 7 dark spaces, 2 of them ultimately failed to make a breakthrough. Although the flames were much more vibrant, they still hadn't reached the level of condensing into stars. A moment later, 5 stars appeared in the darkness. Although they were all dim, for better or worse they were still small fish. Today wasn't without harvest. The 3 Holy Palace elders let out a breath of relief. For better or worse, as long as they had a bit of face, they wouldn't ask for anything more. But a pleasant surprise often occurred when there was no longer any hope. In the dark spaces, the 5 stars began to simultaneously brighten once more. The 3 Holy Palace elders were startled for a moment before revealing a happy expression. After the star level was the crescent moon level. A disciple with this level of talent would have a 90% chance of entering the next level of the demon body. They might even be able to reach an even higher level. However, they didn't have too much hope. Although the perception of a star and crescent moon seemed to be only one level, there was an essential difference. The first star stopped brightening. Then the second and then the third. Only 2 dark spaces continued to brighten. They were like true stars in the winter night sky, becoming extremely dazzling. The crescent moon wasn't far away. The volcano was quiet. Everyone, including the 3 Holy Palace elders, subconsciously held their breath. Stepping into the crescent moon realm meant that the demon body was within reach. This was the crossroads of their destiny. Whether they would fade into the crowd or soar into the heavens, all of this depended on this moment. Even if this didn't concern them, they still felt nervous. Many people clenched their fists and gulped. Suddenly, one of the stars trembled, as if it wanted to expand and erupt. But after several attempts, it was unable to take that critical step. The 3 Holy Palace elders sighed. Sure enough, this star soon fell silent, no longer changing. At this point, there was only one star-level star left. It continued to brighten and continue to brighten. In the silence, the flow of time seemed to slow down. After an unknown period of time, the star suddenly trembled. The transformation had begun. The star just now was stuck at this step. If it couldn't make a breakthrough, then everything before would have been in vain. Perhaps it was only a breath of time, or perhaps even shorter, but the trembling star suddenly shined with a brilliant light. When the light faded away, a crescent moon quietly appeared in the dark space. It was extremely small, like a newly sprouted willow. It gave off a feeling of extreme fragility, as if it could break with just the slightest bit of force. But no matter how small it was, a crescent moon was still a crescent moon. This was an essential difference. A holy palace elder stroked his beard and smiled. His eyes revealed true gratification. He had finally gained something. The demon body was originally one of the most difficult supernatural powers to cultivate in the world. It represented the unsurpassed body-tempering method of the demonic path. If one had a crescent moon talent, then as long as they diligently cultivated, they would have a chance of touching upon the emperor level. This could already be considered a great harvest. After all, in the current holy palace, the highest rank of the demon body was only the emperor level. This unexpected surprise wasn't wasted. The materials that the disciples worked so hard to gather haven't been wasted. Call this crescent moon disciple over. In the future, his cultivation will be conducted in the holy palace. Another holy palace elder said with a smile. The third elder's eyes flashed. Up until now, I have not had a single outstanding disciple. I hope that the two of you can help me. The smiling elder immediately stopped smiling. You don't have a disciple you're proud of, but do you think I have one? There is no room for discussion. The second elder coughed several times. The three of us are responsible for today's assessment. According to the rules, we all have the qualifications to accept disciples. Since that's the case, let this junior choose for himself. He seemed to be filled with confidence. The three of them looked at each other. Saber light flashed and sword shadows flashed. Then, with a light snort, they didn't say anything. They were all thinking about what conditions this crescent moon disciple would bring out to move him. But what happened next caused the three of them to forget about their careful plans. The holy palace elders who boasted of themselves as calm and collected suddenly widened their eyes. This was because the crescent moon was brightening. Although the brightness was small, it was very steady. There was a strange charm to it, like flowers blooming in spring. Chapter 528. Moonstep martial artists already had the qualifications to attack the Emperor realm. It was just that depending on the grade, the chances of success varied. For instance, at the Crescent Moon realm, the crescent moon was like a willow, thin as a hook. The chances of stepping into the Emperor realm were no more than 20%. But this crescent moon in front of them only stabilized a little. Then, like a bamboo shoot breaking out of the ground, it stretched and grew, becoming increasingly plump. Before long, the willow bud became a semicircle, as if it had been cut in half by a sword. It was clean and dazzling. Half-moon realm. At this level, the chances of reaching the Emperor realm were at least 30%. A 30% chance was already amazing. At this time, all of the holy palace elders that had their eyes glued to this half-moon were short of breath. From crescent moon to half-moon, although there was no essential difference, it represented that the potential of this moon-step disciple had suddenly doubled or even more. They hadn't had much hope for today's test, but looking at it now, it was as if a shining little golden man had been dug out from the sand. If they could receive this moon-step disciple as a disciple, then passing on their legacy wouldn't be a problem at all. In the future, they might even have a chance to carry forward their respective inheritances. This was no longer a simple disciple, but a hope for the future. As long as they could win him over, let alone shedding all pretense of cordiality, it was worth it even if they were beaten until they bled. However, before the sacred palace elders, who had a fierce look in their eyes, could say anything, they subconsciously widened their eyes in shock. They suddenly discovered that what had been dug out from the sand wasn't a little golden man, but a mountain of gold that made their hearts tremble. The half-moon was still brightening. Moonstep's three boundaries: crescent moon, half-moon, full moon. Full moon was the strongest of the moonstep. Although it wasn't a 100% chance of reaching the Emperor realm, as long as it wasn't too bad, the chances were at least 70%. And most importantly, the full moon realm talent had a chance of attacking the Emperor realm. Even if the chances of success were less than 5%, as long as there was hope, it was more than enough for the Holy Palace to pay great attention and cultivate them. Emperor realm, in the current Holy Palace, there were only a few old monsters that had gone into life or death seclusion for many years that might have reached this boundary. In the demonic path, although there weren't many sovereign-level demon bodies, there were still dozens of them that could be found. Yet, it had been many years since anyone had successfully broken through to the Emperor realm. If they could nurture an Emperor-level existence. As soon as this thought appeared in their minds, the 3 Holy Palace elders trembled like sieves from excitement. The half-moon extended outwards, and strands of light constantly surged out, making it more and more rounded. This process wasn't fast, but it felt very stable. At the mouth of the volcano, in the silence, countless widened eyes of the masters simultaneously had the same thought. He could succeed. Then, the half-moon truly became complete. It was like an enormous disk, scattering down its own brilliance. Even though they were already mentally prepared, when they truly saw this scene, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Full moon tier. This was the full moon tier. It was said that amongst the descendants of the previous Holy Lord, there was a genius that had appeared. His demon body talent had only just reached this level. He was regarded as the hope of his family's resurgence, and was highly valued by the entire Holy Palace. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that such a prodigy would actually appear among this batch of rotten new disciples. As long as he didn't die along the way, this new disciple would have the throne in his hands, and he would be able to become an emperor. His future was limitless. From the start, he had already left all his peers far behind him. Some people couldn't help but envy him. Perhaps some people were jealous, but they didn't dare to show it too clearly. If they provoked this person, wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? Deep down, everyone wanted to know who this new, future big shot was. Just who was he? A full moon tier isn't considered a great figure, brother. Just what is in your head? Pour it out and change it. Within the demonic path, there had always been a restlessness that was difficult to detect. The source of this restlessness was the empty Holy Palace. This was because the Holy Palace Master was not only the nominal leader of the demonic path, but he was also an indispensable and transcendent existence of the demonic path, a peak combat strength that suppressed all directions. The Holy Palace Master's vacancy seemed fine on the surface, and the demonic path was still strong and stable. But once a major accident occurred, it was likely that a series of changes would occur. From top to bottom, the demonic path desperately hoped for a new Holy Lord to be born as soon as possible, of course. Who the new Holy Lord was and whose interests they represented were new problems that involved extremely dangerous struggles. It was because of this that when the demon envoy first discovered this, he didn't dare to speak of it. He even had to carefully look for another excuse to contact Qin Yu. There was no need to elaborate too much here. In short, there was one point that the demonic path placed an incomparably high value on demon body talent. Imperceptibly, all demonic path cultivators would look up to those with superior demon body talent. The demonic path cultivators that were already shocked, envious, and incredulous enough suddenly discovered after a moment of silence that they could be even more shocked, envious, and incredulous. This was because in the dark space, the only full moon had suddenly fallen. Without any warning, it was inconceivably fast. Countless people widened their eyes, their minds falling into chaos. They felt as if they had heard information related to this scene before. In the end, the Holy Palace elders had stronger minds. Moreover, with their status they knew much more. Moon fall. The Holy Palace elder who first spoke up and tried to play the sympathy card and accept a disciple suddenly screamed out loud. Although the two beside him didn't speak, the twitching of their lips and eyebrows was enough to show just how agitated they were right now. As the countless confused demonic path cultivators heard these words, it was like a bolt of thunder had fallen from the heavens, splitting them in half. They suddenly recalled some information they had heard about the incomplete demon body. One of them was star condensation, gathering moon, moonfall, sunrise. Now that the moon had fallen, could the sun rise smoothly? If it could, then wouldn't that mean that after tens of thousands of years, the demonic path would finally have a holy demon son with a sun-step demon body? Demon son was a title that all demon body cultivators obtained after reaching the king level. It represented their status as a direct descendant of the demonic path. As for the holy demon son, it had nothing to do with one's cultivation realm. It only looked at one's talent. As long as one had a sun-step talent, they could obtain a title. Their status was far above that of a demon son. In theory, they were ranked even higher than elders and protectors. Unfortunately, there were very few of them. Even if one looked through the ancient texts of the demonic path, they could be counted on one hand. But without exception, all holy demon sons became incomparably dazzling existences of their era. Of course, not all of them were able to smoothly grow. But as long as they didn't die, they would have a place in the entire land of divinity and demons. Could it be that today, they would witness the birth of a holy demon son? The 3 holy palace elders fell silent. This was because they suddenly discovered that after completing moonfall, regardless of whether or not this new disciple could ascend, the talent he displayed was enough to arouse the attention of a great figure of the demonic path. He was no longer someone they could take in as a disciple. They waited in silence. The air seemed to freeze, and all the demonic path cultivators stopped breathing. In this stifling silence, a 10th sun quietly appeared in the skies of the Holy Land's small world. Strictly speaking, it wasn't complete. There was only the outline of a single sun, as if it were a scene of a total solar eclipse. Holy Palace. Beneath the Bodhi tree, a great bell that had been silent for countless years suddenly began to ring. A grand sound spread out, triggering some sort of resonance. In the next moment, the entire Holy Land's small world was filled with a dense fog of heaven and earth spiritual strength. Rumble, rumble, a loud roar swept out in all directions like great waves. Sunstep first boundary, Shadow Sunday. The sun was like a shadow, ethereal and illusory. But no matter how ethereal it was, no matter how illusory it was still a sunstep. Star gathering, moonfall, sun rising. The latter part was sun rising, bell ringing, world shaking, welcoming the new lord. When the demon envoy arrived, everyone at the mouth of the volcano still hadn't regained their composure. He wasn't in the mood to care about these people's rudeness. He closed his eyes and sensed with rapt attention. Although the demon body talent test was extremely strict, as one of the Holy Palace's demon envoys, he cultivated a secret technique of the Holy Palace and was able to sense the internal energy. He opened his eyes. Although he was pleasantly surprised, there was also a bit of worry that he couldn't suppress. It really was Yao Bin. Before, the demon envoy only had a 40 to 50% chance of success. But after today's events, he was certain that Yao Bin was the person he had been waiting for. This should have been a good thing, but the commotion that Yao Bin caused today was far too great. So great that even he had no way to cover it up. Sweeping his eyes around, he saw that all the powerhouses of the previous Holy Lord's descendant tribe had arrived. All of them had gloomy expressions and a cold light shined in their eyes. As he thought about the full moon realm genius that appeared not too long ago in the descendant tribe of the previous Holy Lord, the demon envoy felt an even greater headache. But a headache was just a headache. Since he had confirmed that Qin Yu was the person he had been waiting for, the demon envoy wouldn't allow anyone to harm him. Figure after figure appeared above the mouth of the volcano. They all maintained a distance from the overlapping space in order to show their respect to the Holy Palace. But this didn't stop them from using their own methods to probe the new disciple within the overlapping space that had caused today's phenomenon. Soon, these great figures of the demonic path revealed looks of surprise. They were blocked by the distorted space so that they couldn't be seen by the outside world. It was actually him. After a brief moment of thought, some people frowned, some people sneered, and some people's eyes shined with a divine light. Above the mouth of the volcano, the overlapping space violently trembled, as if some formidable strength was erupting from within, surpassing the limits of what they could withstand. As a result, the overlapping spaces began to collapse, banishing the newly matriculated disciples within them to the outside world. The originally empty mouth of the volcano was suddenly overcrowded. After a brief daze, they seemed to sense something. They looked up into the skies and saw the newly born 10th sun, their mouths slowly opening. Qin Yu felt as if he had already wandered through the 18 layers of hell several hundred times. Even though his will was firm and he was powerful, he still thought of death more than once. Unfortunately, he couldn't die. Although it was like 100 volcanoes had ignited within his body, there was still a strength that protected his mortal body. His soul curled up into a ball and his consciousness reached the limit of collapse countless times. Every time this happened, a cool feeling would pour in, causing his blurry consciousness to wake up. After struggling in pain for an unknown period of time, Qin Yu suddenly had a flash of enlightenment. Perhaps he really wouldn't die today. Since he wouldn't die, what sort of pain would it bring him? Chapter 529. The 10 suns in the skies reflected each other. In the entire demonic path Holy Land's small world, everyone looked up in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. The moon fell, the sun rose, the bell rang, the heaven and earth shook, and the new master was welcomed. Most of the demonic path cultivators were shaken and didn't have time to think of anything. But for those that were paying close attention to this day, their hearts were surging like a sea. Divine light surged in Zhao Qinyuan's eyes as he stared at the 10th sun in the skies. He frowned for a moment before composing himself. He didn't reveal much shock. This was because he had already chosen his path. As long as he patiently walked it, Zhao Qinyuan was confident that his achievements would not be beneath anyone else's. After all, Dong Hanzhu was not the only one who was born different. But he had to admit that Yao Bin's performance today had far exceeded his expectations. Sun-ranked, he already had the qualifications to touch upon the Supreme Saint's seat. Even if the matters of the small world were sealed, after today he would still become a peerless proud son of heaven of the demonic path, whose name would spread throughout the world. But at the same time, this reputation would bring him a lot of trouble. Zhao Qinyuan smiled. He had personally experienced this sort of tempering before. The difference was that he had already left seclusion and Yao Bin had only just entered. I hope you're able to break through the darkness and completely liberate yourself. In this vast world, it's truly too lonely if you don't have a companion. As for the cause of today's phenomenon, was it Yao Bin? In Zhao Qinyuan's eyes, there was no doubt at all. He believed in his own eyes and he believed in his own heart. There was another person who also firmly believed it to be Qin Yu. Dong Hanzhu pursed his lips tightly. His eyes dimmed slightly, but they soon burned with a raging flame. He was born with a great destiny and was destined to have unparalleled achievements. That was why he was arrogant and looked down on his peers. Zhao Qinyuan had taught him the first lesson and Qin Yu the second. Although the two of them hadn't fought yet, he couldn't lie to himself. This was absolutely a formidable existence, no weaker than Zhao Qinyuan. Similarly, it could thoroughly defeat him. But so what? He, Dong Hanzhu, was destined to shine in this glorious era, to dominate for 100,000 years. The competition between you and me has just begun. I will not be discouraged, but please do not be arrogant. One day, I will defeat all of you at your most glorious moment. In the luxurious courtyard, Sun Zifu let out a long breath. He knew that he no longer needed to hide and could let go of the guilt in his heart. After today, the momentum of Yao Bin's meteoric rise was already established. Even if there would be some trouble, it was enough for the Sun family to bet. The reward promised to him in the pocket dimension would soon arrive. As a member of the family, Sun Zifu was very confident in his judgment. He could only watch helplessly as the people around him climbed higher and higher. If he didn't want to look up to them forever, he would have to start working hard. These muddle-headed years had been filled with excitement and memories, but most of them had been wasted. Sun Zifu sighed with emotion. He turned around and walked towards the cultivation chamber. He was luckier than the average person. Because of his background, after wasting precious time, he still had a chance to make up for it. If it was destined that the sun and moon would shine together in the future, he would also become a shining star in the sky that could not be ignored. Even if he couldn't compete with the sun and moon, he still wanted to leave behind his own ripples in the river of time. No one was willing to be mediocre. Because of Qin Yu, the most dazzling figures of the demonic path's future had their fighting spirit aroused. While they were triumphantly advancing towards that magnificent future, he himself had encountered a great deal of trouble. The strange cool strength that gushed out from the dark space seemed to be unable to withstand Qin Yu's terrifying swallowing power and began to gradually wither away. At the start, because the cool strength decreased, the raging volcanoes within his body began to cool down. This rapidly reduced the pain that Qin Yu had to bear. But soon, the joy in his heart turned into a deep fear. This was because he discovered that the strength that protected his body was also disappearing. The volcanoes cooled down, but they still burned. Moreover, it seemed as if they would continue burning for some time. Without the protection of his mortal body, Qin Yu silently calculated and discovered that he wouldn't be able to last until the volcanoes were extinguished. Soon, he would be burnt to a crisp from the inside out. The 10th sun in the skies gradually turned red. Faint traces of brilliant colors began to extend from the frame of the great sun, making it even more striking. The moon step had 3 boundaries, and the sun step was also divided into different levels. Shadow Sunday. The great sun was like a shadow, like a dream, like an illusion. It was red and dyed from the inside out until it was completely crimson. This was the red sun. But now, one could easily discover that the brilliant red that dyed the interior of the great sun was becoming less and less. Seeing this, a thought appeared in everyone's hearts. Today's unexpected drama was finally coming to an end. No one had the qualifications to mention the name of the previous Holy Lord, and the descendants he left behind didn't dare to blaspheme the Holy Lord. Thus, they removed half of the Lin character and called themselves the Mu clan. Now, the several authoritative figures of the Mu clan had ashen complexions. Although they had managed to reach the sun step, it was only the lowest Shadow Sunday. Indeed, the Shadow Sun had a chance to reach the Holy Lord level, but the chances were slim. At the very least, in the records of the demonic path's Holy Lords, there was no record of a Shadow Sun succeeding. In order to become a Holy Lord, one had to be at least at the Red Sun realm. This was the consensus of the high-level figures of the demonic path. As long as one didn't have a high chance of becoming a Holy Lord, then things could still be done. As the descendants of the Holy Lord, the Mu clan naturally had their own special inheritances. Mu Mo still had a chance. The demon envoy sighed inwardly. The edges of the Shadow Sun were already red, but they weren't able to go any deeper. This was truly a pity. However, the result wasn't completely bad. The more outstanding Yao Bin's performance today, the more dangerous the situation would be. Although the Shadow Sun was a threat, with the demon envoy's help and care, there shouldn't be any problems. Looking at the Mu clan that had relaxed expressions, the demon envoy's eyes revealed a bit of coldness. He didn't have a Holy Lord inheritance, but in the endless years of the demonic path, there had been more than one Holy Lord. The final result of the competition was still unknown. As the demon envoy was thinking about how to arrange things for Qin Yu, one of the 3 Holy Palace elders responsible for managing today's talent test suddenly paled. He seemed to inadvertently look down and see a corner of the white stone in his sleeve. His pupils violently shrank, shock and disbelief filling his face. His first thought was that he had to speak up. But as soon as he moved, he stopped. This was because with his current status, he had been promoted by the Mu family. If he spoke up today, then both sides would inevitably turn against each other. He wasn't alone anymore. He had children, relatives, and friends. Just half a month ago, he had given a name to his newly born great-grandson. A single move would destroy all of this. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead and his complexion paled. Luckily, everyone was focused on the shadow sun in the skies and didn't notice his expression. As the crimson light faded and was about to disappear, a Holy Palace elder suddenly said, "What a pity!" Another person nodded, disappointment written all over his face. "My Holy Palace has existed for a long time, and it's been difficult for a disciple to reach the saint level, but he's actually missing the final step. The shadow sun, the red sun, he's only 1 step away, but there's almost no chance of reaching the saint level." The second Holy Palace elder sighed. "I have no idea how many years it will be before a second sun step disciple appears. I fear we won't be able to see one in this life. When you and I joined the Holy Palace, we devoted ourselves to finding a disciple to inherit the throne of the Holy Lord. Our lives have been mediocre without any achievements, and we're ashamed of our respected teachers." The Holy Palace elder stiffened. A scene appeared in his mind. He was young at that time, and he had made a vow in front of the Holy Palace master that he would use the rise of the Holy Palace to restore its former glory as his life's mission. His body shivered more and more. "Old Wu, what's wrong?" His friend beside him finally discovered something was wrong. That's right, they were friends. Although he had just been thinking that he wouldn't hesitate to bleed for a disciple, the 10,000 years of friendship between them couldn't be erased. Wu Xianshou looked up. His pale face revealed a smile that gave off a feeling of clarity, as if he had let go of some great obsession. "It's nothing. I was just thinking about something and I've finally figured it out." He paused for a moment. "You don't need to be disappointed. Perhaps you and I will really be able to witness a miracle today." He waved his sleeves, puffed out his chest, and walked forwards. He left behind 2 old friends who were dumbfounded, their eyes wide with surprise. Wu Xianshou bowed and lifted up the white stone with both hands. He said in a low voice, "Demon envoy and all lords, please replenish the energy for the test so that the proud sons of heaven of the demonic path will not be filled with hatred." With these words, the world fell deathly silent. Everyone's eyes focused on the white stone in his hands. Any demonic path cultivator that knew about talent testing felt their hearts tremble. This was because this white stone should be blue in color, and that blue color was the energy needed to test the demon body's talent. Or, it was more accurate to say that the demon body's talent wasn't a test, but rather an activation. This blue energy was needed to activate the demon body. The demonic path had paid a tremendous price in order to collect it. But now, the blue energy had been exhausted, the demon envoy's eyes widened. At this moment, his heart beat like a drum. Even though he had told himself that the final result of the competition had yet to be decided, he was still deceiving himself. However, if one said that he was not disappointed, he would be deceiving himself and others, because the shadow sun was the shadow sun. The difficulty of reaching the saint level was so great that it could make people despair. But now, the situation had reversed. It wasn't that Yao Bin's talent wasn't enough, but that he didn't have enough energy to fully activate his potential. In the blink of an eye, the demon envoy had made a decision. Since Yao Bin had caused such a ruckus today, even if he stopped at Shadow Sun, he would still be a thorn in the side of others. Then, he might as well make him shine even brighter and let everyone know that he had the talent to become a Saint Lord. Some people would hate him even more, but at the same time, there would be people willing to bet on him. The demon envoy lifted a hand and grasped forwards. Space shattered. Then, countless blue clouds gushed out from within. They seemed to be covered by an invisible strength. They didn't float in all directions, but instead rushed into the pitch-black crater in the ground. As the leader of the Mu clan saw this, a cold light rose in his eyes. But he clenched his teeth and didn't dare to stop it. Today, in front of everyone, a disciple with the talent of a Saint Lord could not be allowed to be harmed. Otherwise, they would invite the wrath of the entire demonic path. The Mu family could not withstand this. Mu Xianglin's cold and gloomy eyes fell on Wu Xianshou. If looks could kill, he would have already become a pile of minced meat. Wu Xianshou lowered his head, guilt on his face. But his eyes were calm and peaceful. Righteousness was divided into big and small. Today's actions might make it difficult for him in the future, but he wouldn't regret it. What's more, this step might be an investment with infinite potential. Qin Yu felt as if he had come back to life. Then, he discovered that the limits of his pain tolerance had been refreshed once more. Now that he withstood the burning of the volcano in a protected state, he felt much more relaxed. Perhaps it was because his resistance had increased, or perhaps the burning pain of the volcano would soon end. As the saying goes, if you hit someone with a stick, then give them a date. If it was painful, then it was painful, but there was no compensation at all? Just where was his harvest? The shadow sun continued to turn red. The rapid changes caused those with weaker mental fortitude to clutch their chests. It wasn't over yet? Was there no end to it? Did he have to scare someone to death before he was satisfied? The great figures standing a distance away from the volcano all had dignified expressions. Perhaps they didn't care too much about the shadow sun, but if they took another step forward, then they would have the qualifications to place their chips. Of course, before placing their chips, they would carefully observe and judge before making a final decision. But this was already a change. At the very least, in their eyes, he was no longer a young and immature new disciple of the demonic path, an ant whose life or death they could casually control. He had the potential to compete for the future, so he would naturally obtain a certain degree of their recognition. The demon envoy relaxed a little. He had made the right gamble this time. He could feel the changes in the auras of some people. He didn't hope that these people would be like him and unhesitatingly step forward to protect Yao Bin. As long as they stood idly by, that would be a tremendous harvest. The demon envoy's eyes fell onto the 10th great sun in the skies. He muttered to himself, "Since you have surpassed my control and exposed yourself to the sunlight, I ask you to take out the strongest proof and tell them that you are the best choice. But no matter what, this road will not be easy to walk. Perhaps you will succeed, or perhaps you will fail. But I hope that you can turn back without regrets. So, please erupt with everything you have." Qin Yu really erupted. The shadow sun turned into a red sun. It steadily rose, almost without pause. Then, at the center of this crimson-red sun that seemed to suppress the mind, as if it were looking straight at a boundless sea of blood, a spot of pure white appeared. Mu Xianglin's body swayed, and all the blood drained from his face. He pushed away the person supporting him, the chill in his eyes no longer concealed. The third boundary of the sun step, white sun. There was a saying, "The white sun is the clear sky. Those who become the white sun can control the clear sky." The shadow sun had no hope of reaching the saint's step. The red sun had a 10% chance of success, and the white sun had a 30% chance. This was already the strongest the demon body could display. He could actually become the white sun. He dared to become the white sun. How could he, at this moment, all of Mu Xianglin's original plans had fallen to nothing. This was because he was well aware that no one would help the Mu family again. This was the deterrence of the white sun boundary. No one was willing to provoke a proud son of heaven of the demonic path that had a high chance of becoming the next saint monarch. But at the same time, the killing intent in Mu Xianglin's heart reached its peak. Without a new Saint Monarch, the Mu family would be the descendant of the Saint Monarch, enjoying all sorts of privileges and status. But once the Saint Monarch was born, all of this would vanish into thin air. The Mu family had been strong for these past years, and had made countless enemies. If they lost the halo of being the descendant of the Saint Monarch, they would inevitably be greeted by countless wolves and tigers. He no longer had a path to retreat. If he didn't want his family to collapse and be uprooted by others, he could only continue onwards to the end. Only the descendants of the Mu family could become the Saint Monarch. Everyone else would die. When the red sun in the skies turned white, Qin Yu finally realized what he had obtained today. As he listened to the clear cracking sounds emitting from his body, he suddenly discovered that this red date was far, far too large. It was so large that he had an intense impulse to relive the pain he experienced today several more times. Chapter 530. The moment it transformed into pure white, there was no difference between the 10 suns in the skies. Then, the skies of the Holy Land's small world seemed to be wiped away by an invisible hand. The clouds scattered, revealing a clear blue sky without the least bit of impurities. This was like a curtain decorated with 10 blazing suns. The 10 suns intersected, their halos overlapping, refracting and diffusing, making the scene in front of them seem a bit more dreamlike. At this time, outside the volcano, the demonic path cultivators were in a trance. A stirring feeling rose in their hearts, as if they were witnessing the birth of a legend. Then, they couldn't help but think, just how far could the person who caused this world phenomenon reach in the future? No one could give an answer. Even the silent and lofty demonic path great figures had complex expressions in their eyes. What was common was that all of them revealed a thoughtful and cautious look. If the shadow sun didn't matter and the red sun only needed to be looked at, then the third realm white sun had the qualifications to have these great figures pay attention to him. This was true attention. The holy demon sun with a white sun boundary talent had an extremely high chance of becoming the demon monarch. Taking a step back, even if he couldn't smoothly enter the holy palace, he would still have extremely high achievements. Although this sort of potential needed time to slowly awaken, the future prospects were so bright that it was worth investing in. At the very least, he had to maintain a proper attitude and not provoke a powerful enemy in the future for himself. To be able to stand out amongst countless cultivators, to become a rock and become an influential figure of the demonic path, while not every one of them was an intelligent person, none of them were idiots. Today, Qin Yu had used his superb performance to earn a layer of protection for himself. He had flattened the road to the future beneath his feet a little. Those who should have witnessed had already witnessed it. The great figures began to leave. With their status, they were destined to be cautious before making any decision. Even if Qin Yu's talent was unparalleled, they still wouldn't easily place a bet. Since they didn't want to be involved in the dispute of the Holy Monarch position too early, leaving now was the best choice. Otherwise, once Qin Yu came out, how would they express their stance? The Mu clan members were the first to leave. Just like when they arrived, they didn't alarm too many people. But there were still many eyes that fell on their departing figures. There were some things that no one said, but everyone knew in their hearts that the Mu family was currently very powerful. If they wanted to continue growing stronger, they could only face difficulties head-on. Therefore, this was an unsolvable problem. Both sides had never met before and had no grudges against each other. However, from today onwards, they were destined to be each other's greatest enemies until one side gave up or died. The demon envoy sucked in a deep breath. He didn't leave with the crowd. As one of the few people with the highest status in the Holy Palace, it was natural for him to care about a peerless white sun boundary proud son of heaven. However, the truth was that there was another worry in his heart that no one knew about. That was because the greatest explosive point of the day had yet to appear. And that was Qin Yu's demon body boundary. When they were at Heavenly Demon City, the demon attendant had found an excuse to go together with Yen Lu. Although they hadn't made any substantial contact, he could still feel Qin Yu's vigorous and potent blood energy fluctuations. Sovereign-level demon body. The reason the demon envoy was able to make such an accurate judgment was because he was an old sovereign-level existence and also had a calamity immortal realm cultivation. It wasn't difficult for him to figure out Qin Yu's background. His original plan was to suppress Qin Yu for a period of time. Thus, he reached an agreement with all parties to seal up the events that occurred in the Demon Ascension Gate's small world. But changes always came faster. Today, Qin Yu had amazed the world with a single brilliant feat without waiting for the demon envoy to suppress him. He had already soared into the highest heavens, drawing the attention of all parties. The White Sun Boundary's talent was terrifying, but the difficulty of cultivating the demon body was equally astonishing. If one wanted to have any achievements, they would need to spend a massive amount of time. But what if others discovered that this White Sun Boundary disciple had already reached the sovereign-level demon body boundary before his talent was fully activated? The Mu family would be the first to go crazy. That's right, they would go crazy. This was because they no longer had enough time to patiently wait for the right time to hunt. The bloodline descendant of the previous holy monarch, even if he had lost half of his surname, still had an incomparably terrifying background and strength. Although he was the demon envoy of the Holy Palace, controlled half of the true demon guards, and was also a transcendent calamity immortal realm existence, he still didn't have absolute confidence that he could resist the crazy biting of the Mu family. But the demon envoy had no other choice. This world was fair. Qin Yu had obtained protection with his talent. While he had changed the standpoint of many people, he also had to bear these accompanying troubles. In the skies, the 10th sun gradually disappeared. The blue skies were once more intertwined with clouds and fog once more. The phenomenon ended. The final moment had finally arrived. The demon envoy had a calm expression, but his heart was already prepared to welcome any situation. Even if he had to shed all pretense of cordiality, even if he had to kill until the sun and moon lost all light, even if he had to break the internal balance of the demonic path, he still had to protect Qin Yu. No matter the cost. In the skies above the pitch-black volcano crater, the only dark space suddenly trembled several times before splitting open. A figure stepped out. As if the light outside was too bright, he raised a hand in front of him and subconsciously narrowed his eyes. As he swept his eyes around, he could see open mouths and round eyes, making one worry that they would explode in the next moment. Qin Yu had a light expression. This was because he had already expected all of this, and now it seemed that the result was even better than he expected. He originally only wanted to maintain a high profile so that he could obtain the attention of the demonic path, but he never imagined that there would be such a great surprise. Although he had experienced pain that outsiders couldn't imagine, compared to his harvests, it wasn't anything at all. He faintly smiled. At this time, Qin Yu seemed to sense something. He looked up and his eyes met with the demon envoy's. It's him. Qin Yu subconsciously tensed up but soon composed himself. He bowed. The demon envoy was expressionless. He deeply looked at him for a moment and then turned to leave. At this time, his heart was like a sea, tumbling and tumbling. On that day at Dawnperch residence, the two sides had sat across from each other. He had laid down his wine cup and made a final probe of Qin Yu. The demon envoy confirmed that he wasn't mistaken. That boundless blood vitality fluctuations and the tyrannical aura that came from the same source meant that this was without a doubt the sovereign-level demon body. But now, when Qin Yu emerged from the dark space, the demon envoy discovered that there were no longer any fluctuations of the demon body's blood vitality on his body. There were only two possibilities. Either his demon body had been crippled, or he had risen to an even higher level, surpassing the range of his senses. The 10th sun in the skies had just faded away. If the demon body was crippled, Then there was only one option left. Sovereign level. Even someone as powerful as the demon envoy couldn't help but groan in his mind. If he hadn't personally experienced it and seen it with his own eyes, he would have never believed it. But as he thought about Qin Yu's White Sun boundary demon body talent, although all of this was astonishing, it could be explained. However, could cultivating the demon body at the White Sun boundary really be so terrifying? The demon envoy didn't know. But there was one thing he was sure of, and that was that Qin Yu's chances of success had risen from 50 to 50 to at least 30%. This was because in the eyes of outsiders, Qin Yu was a junior with a heaven-defying talent who had yet to cross the threshold of the demon body. This would give others the misconception that they still had plenty of time and that they didn't need to take risks, that they could wait for the best opportunity. But the truth was that Qin Yu had already reached the sovereign level and was just a step away from the Saint Lord realm. As long as he could reach the saint level, there would be no one that could stop him from ascending to the heavens and becoming the peak existence in this vast world. Besides the demon envoy, there were 3 other people. As they looked at Qin Yu who walked out of the dark space, their minds blanked out. Although they had completed the test a long time ago, they had been in a constant state of shock. They simply didn't have the mind to observe their surroundings to determine just who this heaven-defying character was. Moreover, subconsciously, they didn't think that an old fellow that was several hundred years old could have such a performance. Gong Jin's lips were deathly pale and his body shivered. His entire mind was drowned in regret. If the heavens could give him a chance to start over, he swore he would hide as far away as he could and never provoke Qin Yu again. But what this world lacked the most was medicine for regret. The river of time surged forwards and wouldn't stop or shift because of anyone's will. Of course, this might only be the theory of relativity. But Gong Jin clearly wasn't someone with the qualifications to reverse time. So, he could only feel the fear and despair in his heart. His body stiffened. When Qin Yu's eyes fell on him, it was like he had been ruthlessly whipped. Gong Jin nearly jumped up from the ground, but in the next moment he lowered his head. The 3 of you, the bet between us has come to a conclusion. You won't go back on your word, right? 5 days had passed since the demon body test. The punishment that Qin Yu gave to Gong Jin and the others was both merciful and cruel. He was merciful because the punishment was easy to complete, with almost no difficulty at all. He was cruel because ever since that day, Gong Jin and the others had vanished from sight, never to appear again. Many demonic path cultivators subconsciously shivered as they thought of Qin Yu's method. Even if some people wanted to hug his thigh, they wouldn't dare to have any thoughts about him. This was because Qin Yu's punishment was to run around naked for an hour. Yes, that was exactly what it meant. Even if there was a woman among them, Qin Yu remained as cold as iron, without the least bit of sympathy in his eyes. It wasn't that Gong Jin and the others didn't think of refusing, but there were countless witnesses to the bet and Qin Yu's request didn't cross the bottom line. And more importantly, with Qin Yu's White Sun boundary talent, how could they dare to refuse? He obediently took off his clothes and ran for an hour. It was necessary to lose face, but perhaps he could write off what had happened before. If they tore apart all pretense of cordiality, even if Qin Yu couldn't do anything to them for the time being, what would happen in the future? No one wanted to be remembered by Qin Yu. Even calamity immortals had scruples in their hearts, much less 3 newly ascended demonic path disciples. Gong Jin was the first to agree. He tore off his robes and ran away. Bao Yihan was the second. As the smiling woman ran away, her tears fell onto the white baby on her chest. She cried like a weeping beauty, pitiful and miserable. In the demonic path, there might be people who ran around naked, but it was rare for 2 men and 1 woman to run around together. Moreover, because of the commotion Qin Yu caused, this place had attracted far too much attention. It was only natural that more people saw this scene. It was unknown how many demonic path cultivators widened their eyes, their eyebrows dancing with joy. Were the new disciples of today already so good at playing around? The naked running incident was still fermenting, but Qin Yu no longer paid any attention to it. The reason he used such a vicious method was to establish his prestige. If anyone wanted to deal with him, they had to make preparations ahead of time. Now that his goal had been achieved, he naturally tossed it to the back of his mind. Now, what Qin Yu was thinking about was who would come out to contact him first. Through Zhao Qinyuan's explanation, he was already well aware of the matter of White Sun boundary talent. At the same time, he had also received a vague reminder from Zhao Qinyuan. Qin Yu thought about it. Zhao Qinyuan's words shouldn't be wrong. Most of the high-level figures of the demonic path were focused on him. 5 days should be enough time for the various influences within the demonic path to reach a certain degree of compromise. Dragon Head Mountain, within the grand residence at the summit, Qin Yu's eyes flashed, an inexplicable light in them. However, the person who came to contact him didn't appear. Instead, another guest arrived outside the residence. Looking at Sun Zifu, who was welcomed in, Qin Yu's mind brightened. He lightly said, "Since you've come, sit down." Sun Zifu shook his head, an ashamed expression on his face. "I know that fellow Taoist Yao must be ridiculing me in your heart, but I am only one of the sons of the Sun family. Although I have some authority and status, I don't have the qualifications to make decisions for myself." He took out a storage ring. "The rewards that I promised fellow Taoist Yao are all inside. What's extra is the Sun family's apology. I hope fellow Taoist Yao can accept it." After speaking, Sun Zifu laid down the ring and walked away. After taking several steps, he stopped. Right now, many people are watching from the sidelines. The situation in the demonic path seems calm, but the truth is that there are turbulent waves within. Fellow Taoist Yao, you must be careful and think twice before you act. He had come and gone in a hurry. Compared to before, Sun Zifu seemed to have changed a little. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He took the storage ring. Demon Body Tempering Pill. Qin Yu had heard of its name for a long time, but this was his first time seeing it. There were more than half the original amount. There were a total of 30 pills. The rest were all spirit stones. The Sun family didn't fail to live up to their reputation as the wealthiest family in the demonic path. Their wealth was astonishing. However, after Four Seasons City had used the pre-celestial wood to scheme against the immortal sect, Qin Yu had plenty of spirit stones in his hands. He glanced at them several times before putting them away, not caring too much about them. He took out a demon body tempering pill. Qin Yu focused his mind and didn't discover anything wrong with it. Then, he carefully scraped off some powder and swallowed it. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, he swallowed the entire pill. A moment later, Qin Yu opened his eyes. There was a bit more color in them. The demon body tempering pill was truly a good thing. It could actually directly increase the boundary of the demon body. Unfortunately, the Emperor-level demon body was like a vast sea, and the strength of the demon body tempering pill was at most a small stream. To say that it was a drop in the bucket would be an exaggeration. It was most suitable for cultivators that had just started cultivating the demon body. It could allow them to achieve twice the results with half the effort and greatly increase their cultivation speed. Qin Yu shook his head. He looked at the remaining 29 pills and put them away. With his demon body's boundary, it was simply a waste to use pills to cultivate. However, Qin Yu couldn't blame the Sun family for their carelessness with their gift. Moreover, they had already agreed to this beforehand. From what the outside world could see, he hadn't even crossed the threshold of demon body tempering pills yet, so giving them 30 demon body tempering pills was already more than enough. If there was a chance in the future, he would just trade them. 29 demon body tempering pills would have a high exchange value within the demonic path. The second day after Sun Zifu left, Qin Yu was finally able to wait. The first person to contact him wasn't some great figure, But their status wasn't low either. The left commander of the Holy Palace's true demon guard warmly said, "Fellow Taoist Yao Bin, I have come here on orders to inform you that from today onwards, you should pack your things and enter the endless sea to cultivate." Although he was calm and his tone was friendly, deep in his eyes there was confusion as well as a bit of sympathy. The endless sea, yes, that was indeed a good place to cultivate. But in the demonic path, there was no one willing to go there on their own initiative. With his white sun boundary talent and the title of Holy Demon Son, it was fine if he didn't succeed, but how did he end up being exiled? Left Commander Lu Xun couldn't figure this out. But, just like his name suggested, he was a cautious person. He wouldn't blindly inquire about things that he shouldn't know. He cupped his hands together and bid his farewells. As for the following matters, there would naturally be someone else to handle them. Soon news spread throughout Dragon Head Mountain. The new disciples who had been silent out of fear, but also couldn't help but feel envious and jealous, let out long breaths of relief. Most of them were secretly delighted. Indeed, the rumors were true. This surname Yao's talent was unparalleled, but he was still viewed as a threat by others. Being exiled to the endless sea was the best proof of this. If this surname Yao knew he would end up like this, would he regret that his performance in the test was too dazzling? Chapter 531. The throne of the Holy Palace was empty and the main hall was completely sealed off. Unless a new holy monarch was born, no one could open it. Luckily, the demon attendant had his own inheritance. He was a subsidiary branch of the Holy Palace and could control a corner of the Holy Palace. Although it wasn't as grand and boundless as the main hall, it still had a vigorous aura that left one in awe. The surface of the dark hall was covered with countless shadow-like runes. They followed a specific rule, constantly swimming and weaving together. These shadow-like runes separated the entire hall from the outside world. No one was able to sense anything that occurred within. Thus, the demon attendant always liked to think about important matters here. This was because he was well aware of the current situation that the Holy Palace was facing. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause a massive shock. Of course, there was also another important reason. An old voice echoed out in the hall. Sending him into the endless sea may seem like exile on the surface, but that is actually the best choice right now. Otherwise, how long will you be able to defend him? This time, as long as we can buy enough time for him to grow up, we can consider ourselves to have one. The demon attendant respectfully said, "Teacher is right." If these words were heard by others, the entire demonic path would be shaken. This was because the demon attendant only had a single teacher, and that was the previous demon attendant. But according to the rules of the demonic path, the birth of a new demon attendant meant that the previous demon attendant had perished. This was something that had never been wrong in the demonic path for billions of years. But now, it was clear that some accident had occurred. The demon attendant hesitated for a moment. "I am only worried that Yao Bin will be disheartened by this matter. Once his spirit and will are damaged, it will be impossible for his demon body to make a breakthrough." The old voice was calm. "Although I haven't seen him with my own eyes, as you said, he is an extremely outstanding young junior. He has his own thoughts and wit. Moreover, he was able to become an emperor at such a young age. His lucky chances and destiny are not something that you and I can imagine. The best choice we can make for him is that he will have to rely on himself for his future path." The demon attendant hesitated and nodded. The previous demon attendant reminded, "Although the endless sea is a forbidden land, we still have to guard against it." The demon attendant respectfully said, "Teacher, rest assured that I have already made arrangements." The endless sea was located deep within the demonic path's small world. The seawater was blue and clear, and the gentle sea breeze blew against it, carrying with it the unique smell of seawater. On the fine and clean beach, a seagull with white feathers, red beaks and black claws spread its wings and flew gracefully in the air. Under the illumination of the 9 suns, the surface of the sea shimmered with light. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Just from the environment alone, this place could be considered beautiful and captivating. But in reality, this beautiful sea area was a burial ground. Since the sacred palace had existed since then, apart from the historical records of the missing sacred lord of the origin, all the sacred lords of the past had been buried here after they ascended to heaven. There were also many important figures of the sacred palace buried with the sacred tomb. Without permission, no one was allowed to approach the endless sea. Otherwise, it would be regarded as a great disrespect to the previous holy monarchs. No one could afford to bear such a crime. Thus, the speed car that sent Qin Yu off came to a stop in the distance. Everyone got off and respectfully bowed towards the sea. Qin Yu stood in the middle of everyone. He straightened his body and looked at the endless sea. His eyes flashed, revealing a bit of understanding. It seemed that in this internal struggle of the demonic path, the compromise was to protect their own people for the time being. Otherwise, he wouldn't be facing such a leisurely scene right now. As Qin Yu thought about the message that Zhao Qianyuan had sent him, he sighed inwardly. During the demon body talent test, he had caused an unexpected stir, but he had also fallen into a great deal of trouble. But he didn't regret it. Even if he had to do it all over again, he would still make the same choice. Moreover, this wasn't something that he could control to begin with. Fellow Taoist Yao Bin, we can only send you here. A true demon guard cupped his hands together and took out a jade box. Inside is the Holy Nether Guard Commander token and your appointment document. It will take effect immediately after you enter the Endless Sea. Please accept it. The Sacred Palace had always had two great armed forces. The true Demon Guard was one and the Holy Nether Guard was the other. To a certain degree, the Holy Nether Guard was even stronger than the true Demon Guard. But that was only the situation recorded in the ancient texts. Ever since the previous Holy Monarch ascended to heaven, the throne had been vacant for over 100,000 years. The Holy Nether Guard had retreated to the Endless Sea, unable to leave without a Holy Spirit. In these long 100,000 years, the last powerful Holy Nether Guard had long since died. Now there were only a few cats left. Moreover, as long as a new Holy Monarch didn't appear, the Holy Nether Guard could not leave the Endless Sea. Thus, being appointed as the commander of the Holy Nether Guard was a rather sad thing. Qin Yu could sense the pity and confusion in the guard's eyes. He calmly received the wooden box, nodded, and turned to leave. If he had been exiled to the Endless Sea before the demon body test, Qin Yu would have been extremely disappointed. He might have thought of all sorts of methods to escape from here. But now, all he had in his heart was calm. The Emperor level was only a step away from the Saint level. Once he smoothly stepped over it, Qin Yu could directly enter the Sacred Palace. Even the phrase reaching the heavens in a single bound wasn't enough to describe this. The reason he had displayed such a high profile was to obtain the attention of the great figures of the demonic path and use the massive cultivation resources of the demonic path to become stronger as soon as possible, becoming a truly influential figure. But now Qin Yu had an even better choice. As long as his demon body broke into the saint level and he became the master of the Sacred Palace, he would instantly become one of the most honored people in the world. Why would he give up what was near and seek what was far away? Entering the Endless Sea might seem like he was being exiled, but he could actually obtain a stable environment where he could wholeheartedly cultivate. To Qin Yu, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. As for those mocking and sympathetic gazes, he didn't care what others thought, and time would prove everything. Looking at Qin Yu's back as he walked towards the Endless Sea, his steps calm and steady, his shoulders as steady as mountains, and thinking about how calm and indifferent he had been the entire time, the true demon guards responsible for delivering the box all revealed looks of admiration. Not to mention anything else, just this breadth of mind and bearing wasn't something they could compare with. He was truly worthy of being a formidable character with the demon body's white sun boundary talent. The true demon guard that delivered the wooden box took a deep breath and suppressed his heart. He said in a low voice, "The mission has been completed. Let's go." Everyone boarded the speed car. With a low engine sound, they rapidly flew back the way they came, soon vanishing from sight. Thus, in this boundless world, looking all around, there was only Qin Yu's figure. Beneath the illumination of the 9 suns above his head, he silently walked forwards. His pace wasn't fast, but it was filled with firmness. Step by step, he arrived at the endless sea. As far as the eye could see, the waves, the sea breeze, the seagulls, and the white sandy beach beneath his feet formed a beautiful picture. Qin Yu's lips curved up, revealing a faint smile. It wasn't just because of the beautiful scenery in front of him, but also because of the extremely rich heaven and earth spiritual strength that surrounded him. Indeed, as Zhao Qianyuan had said, although the endless sea was a land of exiles, it was also the most suitable place to cultivate within the demonic path. If it weren't for the fact that one needed to join the Holy Nether Guard and couldn't take a single step without a Holy Nether Guard token, then the spots to enter would have already been fought over. Qin Yu took out the token that represented the commander of the Holy Nether Guard. As he entered the endless sea, this token began to emit light, indicating that the appointment had taken effect. But the beach was empty, without a single person to be seen. There were only several broken wooden boats that were chained to the pier, bobbing up and down with the waves. It seemed as if no one placed him in their eyes as a commander. Qin Yu shook his head. He walked over to the first wooden boat and looked down. The bottom of the boat was broken. He took several more steps forward and looked at the second boat. It was also broken. The third boat, the fourth boat, and then, well, if one included the pieces of wood chained to the ground, there were a total of 5 boats. They have a great amount of resentment, Qin Yu whispered to himself, but there wasn't much dissatisfaction on his face. They had a powerful cultivation, but they were trapped in a cemetery, dying in a depressed and unwilling state. After witnessing the fates of their ancestors, it was normal for the Holy Nether Guard to feel resentment in their hearts. On the other hand, if Qin Yu had come today and immediately received a warm welcome, he would have secretly wondered if these people were preparing to kill him to vent their anger. The wooden boats were all broken. Fine, that was nonsense. Then, he might as well do something practical and repair it. The endless sea was a sea, but it wasn't just a sea. If Qin Yu wanted to truly enter it, he needed a key. These wooden boats were the key. He dismantled 3 wooden boats and nailed the planks together, barely managing to piece together a boat. Although it looked a bit ugly, it should be enough. Qin Yu stepped onto it. With a flick of his sleeves, the pieced-together wooden boat sailed deep into the endless sea. The wooden boat broke through the waves, emitting loud crashing sounds. Standing on the shore, after several breaths of time, the wooden boat had vanished from sight. At the bow of the boat, Qin Yu suddenly felt something. He looked back and saw that the shore had indeed disappeared. He was in the boundless sea, unable to see the end of it. The endless sea. Entering the sea was boundless, taking in the endless meaning of the world. Mottled runes began to appear on the wooden boat beneath him. Perhaps it was because it was broken and incomplete, but the runes on the surface of the boat were intermittent. It gave off a very unreliable feeling. Qin Yu looked down and subconsciously frowned. If he couldn't open the entrance to this boat, wouldn't that be troublesome for him? Thinking about it even more darkly, if those Holy Nether Guards who inherited their father's legacy pretended not to know, just as Qin Yu thought he should do something, the wooden boat suddenly trembled. Then, the water in front of him was parted by an invisible strength, revealing a waterway that led straight to the seabed. The wooden boat swooped down. Qin Yu relaxed a little. It seemed that although these people resented him, they didn't dare to do anything too extreme. But less than a breath of time after this thought appeared, he discovered that he had been too optimistic. Bang! The high walls of water on both sides suddenly broke apart. Two large fish rushed out, blue spikes jutting out from their mouth. Although he didn't know how strong these spikes were, he could see that they shined with a metallic halo on their surface. If they pierced his body, it definitely wouldn't feel good. From these two large fish, Qin could feel the aura of someone controlling them. Although these soul fluctuations were weak, they couldn't escape the senses of the cosmic sea-cross spell. Mimi mercilessly mocked, "Qin, you really do have a halo of hatred around you. No matter where you go, there will always be people who find you unpleasant to the eye. Smelly brat, did you forget who it was that went to such great lengths to find food for you?" To burn the bridge after crossing the river, this move was quite easy to play. Of course, mocking him was one thing, but she still had to make a move. Mimi considered herself a person with principles. Qin Yu's humanoid food detector was quite useful. The cosmic sea-cross bell lightly trembled. An invisible impact spread out, instantly shattering the soul control placed on the two large fish. The ferocious-looking fish came to a sudden stop. They looked around and were immediately frightened. They glanced at each other, as if saying, "What the fuck, why are we here?" They turned around and tore through the water walls, fleeing without a trace. Deep within the endless sea, there was a large city. The city was strict, and a harsh, killing aura soared into the heavens. At this time, in a large residence somewhere in the city, a group of young cultivators were gathered together. There were both men and women, and all of them had excited expressions. But at this time, no one spoke. Even their breathing slowed down for fear that they would disturb the woman sitting cross-legged in the center. She wore a long blue dress and her features were picturesque. Although she was clearly sitting here, she gave off a feeling as if she were one with the heavens and earth. No, she wasn't one with the heavens and earth. Rather, it was more accurate to say that this endless and beautiful sea was imprisoning them. Suddenly, the female cultivator trembled. She opened her eyes and blood flowed out from the corners of her lips. The excited young men and women were all stunned at the same time. Then, they revealed expressions of shock. They had never thought that this would be the result. In front of the crowd, a young man stepped forwards. He was of medium stature, but his aura was extremely strong. He frowned, causing one to feel a stabbing pain in their eyes. They hurriedly looked away. "Lon, what happened?" His voice was low and deep, containing a calmness that didn't match his youth. It made one feel uneasy. The slightly panicked crowd immediately quieted down. Lon lowered her head, deep in thought. After several breaths of time, she said, "The person who came has a high soul cultivation. He almost instantly discovered me and then tried to break the control." She lifted a hand and wiped the blood from the corners of her lips. "It was just a slight shock to my soul. There's no problem. I want to try again." As she spoke to hear, her eyes brightened. But in the end, Lon didn't have a chance to attack again. Several dignified middle-aged men pushed open the door and walked in. What nonsense! The reprimand was harsh. But the several middle-aged men felt a bit helpless. Unless they truly wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality, they could let this happen once, but they couldn't allow these juniors to attack a second time. The Holy Nether Guard guarding the endless sea was an iron law set down by the Holy Palace when it was first established. This rule was engraved deep into their bloodlines and could not be changed. This was their destiny from birth. They could harbor discontent in their hearts, but they absolutely could not rebel. Otherwise, none of them would be able to withstand the consequences. If it weren't for this, how could the once illustrious Holy Nether Guard be willing to spend 100,000 years after the Holy Monarch passed away, living in anger, despair, and unwillingness until the day of their death? All of you are to be confined. Without my permission, no one is allowed to leave. Lon, Liang Shui, and the others respectfully bowed and left. The Holy Land has ignored us for 100,000 years, and now they've suddenly sent a Lord Commander. What do you think of this? Wait a moment. The result will naturally be known. He had best recognize reality. If he really thinks of himself as a commander and makes some outrageous request, I won't be polite. Chapter 532. After the large fish attacked, the waterway was smooth. This was a bit unexpected. It seemed that the Holy Nether Guard didn't dare to go too far. Chin Yu smiled, his eyes flashing. It was unknown what he was thinking. After around a quarter hour, the patchwork wooden ship came to a stop. What appeared in front of Chin Yu was a city filled with soaring infernal energy. But what was different from the sea race capital city that Chin Yu had visited in the past was that this city wasn't built at the bottom of the sea. Rather, it was suspended in the depths of the endless sea, supported by seawater. A great floating city. Chin Yu revealed a look of praise. To build such a city in the unpredictable deep sea, the difficulty could be imagined. Moreover, what left him even more gratified was the awe-inspiring atmosphere that the entire city exuded. Even though they had been trapped in the endless sea for 100,000 years and countless people had died unwillingly, the Holy Nether Guard was still able to maintain this momentum. The reputation of the Holy Nether Guard was truly well-deserved. The Emperor-level demon body was only a step away from the Saint level. This was something that made one's heart surge with excitement. But even if Chin Yu successfully broke through to become a Saint Lord, he had no foundation in the demonic path, nor did he have any trusted aides. How much authority could he have as a Saint Lord? It was nothing more than a pleasing name and a dignified appearance. But this wasn't what Chin Yu wanted. Thus, he had to possess his own strength in the demonic path. Being exiled to the endless sea and becoming a commander of the Holy Nether Guard was the best choice he could make. If he could subdue the Holy Nether Guard, Chin Yu's heart skipped a beat before he composed himself. It was too early to consider these things. He had to walk this road step by step. At this time, the city gates opened from within. A massive number of Holy Nether Guards that were covered in armor similar to the true demon guards rushed out. The only difference was that their armor was bright red, as if it had been soaked in endless blood. A thick killing intent quietly spread out in all directions. In the distance, large numbers of fish were startled and fled, stirring up white splashes in the water. There were 4 figures in the lead. Some were tall, some were short, but each of them had an aura as condensed as a mountain. Their broad shoulders seemed as if they could lift up the moon and stars. Their eyes were ice cold and they shot forwards like arrows. Chin Yu's expression was calm. It was like what he was standing on wasn't a shabby wooden ship, but a supreme throne of power. His eyes were light. As he looked at the 4 people, a calm and unruffled aura poured out from him. There was silence, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. A formless pressure made it difficult for everyone to breathe. But the silence was finally broken. In the second left position, a blood-armored man who wasn't the tallest nor the shortest cupped his hands together. Holy Nether Guard Vice Commander Fu Shan greets the Lord Commander. The 3 people beside him and the many Holy Nether Guards behind them all bowed in unison. The scales on their armor began to crackle, as if great waves were rising from the seabed. Then, the already astonishing killing intent suddenly soared, reaching a level that caused one's mind to tremble. In a trance, it was as if the big city floating at the bottom of the sea had turned into a horrifying beast that was imprisoned. It opened its mouth and roared at the sky. Chin Yu's eyes paused for a moment before he revealed a smile. Although it wasn't too bright, it gave off a warm feeling of spring. As this infernal energy and killing intent rose up, many people across from him were stunned. They secretly thought that this boy had some skill. Thank you, Vice Commander and everyone, for waiting here for so long. I am truly sorry. Fu Shan stood up, his aura calm and unchanging. Lord Commander speaks too seriously. This is what we subordinates should do. Chin Yu smiled and nodded. Everyone greets me. Behind Fu Shan, the 3 garrison generals furrowed their eyebrows. Why hadn't they mentioned a single word of what happened just now? Had they decided to temporarily endure it, or did they have other plans? A person suddenly stepped forwards. This subordinate is First Garrison General Yuan Jun. If I may be so bold as to ask Lord Commander, the Holy Palace has ignored us for 100,000 years. For them to suddenly send a commander here today, what instructions do they have? These words weren't polite, but it was a strategy they had already discussed. Since the new commander was shrouded in fog, they would take the initiative to attack. Of course, they had already prepared a follow-up response. No matter how the new commander responded, they would be able to control the situation. As for why they were so confident, it was simple. This was the Endless Sea, the place where their ancestors had lived and operated. Although they couldn't free themselves from their own destiny, a new commander couldn't shake or change anything. Qin Yu's smile didn't change. He shook his head. To tell the truth, I have no idea why I came here or why I became the commander of the Holy Nether Guard. This was the truth, so he spoke calmly. So, Garrison General Yuan Jun's question, I really cannot answer it. Thinking about it, it's best to continue as before. Yuan Jun was clearly stunned. It was clear that they had made all sorts of plans and made all sorts of preparations to be tough or soft, but they never imagined this would be the result. Based on what he said, it seemed like this new commander had been banished here, but as soon as this thought appeared, he suppressed it. He thought that he had almost been fooled. If he really was an exiled person, then he could have just sent him to join the Holy Nether Guard, and his life would have been ruined. Why would he superfluously give him the position of Holy Nether Guard commander? This person didn't reveal anything at all. Just like Yuan Jun, Fu Shan and the other two garrison generals frowned, a dignified look in their eyes. This person was truly worthy of being a chess piece of the Holy Palace. Although he looked young, his methods were fierce. Although he appeared calm and gentle, the truth was that he wasn't easy to deal with. Without giving them time to think, Qin Yu rubbed his temples. I'm a bit tired. I'll go rest today. If there's anything else, let's talk about it later. Fu Shan nodded. I'll send you off to rest. Qin Yu waved his hand. There's no need. Everyone has many matters to attend to, so just find someone to lead the way. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't want to speak too much, Fu Shan called over an assistant. After giving a few orders, the assistant bowed and said, Commander, please follow me. Although he bowed, his voice was cold, without the least bit of respect. Qin Yu nodded without a care. The Holy Nether Guard was filled with deep grievances. He had to find a way to ease their relationship before he could consider winning them over. In this current situation, if Qin Yu were to display an attitude of wanting to be friends with everyone, he feared they would instantly be filled with dread. Everything in the world followed the same principle. Haste makes waste. Like this, Qin Yu followed behind this Holy Nether Guard. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, he slowly entered the floating city. Yuan Jun licked his lips. Commander, this person has hidden himself quite deeply. That's right, in the eyes of all the Holy Nether Guards, Fu Shan was their only commander. As for this newcomer, if he really wanted to use a chicken feather as a token of authority, he would be beaten black and blue in the blink of an eye. Fu Shan's eyebrows relaxed. No matter how it is said, he is the commander of the Holy Nether Guard appointed by the Holy Palace. Be careful when you do things and don't let him grab hold of your weakness. Otherwise, even if you can withstand it, it won't be good if things become too tense. Yuan Jun hesitated. Then what happens next? Before he finished speaking, everyone already knew what he was talking about. Fu Shan lightly said, Did we arrange for the Lord Commander's official residence? Yuan Jun's eyes brightened. He smiled. Of course. Since the Lord Commander has arrived, we certainly wouldn't dare to neglect him. However, the Holy Nether Guard is trapped in the Endless Sea and is incomparably barren. In addition, the position of commander has been empty for many years, so the residence is a bit dilapidated and uninhabited. This is understandable. Fu Shan turned and walked away. He wanted to know just what sort of reaction this new young Lord Commander would have. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. This was because this reaction would provide him with an extremely important basis for his judgment. Just why had this new Lord Commander come? Holy Nether City was extremely large. After 100,000 years, it was more than enough time for a massive tribe to multiply. Thus, after Qin Yu entered the city and boarded the carriage, he saw many people along the way. There were no flying carriages here. Rather, they maintained the crude and primitive method of using powerful alien life forms as the driving force. For instance, the carriage Qin Yu was riding in right now was being pulled by 2 flood dragons. Unfortunately, such a dignified carriage wasn't able to win him the least bit of respect or awe. In fact, there was even more indifference and hostility mixed in with curiosity. The one responsible for driving the flood dragons was the Holy Nether Guard that led the way. This person wasn't tall or burly, but rather thin. After boarding the carriage, he didn't say a single word. A cold chill rose up from his body, and it was clear he didn't have any thoughts of flattering the new Lord Commander behind him. The flood dragons soared through the clouds at an extremely fast speed. Thus, when the carriage came to a stop, not too much time had passed. Qin Yu stepped down from the carriage and looked at the majestic atmosphere in front of him. This building was constructed from some sort of black skull from the seabed, and his lips twitched. It seemed that the degree of his unpopularity would continue to rise. Dilapidated. This word wasn't enough to describe Qin Yu's first impression. Rather, it was more accurate to call it ruins. The massive gate seemed to have experienced the chaos of war. Large pieces of black stone that had been glued together had been shattered by a tyrannical strength, faintly discernible in the weeds on the ground. Half of the gate was missing, and the remaining part was rotten beyond repair. It had long since been unable to serve as a shelter. Looking through the collapsed giant screen wall, one could see a lake that was nearly submerged in vegetation. The occasional exposed surface of the lake was covered in dark green algae. Qin Yu nearly laughed in anger. Did these holy nether guards really think that he wouldn't be angry? But thinking about it, perhaps they were waiting for him to be angry. Thus, after thinking about it several times, his complexion returned to normal. Although his entire face was hidden behind a hideous blood-red mask, the surprise and disappointment in the Holy Nether Guard's eyes couldn't escape Qin Yu's eyes. He thought to himself that this was indeed the case, and his expression became even calmer. Go back and tell Fushan that this place is very unique. He's very considerate. As the icy-cold Holy Nether Guard heard this, he revealed a nervous expression for the first time. He couldn't discern anything from Qin Yu's expression, and he couldn't help but feel annoyed and disappointed. He cupped his hands across his chest and hurried away. Qin Yu reached out a hand and pushed against the miserable half of the gate. He watched helplessly as it crashed to the ground, smashing to pieces and filling the air with ash. Even though he was already mentally prepared, his lips still twitched. As he walked through the ruined courtyard, he could still feel the majestic background that hadn't been completely washed away by time. He could imagine just how lively and bustling this place must have been many years ago. Unfortunately, imagination was an illusion. If Qin Yu wanted to live here, he would have to do it himself. No matter what, he had to find a place to stay. After searching for a long time, he finally found a stone chamber near the rockery. This should have been a place used for seclusion. The materials used were extremely meticulous, and even though the array formation protecting it had long since been destroyed, it was still mostly intact. After cleaning it up, he took out an illumination bead from his storage ring. Qin Yu looked around and nodded. The environment wasn't too bad. At the very least, from the entrance, this messy courtyard still had a bit of beauty to it. People had to have an optimistic attitude that could find joy in sorrow. Only then would they be able to live comfortably. Moreover, there was an old saying that if he wanted to order others around, he had to at least let them vent their anger. Demonic Path, Holy Land, Small World, Mu family. As a descendant of the previous Holy Lord, even after losing half of their surname, They were still one of the top family influences of the demonic path. Cloud Grove City was the Mu family's fiefdom. It was managed so well that not even a drop of water could leak out. There were countless powerhouses under their command, and their influence was awe-inspiring. Today, in a courtyard in the city, a gray-robed Mu Xianglin was sitting on a stone bench, his aura cold and harsh. The space around him was filled with cryptic fluctuations. The power of an array formation isolated all auras from the outside world. Yao Bin must die, even if he has been exiled to the endless sea. His tone was calm and light, as if he were talking about what to eat for dinner. Mu Xianglin nodded with satisfaction. Mo, for you to think like this proves that you haven't been blinded by your achievements. The blue-robed youth across from him smiled, his temperament as warm as water. White sun boundary talent. His eyes were filled with praise and envy. If I underestimated him, wouldn't that be far too stupid? He stood up and cupped his hands together. Uncle, I'll have to trouble you with this matter. Mu Xianglin lightly said, I won't give him the chance to leave the endless sea. With a white sun boundary talent, he already has the qualifications to be buried in the endless sea. Uncle will send him on his way. Mu turned and left, his eyes cold and indifferent. The position of Holy Lord was his. He absolutely couldn't allow any accidents to occur. Anyone who dared to stop him would die. To the surprise of the Holy Netherguard, Qin Yu didn't move at all. He lived in that ruined courtyard like a transparent person. Nothing in Holy Nether City had changed at all. Of course, even if they didn't sense anything wrong from Qin Yu, Fu Shan and the others still didn't dare to be careless. They never stopped monitoring him. Moreover, this monitoring wasn't done in a secretive manner. Rather, it was done openly, clearly conveying a message of distrust and wariness. Thus, besides the Holy Nether Guards that walked back and forth, Qin Yu would often rest in a large abandoned garden at the back of the courtyard. From afar, he would often see a woman with a cold temperament, as if she were one with the surrounding sea. Although she was beautiful, her eyes were far too cold. They were like two translucent blades of ice that stabbed into the deepest depths of one's heart, causing a chill to crawl up one's back. Luckily, this woman only watched from afar without any intention of approaching. She also never disturbed Qin Yu. Every day, she would quietly look at him for a period of time before turning and leaving. Occasionally, a young man with thorns all over his body would appear. The two of them would whisper something to each other. The young man seemed to be trying to persuade her, but it was clear that he didn't succeed. Thus, when he looked at Qin Yu, his eyes became even colder. This was truly an undeserved calamity. Qin Yu curled his lips. He thought that he wasn't the one who asked her to come. If she could let her go, then he would be more than happy. If he could, he really wanted to say, "Young man, if you want to pursue a girl, you can't lack a certain toughness. If you're so weak right now, even if you manage to catch up to her in the future, you probably won't have any status in the future." He opened his eyes and glanced towards that direction. Indeed, the woman that came every day had come again. Qin Yu was already used to this and didn't care about her icy cold eyes. He leaned back and leaned against a stone tablet that he didn't know what it was made of. This stone tablet was tilted at an angle, so it was very comfortable to lean against. Closing his eyes, Zhang Xian was resting contentedly when his eyebrows suddenly shot up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a cold and beautiful face. Two thin lips were lightly touching, and a voice that was pleasant to the ears but cold enough to make one shiver. "Do you know what kind of stone tablet this is?" Without waiting for Qin Yu to reply, Hai Lanlan turned and walked away. Her tall and slender back exuded an angry and sorrowful aura. Qin Yu frowned. He stood up and turned around. Looking at the gray and unremarkable stone tablet that was stuck into the ground, he thought for a moment and then began to clean it up. A moment later, Qin Yu stood in front of the stone tablet. He stared at it for a long time and then gently sighed. He looked in the direction that Shui Lanlan had disappeared in, and then turned to leave. On the second day, Hai Lanlan didn't appear. The third day was a repeat of the second day. After that, he didn't see that cold figure again for a long time. Qin Yu faintly guessed what was going on. He couldn't help but feel a bit guilty, but he soon suppressed it. His time was precious and he naturally wouldn't waste it on useless negative emotions that would affect his cultivation. Water flows have sound, water flows have quality, perseverance, reversal, softness, hardness. As he whispered to himself, Qin Yu lifted a hand. His 5 fingers constantly brushed the air, as if he could feel some invisible existence.